Welcome back to Harry's Cosmos. Today we explore a question that twists the wand and wizard tale into something stranger and older. What if Harry and Hermione were trained by the Centaurs of the Forbidden Forest? Imagine a Harry Potter shaped not only by Dumbledore and Hogwarts, but by the patient star readers and bow-bearers of the deep wood, and a Hermione Granger let loose, at last, on a forgotten language of runes. If this kind of story is your favorite kind of question, hit subscribe, drop a like, and tell us in the comments which centaur you would have wanted as your mentor. And now, let us walk into the trees. Chapter 1, The stars spoke first. The hospital wing smelled of crushed dittany and old stone, and Harry Potter could not sleep. He had tried. Madame Pomfrey had pressed a goblet of dreamless sleep into his palm 3 nights in a row, and 3 nights in a row Harry had pretended to drink it, then poured it into the rubber plant beside the bed when she wasn't looking. The rubber plant was now thriving in a way that suggested it might soon develop opinions. Harry preferred the nightmares to the silence. In the silence, he heard Quirrell's voice peeling away from his face like wet parchment. In the silence, he heard the high, thin laugh that had crawled out of the back of a man's skull and into the corridors of his own. It was nearly midnight when he eased himself out of bed. His ribs still ached where Stone had kissed him, and the scar on his forehead pulsed in a slow, considering way, as though it had not yet finished thinking about what had happened in the chamber beneath the trapdoor. Harry pulled the invisibility cloak over his shoulders and padded out of the hospital wing, past the snoring portraits and the suit of armor with the cracked visor, down toward the great black slab of night that was the 7th-floor window. Halfway down the corridor he stopped. Someone was already there. Hermione Granger sat on the wide stone sill with her knees drawn up to her chest, a book open on them but unread. Her hair, pulled back in a hasty plait, had begun to spring out of itself in the way it did when she had been awake too long. She was looking out, not at the lake, not at the moon, but past them, at a point in the sky where 2 faint stars hung close together over the trees of the Forbidden Forest. Harry let the cloak slide off his head. "You couldn't sleep either," he said. She didn't startle. She had heard him, he understood, in that small moment, that she had been listening for him. "No," she said. "Why are you up here?" "I don't know." She looked down at her knees. "I had a dream. About something coming out of the trees. I keep thinking it followed me back." Harry sat down on the sill across from her. The stone was very cold. The 2 stars over the forest watched them with a patient kind of steadiness, as if they had been there long before either of them was born and would be there long after. "Mine were about Quirrell," he said. "I know," Hermione said. She paused. "I mean, of course they were. I'm sorry. That's not what I meant. It's all right." They sat there for a while in the way that only people who had recently nearly died together can sit, with words moving between them that didn't need to be spoken aloud. It was Hermione who saw it first. She drew in a breath, and her hand closed on Harry's wrist. "Harry." He followed her gaze. Down on the edge of the forest, the trees had parted. Something tall and pale and wrong had stepped out of them, wrong because the shape was not quite a man and not quite a horse, but something that married the two with such ease that the eye could not decide which to call it. It stood at the boundary of the lawn, and it was looking up at the castle. It was looking, Harry realized, at their window. "It's a centaur," Hermione whispered. "I know. That's Firenze." "I know." The centaur lifted one long, pale arm. He did not beckon. He did not gesture. He simply held the arm out with the palm turned up, the way a man might offer a hand to a horse he wanted to gentle, and waited. Hermione looked at Harry. Harry looked at Hermione. "We shouldn't," she said. "No," he agreed. Neither of them moved for a count of 3. Then, at the same moment, they slid off the sill. They did not bother with the cloak. They did not bother with shoes. The castle was sleeping the deep, slow sleep of a thing made out of stone, and the stairs let them down one after another with a kind of indulgent willingness, as if the castle had been expecting this. They went out through a side door that should have been locked and was not, and the night air met them with the smell of lake water and pine. Firenze was waiting where the lawn began to tilt down toward the trees. Up close, he was even larger than he had seen from the window, at least 7 feet tall at the head, with a body that was the color of old ivory and a tail that whisked like a slow pendulum. His hair was very long and the color of new snow. His eyes were a startling, shocking blue. "Harry Potter," Firenze said. His voice was low and made the air feel heavier. "Hermione Granger. The stars said you would come, but they did not say whether you would come tonight or tomorrow. I am pleased it was tonight. You're not supposed to come this close to the castle," Hermione said. It came out in a voice she immediately seemed embarrassed by, the voice of a girl who had read 3 books on centaurs and was now trying to remember the chapter on protocol. "I mean, the herd doesn't usually, the herd does not," Firenze said gravely. "But the herd has sent me." Harry felt the scar on his forehead twitch. It had been twitching ever since they had walked out of the doors. "Why?" The centaur turned his great pale face up to the sky. The 2 stars Hermione had been watching were exactly above his head. He looked at them for a long moment, and the moonlight made grooves of silver across his cheekbones. "Mars is very bright tonight," he said. "You've said that before," said Harry. "Down in the forest. When Quirrell was after the unicorns. Mars has been bright for a long time," Firenze said. "He grows brighter still. There is a war on the way, Harry Potter. It will not be the war the wizards expect. It will not be fought in the way they expect to fight it. And it will not be won by a boy who survives by accident." "I didn't," Harry began, and stopped, because he was not sure that wasn't exactly what he had done. "You did," Firenze said, not unkindly. "And you will do so again, and again, and again, until the accident runs out. The stars have shown us this. They have shown us also that if there is one who can break the pattern, it is you. But not as you are." His eyes moved to Hermione. "And not alone." Hermione had gone very still. "Me? You," Firenze said. "Daughter of those who walk without magic. The stars do not care for blood, Hermione Granger. The stars care for shape. And your shape is one we have not seen in a long time." "What shape?" she breathed. "You ask the right questions in the wrong order," said Firenze. "It is a rare thing. We would teach you to ask them in the right order. We would teach you both." The wind shifted. Harry could smell the forest now, the deep, green, layered scent of it, of moss and old wood and the kind of mushrooms that did not have names you could find in books. He thought of the trapdoor, and Quirrell, and the way Voldemort's face had moved on the back of a man's head like something pinned to a board. "How long?" he said. "As long as it takes," Firenze said. "How dangerous?" "More than you can imagine. Less than what waits if you do not." Hermione cleared her throat. "Professor Dumbledore," she said. It was half a sentence and they all understood it. Firenze's lip pulled back from a tooth that was too long to be human and too straight to be anything else. It might have been a smile. "The headmaster," he said, "knows we are here." Harry stared. "He knows. I have spoken with him this evening. The herd does not require his permission. We grant him the courtesy of his knowledge. He has asked that we take care with you. We have agreed." A pause. "He has not agreed with all that we intend. But we have agreed with each other." "He said no." Hermione said, sharp. "He said be careful," Firenze said. "It is his answer to a great many things." A door opened somewhere up in the castle, a small sound that carried in the still air. Firenze's ears swiveled. He stepped backward, into the deeper shadow of the trees, and Harry saw with a small shock that the centaur could move very quietly indeed. "Tomorrow," Firenze said. "After the feast. The willow knows the way." "What willow?" Harry said. You will know. He turned. He did not gallop. He walked, and the trees took him back into themselves the way water takes back a stone. For a long moment, Harry and Hermione stood barefoot in the wet grass and said nothing. "Did that just happen?" said Hermione. "I think so." "He spoke to Dumbledore." "He said he did." "Harry." She turned to him, and her eyes were very large in the dim. "If he did, then Dumbledore knew. Dumbledore knew before we did. He let us be summoned by a centaur. He let us decide," Harry said, and discovered as he said it that he was not entirely angry about it. They walked back to the castle together, side by side, with the smell of pine in their hair. The end-of-year feast came and went in a blaze of green and silver banners that abruptly became scarlet and gold, and a number of speeches that Harry forgot the moment they ended. Ron, who had been let out of the hospital wing on the morning of the feast, sat between them and ate enormously and laughed at Fred and George and asked Harry, twice, whether he was all right, and then asked him a third time when Harry had said yes too quickly. "You're not, are you?" Ron said. "I will be," Harry said. "That's not the same." "I know." After the puddings had been cleared and the great hall had begun to thin, Harry found Hermione by the doors, looking at the floor. "The willow," she said. "Yes. There's only one willow on the grounds that anyone notices." "The whomping one." "Yes." They went out under the deepening blue. The whomping willow stood where it always stood, halfway between the castle and the lake, a knot of malevolence in the shape of a tree. Tonight, however, it was very still. As they approached, one of its lower branches creaked, lifted, and tapped, once, deliberately, at a knot near the base of the trunk. The tree had relaxed for them. "That," Hermione whispered, "is the same trick Sirius Black is supposed to have used, Hermione." "Sorry. Habit." The knot pulsed faintly. Harry pressed his hand to it. Something in the trunk released, a black opening yawned at the base of the willow, and from inside it, from somewhere far down and far away, came the cool damp smell of forest soil. It was not a tunnel to the shrieking shack. Harry could feel that without knowing how he could feel it. The shaft sloped down and away in the wrong direction. They climbed in. The tunnel was earth-floored and smooth-walled, much wider than it had any right to be, and lit faintly by clusters of pale fungi that grew in spiral patterns Hermione was already trying to memorize. They walked for what felt like a quarter of an hour. The ground rose. The fungi gave way to roots, and the roots gave way to a wide, low chamber whose ceiling was a lattice of living wood, the underside of a thicket, Harry realized, deep inside the forbidden forest itself. Centaurs were waiting for them. There were 6. Firenze stood at the front. Behind him, 3 others were arranged in a loose half-circle, a black-bodied centaur whose face was set in a hard, intelligent scowl, a chestnut centaur with a softer mouth and eyes that wandered to the trees as if listening to something the rest of them couldn't hear, and a 4th, larger than all of them, white-bearded, with a chest like the prow of a ship. There were also 2 Harry had not expected. Behind the elders stood a centaur of perhaps 15 or 16, a long-limbed female with hair the color of a bay horse's coat and a bow slung over her shoulder. Beside her was an older female with gray braided through her hair and a stern, considering mouth. The white-bearded centaur stepped forward. The earth made a slight, polite noise under his hooves. "Harry Potter," he said. "Hermione Granger. I am Megorian, leader of this herd. You are welcome under our wood." "Thank you," Harry said, and did not know whether to bow. "You are not welcome to all of us," said the black-bodied centaur. His voice was deeper than Megorian's, and rougher, like rocks at the bottom of a river. "I will say so plainly, so that you will not think me a liar later. I am Bane. I do not believe in this. The fates of children should not be tampered with by hands. But the herd has decided, and I do not break with the herd." "Bane speaks his heart," Megorian said mildly. "We thank him for it." "Ronan?" The chestnut centaur startled, as if he had been listening to something only he could hear. "The bluebells are early this year," he said. "So they are," Megorian said, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Cassandra." The young female with the bow stepped forward. Her eyes were gray, intelligent, and amused. "Welcome, hatchlings," she said. "Cassandra," Megorian said, in a tone of mild reproof. "Forgive me, Megorian." "Welcome, students." The gray-braided centaur did not introduce herself. She simply looked at Hermione for a long, long moment, and then nodded once, as if a question had been silently answered. "This is Lyra," Forenza said quietly. "She is our herb mistress and our keeper of the old tongue. She does not speak much. When she does, you will want to listen." "Why us?" Harry said. The question had been pressing at the back of his throat all day, and it came out with more force than he had meant. "Why now? Why not last year, or next year? Why?" He gestured at himself, lamely. "Why me?" Megorian looked at him for a long moment. "Sit down, Harry Potter," he said. "Hermione Granger. Sit. The earth will hold you. We have until morning, and there is much to say." They sat, cross-legged, on the cool, slightly damp soil, with the latticework of roots making a green-black ceiling above them. The centaurs arranged themselves around them in a loose ring. Cassandra, Harry noticed, slung the bow off her shoulder and laid it across her flank as if she might need it close. "There are many ways to fight a war," Megorian began. "The wizards know two of them. The wand and the word. They are old ways, and good ways, but they are not the only ways, and they are not always the right ways. The dark thing you encountered beneath the trapdoor, yes, we know of it, we have always known, is a creature of the wand and the word. It survives because it has bent both to a purpose. To meet it on its own ground is to meet it where it is strongest." "It's also where I'm strongest," Harry said. "Is it?" Bane said. "You are 11. 12 next month." "Forgive me," Bane said dryly. 12. A formidable age. Bane. "My apologies, Megorian." Megorian inclined his great white head. "There are other ways to fight. The way of breath. The way of bone. The way of stars and the way of root. The way of the bow. The way of the hunt. The way of the silence beneath the silence. We have practiced these for as long as the herd has existed, and the herd is older than your stone halls. We have rarely shared them. We have never shared them with children. Then why now?" Hermione said. Her voice was steady, but the question was the same as Harry's, asked from a different angle. "Because the stars say there will be no second chance," Megorian said. "And because the two of you, between you, have a shape we have not seen since Merlin's day." Harry felt the back of his neck go cold. That's a rather large claim," Hermione said. "It is the claim the sky has made," Megorian said. "We do not make it on our own." For a long moment no one spoke. It was Lyra who broke the silence. She stepped forward, only a step, and her voice when it came was much softer than Harry had expected, and far more precise. "Show me your hands," she said. Harry held out his hands. After a heartbeat, Hermione did too. Lyra leaned down. She was very tall, and the lean made her seem even taller. She took Harry's left hand in her own, her palm was cool and surprisingly calloused, and turned it, and then turned it back. She held Hermione's left hand the same way. She did not say anything for so long that Harry began to wonder if she had forgotten she was holding them. Then she said, quite mildly, "Yes." She let go. "Lyra?" Megorian said. "They will do," Lyra said. "Will they survive?" "That depends on them." "It always does," Megorian said. He turned back to Harry and Hermione, and his face had gone, abruptly, grave. "Hear me, then. We propose to teach you, for the years until this war comes upon you. We will teach you in this forest, 3 nights a week and on every day the school does not require you. We will take from you sleep and ease and the comforts of childhood. You will be tired. You will be bruised. You will, at times, be very afraid. We will not make this easy because the thing you must one day face will not be easy. Do you understand? Yes, Harry said. Yes, said Hermione. Good. Megorian's eyes glittered. Now hear the other half. We will give you, in exchange, things the wizards have forgotten how to give. We will teach you the language the world spoke before it was given names. We will teach you to throw an arrow farther than your wand will throw a spell. We will teach you to stand in a forest at midnight and know which leaf has been touched by which foot. We will teach you, Hermione Granger, to read the runes that even your books have forgotten. We will teach you, Harry Potter, to live without dying. Do you accept? Harry's mouth was dry. What if Dumbledore says no? He has not said no. What if, Hermione's voice cracked slightly. What if my parents say no? Megorian's expression did something complicated. They will not be told. It is not kindness, Hermione Granger. It is necessity. Your parents do not move in this world. They cannot weigh what they cannot see. We do not lie to them. We simply do not tell them. If you wish to refuse on their behalf, we will respect it, and we will go from your life, and you will never see us again. Decide. Hermione looked at Harry. Harry looked at Hermione. He thought of the back of Quirrell's head. He thought of the high, thin laugh. He thought of the way his mother's voice had come through the Dementor of his nightmares, screaming at someone she could not see. Yes, he said. Hermione closed her eyes for a moment. Her lashes were wet. Yes, she said. The first lesson was that night. Megorian did not waste time. The herd led them, first Harry, then Hermione, with the others making a loose moving ring, out of the chamber and along a trail that no human had ever walked. The forest at night was a different country. The birds that lived in it were different birds. The shadows leaned in different ways. Above them, through the canopy, Harry could see stars he was certain had not been in the sky over Privet Drive. They came at last to a wide round clearing whose floor was packed earth and whose edges were ringed with stones the size of footballs. In the center stood a low altar of dark wood. Nothing burned on it, but the air above it shimmered faintly, as though it remembered fire. Stand here, Megorian said, and indicated a spot at the edge. Harry and Hermione stood. Cassandra. Bring the bows. Cassandra disappeared into the trees and returned almost at once with 2 bows, small, clearly fitted for human hands, carved out of pale yellow wood. She handed one to Harry and one to Hermione. They are made of you, Lyra said, watching. From the grove that grows above the Centaur graves. They will not bend for hands that have not earned them. Hold them. Harry took his bow. It felt heavier than it looked. The wood was warm against his palm. Draw, said Cassandra. Harry tried to draw. The bow refused. It was not stiff so much as it was uninterested. The string did not move. Hermione, Cassandra said. Hermione drew. The bow did not so much resist her as actively oppose her, leaning, somehow, in the wrong direction. Her arms shook. Stop, said Lyra. Both of you. They stopped. You think the bow is a tool. The bow is not a tool. The bow is an old creature that remembers being a tree. It does not bend because you ask it to bend. It bends because you and it have agreed on the same intent. Right now you are asking the bow for power. The bow does not care for power. The bow cares for purpose. Find a purpose. A small one. A true one. Tell the bow. Harry stood there with the yew bow growing heavier in his hands. He thought of a great many things. He thought of Quirrell. He thought of Voldemort. He thought of the Dementor he had not yet met but could already feel the shape of in his dreams. None of them felt small. None of them felt true. They were too large, they were like asking a chisel to carve a mountain. He thought, unexpectedly, of Hermione's face on the sill the night before, with the 2 stars over her shoulder. He thought, I want to stand in front of her. The bow drew like silk. The arrow, he had not even seen Cassandra hand it to him, was on the string somehow, and it was leaving the string, and it crossed the clearing and buried itself, with a clean, deep thunk, in the trunk of a beech tree at the far edge. The clearing went very quiet. "Oh," said Hermione, beside him, in a small surprised voice. She had drawn too. Her arrow had not flown as straight as Harry's, but it had flown, and it was now quivering in the same beech tree, an inch above his. Cassandra began to laugh. "Megorian," she said. "Megorian, look." "I saw," Megorian said, and his white-bearded face had broken open into a smile that made him look 10 years younger and 20 years older at the same time. "Oh, I saw." Bane said nothing. But he moved a step closer to the children, and he did not move away again. Lyra walked to the beach and pulled the 2 arrows out of it. She came back and laid them across her own arm and looked at them the way another person might have looked at a child's first word. "Well," she said. "That is one lesson." "How many lessons are there?" Hermione asked. "Many," said Lyra. "How many?" Lyra's mouth, for the first time, twitched. "Many." Above them, very high up where the canopy thinned, the 2 faint stars Hermione had been watching from the windowsill the night before came out. They watched the clearing the way they had watched the window, with the patient, considering steadiness of things much older than the people they looked at. Harry lowered the bow. "When can we come back?" he said. "Tomorrow," said Megorian. "And the night after?" "And the night after?" "And the night after that?" "Yes, Harry Potter. The night after that as well." Harry looked at Hermione, and Hermione looked at Harry, and although neither of them said so out loud, they both felt, quite distinctly, the moment in which their lives took a small, definite step sideways onto a different path. It was, as paths went, a much darker one. It was also, they understood without yet being able to explain it, the right one. They did not return to the castle until the eastern sky had begun to remember the color of paper. They came up out of the willow tunnel as quietly as they had gone in, and the willow itself, which usually treated approaching humans the way a bull treats a red rag, lifted one branch in something that was nearly a salute and let them pass. They crossed the dewy lawn in their bare feet because they had forgotten, again, to wear shoes. "My toes are going to fall off," Hermione said. "Your toes will be fine," Harry said. "I'm a witch. I should be able to warm my own toes." "So warm them." She tried. There was a faint hot spark at her fingertips and then nothing. She frowned at her hands as though they had failed an examination. "It's like the bow," she said, after a while. "It doesn't want power. It wants purpose. Reason." "My toes are a reason," Harry said. "Your toes are not my problem." "They are now. I'll be very sad if your toes fall off." "There. Try again." She laughed, surprised, and the laugh did what no spell had managed. Her cheeks went pink, and a little curl of warmth spread out from her hands and crept obligingly down to her toes. She stopped walking and stared at her own feet. "Oh," she said. "Oh," Harry agreed. They went up to the dormitories without speaking. At the foot of the marble staircase they parted, Hermione to the girls' tower, Harry to the boys, and they did not say good night, because there was nothing about the night that had been good in the ordinary sense and they both understood that the word would have been a lie. Harry slept that morning the way a man sleeps after a long swim. Ron, when he eventually shook Harry awake for the train, looked at his face and frowned. "You look different." "Different how?" "I don't know." "Awake." "That's strange," Harry said. I'm exhausted. Yeah, but awake exhausted, not asleep exhausted. There's a difference. Are you sure you're all right? I'm sure. He was not sure. But he was not lying, either. What he was, he had not yet found the word for. The Hogwarts Express was its usual shrieking gaudy self, full of trunks and owl cages and end-of-year good cheer. Harry sat in a compartment with Ron and Hermione and watched the green Scottish hills give way to softer English ones, and listened to the conversation as it eddied around him without quite touching him. Hermione caught his eye twice. Once she made a small shape with her fingers, a centaur's pawing hoof, quick and private, gone so fast Ron didn't see, and Harry felt, for the first time, the small private warmth of having a secret with another person. Near the end of the journey, Ron fell asleep with his face mashed against the window in a way that promised an interesting cheek print for at least a week. Harry, Hermione said, very quietly. What if it doesn't work? What if we go back next year and they laugh at us and tell us we were never serious enough? They won't. You don't know that. They won't because we won't let them. If I have to crawl through that tunnel every night for the rest of my life I will. Harry. I will. She was silent for a moment. Me too, she said. I had to say it out loud. That's all right. Harry. I don't think I'll be able to write to you. Properly, I mean. About that. The letters won't be safe. I know. I'll write about other things. Stupid things. Books and the weather. Write about whatever you like. I'll think a centaur at you whenever I can. He laughed quietly. Good. Think a centaur at me right now. She looked at him for a long second and her eyes were full of something she did not name. Then her gaze shifted up and away to the rack above his head, as if she were looking past him at something only she could see. He felt, for an instant, an absurd small shiver across the crown of his scalp, as though a soft hand had passed over his hair. There, she said. What was that? I don't know. I just pictured Firenze. Behind your shoulder. Looking at me. Well. Now I'm going to dream about that all summer. Thanks. You're welcome. Privet Drive went past Harry that summer the way a room goes past a man on a long train. Aunt Petunia's hedges were the same. Uncle Vernon's neck went the same color at the same provocations. Dudley's shrieks were, perhaps, fractionally lower in pitch than they had been the year before, but only fractionally. Harry hardly noticed any of it. He was busy. He woke before dawn. He did press-ups in the small space between the bed and the window, very quietly, until his shoulders shook. He stretched the way Cassandra had begun to show him, long, slow stretches that went deeper than his muscles, into things he had not known he had. He held a broom handle in his hands while he did the stretches because the broom handle was the closest thing the cupboard under the stairs had to a U-bow, and Lyra had told him to remember the shape of a bow even when he did not have one. The bow lives in the hand that has held it, she had said, in the half-hour before they had finally let him go up the willow tunnel and home. Even an empty hand can hold a bow. He held an empty hand around an empty bow and felt nothing at all, the first morning. By the 7th morning, he felt, very faintly, a warmth in the curve between his thumb and forefinger. By the 20th morning, when he closed his eyes, he could see it. Hermione's letters came every Tuesday, by a small unfamiliar owl. They were chatty, and uninformative, and full of weather. In the 3rd letter, she wrote, I had an interesting dream the other night about an old woman teaching me to weave a rope out of grass. I don't know why I'm telling you this, but I woke up and I could actually do it. Isn't that funny? He wrote back, funny. I had a dream where I was holding something I couldn't see. When I woke up, I could still feel it. How is the something, she wrote. Heavier, he wrote. And steadier. The owl carried his letters away over the dull yellow rooftops of Little Whinging, and Harry watched it go each time and felt the small distant warmth of the thread that ran from his hand to hers, across the country, over the lawns and the rooftops, all the way to the thicket beneath the trees of the forbidden forest, and back. On the last night of August, the dream came. He was standing in the round clearing. The stars were out, but the constellations were wrong, they were arranged in a pattern he did not know. Megorian was there, and Firenze, and Lyra and Cassandra and Bane and Ronan, and other centaurs he had not yet met. Hermione stood beside him. "You will be tested before you return," Megorian said. "The wood will test you on your way." "How?" Harry said. "You will know." He woke with the words still in his mouth. The next morning, the night bus would take him to King's Cross, and the express would take him north, and he would step off the platform at Hogsmeade into rain so cold it tasted like iron. Somewhere between the platform and the carriages, he saw a flash of pale ivory at the edge of the trees that bordered the station. He turned his head and the flash was gone. But he understood, then, what the dream had meant. The wood would test him on his way. The wood was already testing him. He found Hermione by the carriages. She had grown half an inch over the summer and her hair was, somehow, both more tangled and more disciplined at the same time. She looked at him. He looked at her. Neither of them said anything. They didn't need to. They climbed into the same carriage, and the strange, invisible horse that Harry could not quite see, but could, for the first time, almost feel, pulled them up the long road toward the castle with its many lit windows. Behind them, in the trees, something was watching. But for the first time in his life, Harry was watching back. The sorting that night was the same and not the same. The hat sang its song and the new first-years stumbled forward in their identical robes and Dumbledore stood and made the announcements with the same twinkle in the same eye. Harry watched it all from beneath his fringe with a strange new doubleness. He saw what was in front of him, he also saw, faint as a watermark behind it, the shape of the forest that lay beyond the windows, and the shape of the people in it who were waiting. "You're not eating," Ron said, halfway through the feast. "I am. 2 pieces of bread is not eating. 2 pieces of bread is eating 2 pieces of bread." "Hermione," Ron said, appealing. Hermione looked up from her plate, where she had been eating exactly the same amount of food as Harry and pretending otherwise. "He's nervous," she said smoothly. "First night back. New term. You don't get nervous." "I do. I just don't talk about it." Ron looked at them both with the expression of a man who was beginning to suspect a conspiracy and could not yet identify the conspirators. He returned, with reluctance, to his lamb chop. After the feast, Dumbledore stood. The hall fell quiet. "A few small reminders," he said, and his eyes, for a fraction of a second only, and so quickly that no one else in the hall would have caught it, flicked to Harry, then to Hermione. "The Forbidden Forest is, as always, forbidden to all students. I would ask, this year, that you observe this rule with particular care. There are paths in that wood that are walked at this season that are not always walked at other seasons. To stumble onto such a path uninvited is to give offense, and the offense may be repaid." A small murmur ran along the Slytherin table. Draco Malfoy yawned theatrically, as if to suggest that no creature in any wood would dare offend him. "That said," Dumbledore continued, "I trust that the curiosity of the very curious will be tempered, this year, by what I might call good company. Good evening, and welcome back." Hermione and Harry did not look at each other. They were getting better, already, at not looking at each other. They went down to the willow at midnight. The tree was waiting. The tap-tap-tap on the knot was barely necessary, the trunk opened almost before Harry's hand reached it, and the cool damp smell of the forest rose to meet them like a person glad to see them home. In the underground chamber, Megorian was not there. Only Cassandra, alone, sitting cross-legged on the soil with her bow laid across her knees and her grey eyes amused. "Where are the others?" Harry said. "Up there," Cassandra said, with a tilt of her chin toward the canopy of roots. "They are waiting to see whether you can find them." "Find them?" "There is a clearing. You stood in it once." Get to it. We will know when you arrive. That's all. That is all. In the dark. Hermione said. In the dark, Cassandra agreed. Without a wand. Wands are loud in this wood. Tonight, you walk quiet. Hermione opened her mouth, closed it again, and nodded. They stepped out of the chamber and into the trees. The forest at night was, Harry had learned over the summer in the small dim hours of his cupboard mornings, not silent. It was a layered, breathing thing, full of small noises that meant something, the click of a beetle on a beech leaf, the soft hush of a fox's paw on moss, the long cool exhale of something far away that did not have a name. He had been practicing listening to those noises in his head all summer. Now, with his bare feet on real earth and the real noises moving around him, he discovered that the practice had been only practice. The real wood was bigger, and stranger, and much more interested in him. This way, Hermione whispered. How do you know? I don't. But the trees lean. He looked. The trees did lean. There was a kind of subtle inclination, a courtesy of trunks, that suggested the path. It was not a path you could see. It was a path you had to feel. They walked. Twice, they almost lost it. Once, a noise behind them, a heavy step, deliberate, too close, made Hermione's hand go cold around Harry's wrist. They froze. The step circled them, slow, and then went away. They did not see what had made it. Harry, when his pulse came back down to something like normal, became almost certain that whatever it had been one of the centaurs, walking close enough to be felt. They reached the clearing as the moon cleared the upper branches. The stones at the edge were the same stones. The altar in the middle was the same altar. The ring of centaurs had grown, there were perhaps a dozen now, of all sizes, and at their head Megorian stood with his white beard catching the moonlight. You walked quiet, he said. We tried, Harry said. You did better than try. Sit. The lesson begins now. They sat. Cassandra had emerged from the trees without anyone noticing her. She set her bow down beside Harry. Lyra came forward, holding a small cloth bag that smelled, strongly and pleasantly, of crushed thyme and something else Harry did not yet have a word for. Tonight, Lyra said, we will speak of breath. Breath? Hermione said. Breath. The first magic. The oldest spell. The one your wand-makers forgot first. There is a way of breathing that lets the wood see you, and a way of breathing that hides you, and a way that calls. Tonight you will learn the first. The others will come. She knelt, gracefully, despite her 4 legs, and took Hermione's hand and laid it flat against her own ribs, where the human chest joined the long, deep barrel of the centaur body. Feel. Hermione felt. In, Lyra murmured. Down. Out through the soles of your feet, even though you have only 2. Now you. Try. Hermione closed her eyes. She breathed. For a long moment nothing happened. Then, without any of them quite seeing it, the small flame on the altar at the center of the clearing, which had not been there a second ago, and which Harry was now certain Lyra had lit somehow without moving, bent slightly toward her. Cassandra laughed under her breath. Yes, Lyra said softly. That is it. Harry. Harry tried. He breathed. He tried not to try. He tried to think of the bow, of the warmth in the curve of his thumb that he had carried with him all summer like a small private fire. He breathed down. He breathed out through the soles of his feet. The altar flame did not bend. The altar flame went out. There was a small surprised silence. Then Megorian, very softly, began to laugh. Oh, he said. Oh, child. You have a great deal of work to do. Sorry, Harry said. Do not be sorry. You did not bend the flame. You took it. You have a hungry breath, Harry Potter. We will teach it to be patient. Lyra reached down and, very gently, touched her thumb to the wick of the altar candle. The flame returned. Again, she said. Both of you. Until the moon clears the second branch. They breathed until the moon cleared the second branch. Hermione bent the flame 6 more times. Harry took it twice and gave it back once, a feat which seemed to interest Lyra more than the bending. By the time Megorian called a halt, Harry's calves were trembling, his head was light, and the air in his chest felt, somehow, larger than the chest itself. He looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at him. She was smiling. So was he. They had not quite noticed they were doing it. Tomorrow night, Megorian said. Tomorrow night, Harry agreed. They walked back to the willow with Cassandra, who told them, in a low cheerful voice, 3 jokes that involved, respectively, a centaur, a wizard, and a goat. The goat got the last laugh in all 3. By the time they crawled out of the willow tunnel into the cool damp lawn behind Hagrid's cabin, Harry was laughing so hard his ribs ached, and the ache was, for the first time he could remember, a clean ache. A good ache. The ache of work that had been done. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The hunters marked the first frost of the year came in early October, and with it came Bane. He was waiting in the chamber under the willow when Harry and Hermione climbed up out of the tunnel, and Cassandra was nowhere to be seen. He stood alone, his black flanks gleaming in the faint light of the spiraling fungi, his arms folded across his enormous chest, and his mouth set in a line that suggested he had been preparing his unhappiness for several hours. "Where's Cassandra?" Harry said. "Tonight is mine," Bane said. "Oh," said Hermione, in a small voice. "I have been instructed by the herd," Bane went on, "to teach you the first lesson of the hunt. I have agreed. I will teach. I will teach well. I will not teach gently." "We didn't expect you to," Harry said. "Did you not?" Bane's eyes glittered. "Good. Then we begin. Follow." He turned and walked out of the chamber, and Harry and Hermione, after exchanging a quick look that passed for an entire conversation, followed. The forest had changed since their last lesson. The understory had thinned with the cold, and the floor was crisp with curled brown leaves that crackled under Harry's boots no matter how carefully he tried to step. Bane's hooves made no sound. Harry watched him for half a mile and could not work out what trick of weight or angle the centaur was using to silence himself. The hooves came down, the leaves should have crackled, and somehow they did not. After perhaps 20 minutes, Bane stopped at the edge of a long, narrow strip of swampy ground where the trees thinned and a few pale birches stood ankle-deep in mist. "Listen," Bane said. They listened. The mist moved. Somewhere out in the swamp, a frog sang 2 notes. An owl, much further off, called once. Harry was about to ask what they were supposed to be listening for when Bane lifted one hand sharply and they all went still. A long minute passed. "There," Bane said, with grim satisfaction. "Did you hear it?" "No," Harry said. "No," said Hermione. "Good," Bane said. "If you had heard it, you would be dead. Look." He pointed. Out in the swamp, perhaps 30 yards from the bank, a hump in the mist had begun, very slowly, to rearrange itself into the shape of something with too many legs. "Acromantula," Hermione whispered. "A scout," Bane said. "Sent west by the colony. They are testing the wood again. They have been testing the wood since the spring. They were pushed back twice by the herd. They will come a 3rd time before the snow." Harry watched the shape with a slow tightening in his chest. He had read about acromantulas. He knew, in theory, what they looked like, what they ate, what they were rumored to be capable of. The hump in the mist now looked, to him, like all of his theory had been an extraordinary understatement. "You are going to kill it," Bane said. "Both of us?" Harry said. "You. Hermione will assist." "Why me?" "Because you have a wand and you are going to leave it on this rock," Bane said, indicating a flat slab of stone. Take it out. Put it down. Bane, down. Harry, slowly, took the wand out of the inside pocket of his coat. He laid it on the stone. The wand looked, in the moonlight on the dark stone, very small. Now your bow, Bane said. Cassandra had given Harry a bow at the end of the previous lesson, a smaller, lighter thing than the yew bow of the first night, but tuned, she had said, to his specific shape. He carried it across his back at all training sessions now. He drew it forward and held it. Hermione. Yours. Hermione drew hers. You will each take 3 arrows, Bane said. No more. 3 is the number of arrows the hunter is given. If you cannot take a creature with 3, the creature deserves to live and you deserve to die. This is the first law. Bane, Hermione began. This is the first law, Hermione Granger. She was silent. Bane handed each of them 3 arrows from his own quiver. The arrowheads were not metal. They were a pale, grayish bone-like material that Harry did not at first recognize and then, with a small unpleasant lurch, recognized after all. What is this made of? He said. Acromantula fong, Bane said. We harvest from the dead. It is the only thing that will pierce the carapace at this size. Do not lose them. Right. You will go in from the east. Hermione, you will go in from the west. You will move slowly. You will not splash. The acromantula does not see well, it sees by sensing the water move. Do not let the water move. When you are within 10 paces of it, Harry, you will draw, and shoot again, and shoot again. Hermione, you will draw the moment Harry draws, but you will not shoot. You will hold your shot. If Harry's 3 miss the heart eye between the second and third joint of the second leg, you will shoot, and you will not miss, because if you miss, Harry will die. Are we clear? Yes, they both said. They said it at the same time, which had begun to happen a great deal lately. Good. Go. Harry went east. He did not run. He walked, slowly, the way Cassandra had taught him to walk when she did not want the deer to see her, heel down first, ball of foot last, weight balanced on the outside of the soles. The mud of the swamp closed over the toes of his boots and let him pass with a small, indulgent sigh. He breathed the way Lyra had taught him to breathe, down and out through the soles of his feet, except that his feet were under mud, so he breathed down and out through the mud and let the mud, somehow, breathe with him. The swamp accepted him. He saw the spider before he reached the 10-pace mark. It was not as big as the spider in his nightmares. It was bigger. Its body was the color of old iron in moonlight. Its 8 legs were folded in a low, alert crouch. Its 8 eyes were a constellation of cold, faintly glowing points arranged in a shape that resembled, in a way that Harry's mind would not let him examine too closely, the asterism of Cassiopeia. Between the second and third joint of the second leg, a faint round mark gleamed. The heart eye. It was the size of a 5-pence coin. Harry drew. The bow drew like silk. He thought, I want to stand in front of her. The first arrow flew. It missed. It missed by an inch, it struck the carapace beside the heart eye and rang, with a shocking flat clang, as if a hammer had hit a kettle drum. The acromantula reared. Its 8 eyes blazed. Its mandibles, which had been folded against its jaws, snapped open with a sound like wet paper tearing and revealed 2 glistening black hooks dripping with something Harry did not want to name. Second arrow, Bane's voice said, somewhere very far away. Harry drew. The bow drew again. He thought, I want to stand in front of her. He missed by half an inch. The acromantula came at him. It came faster than anything Harry had ever seen move. The mist exploded around it in a long, hissing fan. Harry had time for one thought, third arrow, and his hand was already at the quiver and the bow was drawing of its own accord and he thought, this time, not of standing in front of her but of the warmth at the curve of his thumb, and the warmth went down the bow and into the arrow and the arrow flew. It did not miss. It struck the heart eye and went into the fletching. The acromantula's forward rush stopped, not dead, but staggered, and one of its hind legs buckled. It hissed. Its mandibles snapped. Its other 7 eyes rolled toward Harry with an intelligent, focused malice. It kept coming. "Hermione," Bane said. A second arrow whistled across Harry's left ear from the other side of the swamp, so close that he felt the wind of it on his cheek, and struck the heart eye exactly where Harry's had, sliding in alongside Harry's shaft, splitting it slightly, deepening the wound by another 4 inches. The acromantula collapsed. It did not collapse all at once. It went down by stages, the legs folding under it one by one, and then it lay in the mud and twitched, and then it lay still. The swamp was very quiet. "Out," Bane said. Harry waded out. Hermione was already on the bank when he got there. Her face was very pale and her hair was full of swamp grass and her eyes were enormous, and when she saw him she did not say a word, but stepped forward and pressed her forehead against his shoulder for a count of 3, and then stepped back. "Don't ever," she said. "Don't ever what?" "I don't know yet. Just don't ever." "All right." Bane walked past them to the carcass. He bent, his huge frame bending in a way that should not have been possible, and pulled both arrows out with a single, neat motion. He inspected them. He nodded once, severely. "Adequate," he said. "Adequate?" Hermione said. "You are alive. Adequate is the word." He turned. He looked at Harry for a long, long moment. The moon was behind him, and his face was in shadow, and Harry could not read it. "Harry Potter," Bane said at last. "Yes. I have been wrong." It was the only apology Bane would ever offer him, and it was the most generous thing the centaur was capable of, and Harry, who understood this somehow without being told, only nodded. "Come," Bane said. "We will mark you." Back in the round clearing, the herd was waiting. Word, somehow, had moved through the wood faster than they had walked. Megorian stood with his white beard catching the moonlight, Lyra stood beside him with her bag of crushed thyme, Forenza stood a little apart, watching the sky, Cassandra grinned openly. There were others Harry had not seen before, older centaurs who came forward out of the trees in 2s and 3s, drawn, it seemed, by the news. "They have killed," Megorian said. "They have killed," Bane confirmed. "Together?" "Together." Megorian nodded slowly. "Then they will be marked together." Lyra took something out of her bag, a small clay pot, and uncorked it. The smell that rose was sharp and clean, like wet stones and crushed leaves and something faintly metallic, and Harry recognized it after a moment as the smell of acromantula blood. She dipped 2 fingers into the pot. "Forehead," Lyra said. Harry stepped forward. Lyra drew a single line across his forehead, just above the eyebrows, in the pale gray blood. Then a small star above the line. Then a curve below. The marks were warm. They tingled. "Hermione." Hermione stepped forward. Lyra drew the same marks on her, in the same order. "You are now of the wood," Megorian said. "The wood will know you. The wood will speak to you when you walk in it. The wood will warn you. The wood will, in time, hide you when you ask. This is the hunter's mark. You have earned it tonight. Wear it for the next moon. Wash it off only when the moon is dark. It will fade in a month?" Hermione asked. "It will fade from your skin," Lyra said. "It will not fade from the wood." They took to wearing scarves around their foreheads in classes, citing a shared headache. Madame Pomfrey gave them a bottle of pepper-up potion which they pretended to drink and then poured into the rubber plant in the hospital wing, which was now a very large rubber plant indeed and had begun to lean conspicuously toward whichever student was the most interesting. Snape watched the scarves with narrow, considering eyes for 2 days and then, mysteriously, stopped commenting on them. Hermione's marks tingled in charms. Harry's tingled in defense against the dark arts. Both of theirs tingled at the same moment, 3 days after they had been applied, when Professor Sprout opened a crate of mandrakes for the second years and Harry, looking down into the dirt, had the distinct sensation that something in the dirt was looking back. "Did you?" Hermione said, in the corridor afterward. "Yes. That was the wood. That was the wood." The herd took them seriously, after the swamp. The lessons changed. They were no longer permitted to walk to the round clearing along the easy routes paths Cassandra had shown them, now they had to find it themselves, every night, by a different route. Some nights Lyra would meet them halfway and lead them on a long, looping detour to the heart of a thicket where a spring rose out of mossy stones, and there she would teach them the names of the herbs that grew on the spring's edge, wolfbane and witch hazel and crushed fern and a small white 5-petaled flower that she called only, "She who comes after rain," and which, she said, would heal any wound that had not yet had time to forget it was a wound. Hermione learned the herbs faster than Harry did. Harry learned the routes faster than Hermione did. They quickly stopped being embarrassed about either. Some nights it was Cassandra, with the bow. Cassandra was 23 by Centaur reckoning, which made her, Hermione had calculated by a method she would not explain, roughly 15 by human reckoning, old enough to teach, young enough to be impatient when they were slow. She made them shoot at moving targets. Harry was good at this. Hermione was bad at it for 2 weeks and then, on the third Wednesday, suddenly very good. Cassandra had her shoot at 3 moving targets at once and Hermione, whose tongue was slightly out of the corner of her mouth in concentration, hit 2 and clipped the third. "Where were you hiding that?" Cassandra said. "I wasn't hiding it," Hermione said, panting. "I just hadn't found it." Some nights it was Firenze, who taught them the stars. He took them up to the highest point in the herd's territory, a long, bald hill that no one ever climbed during the day because the centaurs walked it at night, and he made them lie on their backs in the grass and say the names of every star they could see. Hermione knew most of them. Harry knew almost none. Firenze did not chide him, he simply named them, slowly, one by one, with the patience of a man teaching a child the alphabet. "That is Sirius," he said. "The dog star. Brightest in the sky." "Sirius Black," Hermione murmured, before she could stop herself. Firenze's blue eyes turned to her. "What name?" "Nothing. A man who was in the news a few years ago." "Sorry." Firenze looked at her for a long moment. "It is not a name to speak lightly under this star," he said. Then he turned back to the sky and did not press her, and Hermione, after a moment, returned to memorizing. Some nights it was Megorian himself, who taught them the old tongue. The old tongue was not, as Hermione had at first imagined, a language. It was a way of ordering breath and intention so that the wood understood what was meant. It had no vocabulary you could write down. It had only shapes, a shape for, "I come in peace," a shape for, "I am hunting," a shape for, "I am hurt," a shape for, "I see you," a shape for, "I do not see you and I would like you to come closer." Megorian taught them 6 shapes by November and made them practice each one 100 times. "You do not need to know what it means," he told Hermione, who was, predictably, frustrated. "You need to know what it is for. The wood does not speak in words. The wood speaks in for what?" "The wood speaks in for what?" Hermione repeated, dubiously. "Yes. That's not a sentence." "No." She gave up. Bane began to walk with them on the way to the willow tunnel after lessons. He never spoke. He simply walked. The first time he did it, Hermione had whispered to Harry, "Is he angry?" and Harry had whispered back, "I think it's the opposite." By the third night Bane was walking with them, Cassandra had begun to roll her eyes affectionately. By the 7th, Bane permitted himself to say, gruffly, "Sleep well, hatchlings," when they reached the knot in the trunk, and Hermione, who had to walk an extra 10 yards before she could let it out, laughed so hard she cried. The first snow came on the night before the December full moon. They came up out of the willow tunnel into a world that had been completely respelled in white. The lawn between the tree and the castle was a long unbroken sheet of pale silver. The lake, when they looked, had begun to skin over at the edges. The forest behind them was thicker, blacker, and quieter than it had been an hour before, and Harry, when he turned to look back at it, felt the distinct prickling sensation of the hunter's mark on his forehead, like a small voice saying, "Listen." He listened. Far off in the trees, something large moved. "Harry," Hermione said. "I hear it. It's not Bane." "I know." The shape, when it came briefly into view between two trunks, was not centaur and not man and not, Harry was almost certain, anything they had yet been taught about. It was tall and thin and pale, and its head was held at a wrong angle, as if it were listening for them through a different sense than the one it ought to be using. It did not approach. After a long count of breaths, it withdrew. The trees swallowed it. "What was that?" Hermione whispered. "I don't know," Harry said. "But the wood told us." They walked back to the castle in the silver snow with their hearts beating a little harder than usual, and the hunter's marks on their foreheads tingling so strongly that Harry could feel the shape of his even without putting his hand to it. That night, Harry dreamed that the round clearing in the forest was full of pale, thin creatures with their heads at wrong angles, and that they were standing very still, looking up, and that the stars they were looking at had begun, very slowly, to move. He woke before dawn. Hermione, when he found her in the common room before breakfast, looked at his face and nodded once. She had dreamed the same dream. "We need to tell Megorian," she said. "Tonight. Tonight." Megorian listened to them, in the round clearing, with his great white-bearded face very still. Lyra listened beside him. Firenze listened behind them. Bane listened from the outer edge of the ring, his arms folded, his eyes closed. When they had finished, Megorian was silent for a long time. "You have seen a watcher," he said at last. "A what?" Hermione said. "A watcher. One of the old creatures. They are not creatures of this wood. They are creatures of the in-between. They walk where two things touch. They appear in this forest only when something is about to break through from the other side." "Break through from where?" Harry said. Megorian did not answer at once. He looked, instead, at Firenze. Firenze was looking up. The stars were brilliantly clear that night, the cold made them sharper, and his blue eyes moved among them with the slow precision of a man reading a long sentence. "Mars," Firenze said quietly. "Mars and Jupiter. They are leaning toward one another. They will cross within the year." "And?" Megorian said. "And the dog star burns. The dog star always burns. The dog star burns brighter." A long silence. Bane uncrossed his arms. "There will be a man," he said. "Walking out of a place he should not be walking out of. The wood is preparing for him." "A man," Hermione said. "Not a thing. A man." "A man," Bane repeated. "An angry one." Harry felt the back of his neck go cold. He thought of Sirius Black, and the way the centaur Firenze had looked at Hermione when she said the name, and the watcher in the trees with its head at the wrong angle. "When?" he said. "Spring," said Firenze. "Soon," said Megorian. Lyra said nothing. She crossed the clearing, took Harry's chin in her hand, tilted his face up, and looked at the hunter's mark on his forehead. "It is glowing," she said softly. "What?" Harry said. "Hold still." The other centaurs gathered. Hermione's mark, when Lyra turned to her, was glowing in the same way, a faint, faint silver, hardly visible, but unmistakable once you saw it. "What does it mean?" Hermione whispered. "It means the wood is calling," Lyra said. "Calling for what?" "Help." The fire on the altar in the center of the clearing bent toward Harry, bent toward Hermione, bent toward both of them at once, and held its bend, and did not return to true. Above them, very high up, the dog star burned brighter. The watcher came back. It did not come back the next night. It did not come back the night after that. For 9 consecutive lessons the trees behaved as trees, and the marks on their foreheads dulled slowly back to faint silver-gray lines that Hermione could disguise with a rubbed thumbprint and Harry could hide under his fringe. They began to think, half hopefully, half foolishly, that the wood had quieted. It came back on the 10th night. They were in the round clearing with Lyra. She had brought them, that evening, a small bundle of very dry stems tied with twine, and she had set the bundle on the altar and instructed them, with no ceremony at all, to set it alight without touching it. Without a wand? Hermione had said. Without a wand. Without anything. Without anything. Then how? By wanting it to burn, Lyra said simply. They had been at it for nearly an hour. Harry, who had been getting better at the breath, could now produce a small consistent warmth in the air about a foot from the bundle that made the closest stem twitch but not catch. Hermione had once, briefly, made a single tendril of smoke rise. They were both sweating in spite of the cold, and the marks on their foreheads had begun, dimly, to glow again. It was Hermione who paused first. She did not lower her hands. She only stilled them. Harry, she said, in a voice that had gone almost flat with calm. It's behind you. Harry did not turn. He had learned, by now, that turning at the wrong moment was the first thing that got hunters killed. He took one slow breath down through the soles of his feet, and let his attention spread, the way Cassandra had been teaching him to spread it, in a wide soft ring around himself rather than in a narrow forward beam. He felt it. It was not behind him. It was above him. It was crouched, somehow, in the upper crook of the great beech tree at the edge of the clearing, the same beech tree his very first arrow had buried itself in, months ago, and it was watching him from a height of perhaps 15 feet, with its head still tilted at the wrong angle. Lyra, Harry said, very quietly. I see it, Lyra said, even more quietly. What do we do? You do not move, Lyra said. Either of you. You do not look up. You finish the fire. The fire. The fire. For a moment Harry thought she was joking. Then he understood that she was not, and that the fire was the lesson, and that the watcher was, somehow, in some way the Centaurs had perhaps even arranged, part of the lesson. He turned his attention back to the stems. He did not think about the bow. He did not think about Hermione. He did not think about standing in front of her or warmth at the curve of his thumb. He thought, instead, of the round, faint, glowing mark on his forehead, and of the wood that had given it to him, and of the wood that was, even now, asking him for help. He thought, this is what the wood asked for. The bundle on the altar caught. It caught all at once, not a small flame at the edge, but a clean white fire that ran along every stem at once, lifted into a single steady tongue, and held. Hermione exhaled slowly beside him. Her hands were shaking. He understood, without looking, that she had caught it with him, that some part of her breath had slipped underneath his and steadied it at the moment it would otherwise have failed. The watcher in the beech, which had been still as stone for the entire minute, made a small, dry, crackling sound, like dead leaves rubbed between two palms, and slid backward off the branch and into the trees and was gone. Lyra did not move for another count of 10. Then she said, mildly, well done. That, Hermione said, was a test. That was a test. You let it watch. I let it watch. You let it watch us. Yes. Lyra, Hermione said, in a voice that had gone very small, I would like to be angry with you. I don't know if I am allowed to be. You are allowed, Lyra said. All right. Hermione closed her eyes for a second. I'm angry. Noted. Was it dangerous? Yes. Could it have killed us? Not while I was here. But it could have marked you. It could have made it easier for what follows to find you. By holding the fire while it watched, you have done the opposite. You have made it harder for what follows to find you. The fire is older than the watcher. The fire remembers what the watcher does not. I needed to know whether you could call the fire while you were being looked at by the in-between. You can. Now we know. Now the wood knows. Harry let out a long, slow breath. Next time, he said, tell us. No, Lyra said, with a small, almost gentle smile. Telling you would have been the wrong test. It was after that night that the herd's lessons began to shift in tone. Where before they had been teaching, they now began, here and there, to be something a little different. They began to be conferring. Cassandra started bringing 2 bows to lessons instead of 1, a heavier yew bow she would lay across her own flank, with a quiver of black-fletched arrows. For when, she said, when Harry asked, and would say no more than that. Firenze took to spending the first half of the star lesson and then handing the rest of the lesson to Hermione, who would, with steadily increasing confidence, recite the constellations to the herd while Firenze stood at the back and watched. Megorian began to give them, instead of new shapes in the old tongue, sequences of shapes, 3 together, then 5, then 7, and to ask them to use the sequences in particular orders that were, Hermione realized one night with a small thrill of horror, not just shapes for the wood, but shapes for the wood at war. Megorian, she said, after the lesson. Yes. You're teaching us to fight. Yes. You're teaching us to fight beside the herd. Yes. Is the herd going to need us to fight beside it? Megorian looked down at her. His great white face was not unkind. It was, however, not soft. Yes, he said. Christmas came. Harry stayed at Hogwarts. Hermione, after a long letter exchange with her parents in which the words extra study and deeply important for her exams appeared a great many times, also stayed. They went down to the Willow on Christmas Eve. The herd had decorated. Harry was not certain what he had been expecting from a Centaur Christmas, possibly nothing at all, probably some kind of solemn pre-dawn observance, but he had not expected the round clearing to be ringed with lit lanterns of woven reed, or for the altar to have a small pine bough wreath on it, or for Bane, of all centaurs, to be standing with a small wrapped parcel in each hand. Megorian made me, Bane said, gruffly, before either of them could speak. Take them. They took them. Harry's parcel contained a small leather wrist guard, embossed with a single 7-pointed star. Hermione's parcel contained a small leather wrist guard, embossed with the same 7-pointed star, and a tiny round pendant carved, beautifully, out of a piece of acromantula carapace polished to a deep pearly black. Hermione said, and could not finish. You are of the wood, Bane said, looking somewhere over her left shoulder. The wood gives gifts to its own. Take them. Wear them. I have done what was required. He turned, very abruptly, and walked off into the trees. Cassandra, who had been watching from behind a tree with an expression of frank delight, came out and put a hand on each of their heads. He spent 4 nights making those, she said. He used a knife so small you would not believe it. Don't tell him I told you. We won't, Harry said. Definitely not, Hermione said. The new term began in January with snow up to Harry's knees and with Quidditch season looming like a long, friendly threat. He had not flown since June. The herd had not, surprisingly, objected to the Quidditch, a different bow, Megorian had said, when Harry had asked, and a different arrow. Practice it. We will not begrudge it, and Harry, the first time he climbed onto the nimbus on a clear cold morning and felt the broom respond, found that he could feel it respond in a way he could not have felt the year before. He could feel the long thin strain in the haft. He could feel the small shift in balance when the wind changed. He could, when he asked the broom to turn, feel it agreeing. He flew, in his first match of the term, the way he had not known he could fly. He caught the snitch in 11 minutes. Madame Hooch, hovering on her own broom at the edge of the pitch, watched him with an expression that was at first incredulous and then, as the match wore on, faintly thoughtful. Potter, she said afterwards, on the ground, with the snitch still struggling weakly in his hand. Where on earth did you learn to fly like that? I just flew, Harry said. That, Madame Hooch said, was not just flying. Harry shrugged, smiled, and went off to find Hermione, who was waiting with 2 of his scarves and a mug of tea and a careful, knowing look that he understood was the look of a girl who had felt the shape of his every turn from the stands. You let yourself go, she said. You let yourself just be in it. I did. Don't tell Wood. Wood will make you do drills. Wood is going to make me do drills no matter what I do. True. It was 3 nights later that the acromantulas tried again. Megorian found them in the chamber under the willow. He did not sit. He did not waste words. They are coming up the western draw, he said. 40, perhaps 50. Bane is on the line. Cassandra is on the line. We need every bow that draws, and the wood has called yours. How long? Harry said. 20 minutes. We're with you, Hermione said. They left their cloaks. They tightened their wrist guards. They followed Megorian out of the chamber and through the trees at a pace just below a run, which was, Harry discovered, exactly the pace at which a centaur could most easily carry a human at his side, Megorian's hand lightly under his elbow, taking some of his weight at every stride. Hermione ran beside Lyra in the same fashion. They covered 3 miles in less than 15 minutes, and they did not arrive winded. The western draw was a long shallow valley between 2 ridges where the trees thinned and the ground sloped down toward the swamp. The herd had drawn a line across the upper end of the draw, 12 centaurs, spaced 10 yards apart, with their bows drawn. Bane was at the center. Cassandra was on the right wing. Firenze was on the left. Beyond the line, in the lower part of the draw, the ground was moving. Acromantulas. Dozens of them. Crawling up the slope in a slow, deliberate, terrible advance, their 8-eyed heads low, their mandibles working. The mist over the swamp behind them was lit, faintly and hideously, with the cold green light of their many eyes. Ranks, Megorian said. Hatchlings, behind the second rank. You will not loose unless I say so. You will not loose without my word. You will not loose if you cannot see your shot. Yes, Harry said. Yes, said Hermione. They took their place behind Cassandra. Cassandra did not look at them. Her bow was already drawn. Her grey eyes were narrow and amused and entirely lethal. Wait, Megorian said. The word carried the entire length of the line. Wait. Wait. The acromantulas came on. 20 yards. 15. 10. Loose. 12 bows sang at once. 12 arrows flew. 12 acromantulas folded, 1 each, in the front rank. The second rank came on, climbing over the dead. Loose. 12 more arrows. 12 more spiders down. The third rank surged. Loose. It was at the 4th volley that one of the spiders broke through the gap on the right where Cassandra was. It came up the slope in a fast scuttling rush, its mandibles wide, and Cassandra's third arrow took it in the thorax but not the heart-eye, and it kept coming, and Cassandra, who had a 4th arrow on the string in less than a heartbeat, was a quarter second too late. Hermione drew, sighted, breathed down through the soles of her feet, and loosed. The arrow took the acromantula in the heart-eye. The spider collapsed 3 feet from Cassandra's flank. Cassandra, without looking, said, "Thank you, sister," in the tone of a woman noting the time, and put her 4th arrow into the next spider in the line. Hatchlings, loose at will, Megorian called. They loosed. They loosed for what felt like an hour and was, Hermione later said, 4 minutes. Harry's first arrow took a spider in the heart-eye at the very edge of his range. His second went wide. His third he did not waste, he held it, breathing, until a great pale spider that had come too close to Bane's flank presented its second leg, and then the third arrow flew and the great pale spider died. Hermione's 3 arrows all flew true. She did not miss once. The acromantulas broke. They turned, at some signal Harry did not see, and they went back down the draw in a long ragged retreat, and the centaurs let them go. Megorian had already lifted his hand to call the line down, and the swamp swallowed them, and the western draw was suddenly quiet under a thin moon. The herd did not cheer. They were not the kind of people who cheered. But when Megorian rode down the line to count the dead and the wounded and to embrace, briefly, every member of the herd, he stopped in front of Harry and Hermione and put one large pale hand on each of their shoulders, and he said, very quietly, "You are my hatchlings. The wood will not forget what you did tonight. Nor will I." Bane came over. He did not say anything. He simply put his hand briefly on Hermione's head, then on Harry's, and walked away. Cassandra walked over with 3 arrows in her free hand, all of them broken in interesting ways. She handed the broken arrows to Hermione. "For luck," she said. "These hit. Carry one. Always carry one. The first arrow that ever hit for you in a real fight is not a thing you let go of." Hermione took the broken arrows and held them in both hands as if they were small live things, and her eyes filled with tears and did not spill, and she said, "Thank you." "Welcome, sister," Cassandra said. They walked back to the willow with Bane, in the dark, in silence, for the first long stretch of the walk. Hermione was holding Harry's hand. Harry had not noticed when she had taken it. He did not let go. About halfway home, Bane, who had not said a word since the western draw, cleared his throat. "Hatchlings." "Yes," Harry said. "I will say this once. I will not say it again. Hear me. We're listening. What you did tonight, what you have been doing, all these months, is not a small thing. It is the thing the wood has needed and not had for a long time. There will come, in the weeks and months ahead, days when you are tired, and you are afraid, and you will think to yourselves, who am I to do this? Hear me now, before that day. You are who? There is no other who. The wood has chosen, and the wood does not choose without reason, and the stars have shone, and the stars do not show without cause. You are who? Remember. Bane has said it. He walked on a few paces, then added, more quietly, and if any other centaur of this herd ever tells you Bane was kind to you, you are to tell that centaur he is a liar, and that Bane has never been kind to anything in his life. Of course, Hermione said, with a very small smile. Never been kind. You're terrible. Wouldn't dream of suggesting otherwise. Good, Bane said. Now walk. They walked. It was nearly dawn by the time Harry slipped back into the boys' dormitory and into bed. He did not sleep, but he lay there, in the warm dark, with his right hand still curved around the shape of a bough that was no longer there, and he listened to Ron snoring, and Seamus muttering, and Neville shifting in his sleep, and he felt, more keenly than he had felt anything in his life, the long invisible thread that ran from his hand all the way through the castle walls and out across the lawn and into the trees and down to the western draw and along the line of bows and into Bane's enormous, scowling, gruff, generous heart. Outside the window, very high and very faint and very steady, the dog star burned. It burned a little brighter than it had burned the night before. Spring was coming. In the morning, Hermione found him in the common room before either Ron or anyone else was up. The fire had gone almost out and the room smelled of stone and old soot. She sat down in the armchair opposite him without speaking. You didn't sleep, she said, at last. No. Me neither. Hermione. I think I've changed. I think we both have. I think it's the kind of change you can't go back from. She considered this for a long, quiet moment. Then we don't go back, she said. Harry felt a small thing settle inside his chest, not quite peace, but the place where peace might one day fit. All right, he said. "All right," she said. The fire, behind them, with no one tending it and no wand near, gave a small contented pop and burned a little brighter, and a thin tongue of flame leaned, very deliberately, in their direction, and held its lean, and did not return to true. The wood, even from this far away, was watching. The wood was, for the first time in a long time, smiling. Outside, in the trees on the western draw, Bane was already up, walking the line of dead acromantulas, counting them, and remembering the names of every centaur he had ever lost and every hatchling he had ever sworn to keep. He did not pray. He was not a praying creature. But when he reached the spot where Hermione's first arrow had taken its spider, he stopped, and looked down at the body for a long moment, and then he laid one large pale hand on the dead carapace, and said, in the old tongue, the shape that meant, "I see you, and you have been seen," which is the centaur's word for goodbye and the centaur's word for thank you and the centaur's word for I will remember. Then he walked on, and the western draw was quiet behind him, and somewhere, faintly, the dog star kept burning. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, where the wand bend spring came late that year, but when it came with both arms. The snow on the lawns gave way in a single warm week to wet black grass, and the lake turned a color that was almost blue, and the willow at the southern edge of the grounds, which had never been a particularly forgiving tree, woke up and lashed at a hapless first-year called Colin Creevey for the crime of standing too close. Colin escaped with bruises only because Hermione, who had been crossing the lawn with Harry, threw out one hand in a gesture that none of them had been taught, and the willow's largest branch stopped exactly 6 inches from Colin's chest. The willow held its branch there for a long, considering moment. Then it lowered the branch, slowly, until the tip of it brushed Hermione's wrist guard. Then it tapped, twice, as if in greeting. "Did you?" Colin Creevey was saying, in a small breathless voice. "No," Hermione said, smoothly. "It must have stopped on its own. It looked like you. Trees don't listen to people, Colin. But, off you go. You're going to be late for charms." Colin went. Hermione waited until he was out of earshot. She turned to Harry. Her face had gone faintly pink, but her eyes were bright. "Harry," she said, "I didn't even think about it. I know. It just went out of me. Like the warmth in my hands at the end of last summer. Like the warmth in my hands at the end of last summer." "Harry." "Yeah. That was the breath. I did it without trying. I did it without a wand, without a word, without anything. I just wanted the willow not to hit him, and the willow heard me." Harry considered the willow, which had returned to its usual irritable swaying. "Then we are getting somewhere," he said. "Are we?" "Hermione. 3 months ago, you couldn't bend the altar flame. Tonight you stopped a whomping willow's branch with your bare hand." "That is true," Hermione said, slowly, as if she were trying out the truth of it on her tongue. "That is, actually true. Don't tell Megorian. He'll make us shoot more arrows. Megorian will know before we tell him." "Yes," Harry agreed. "He always does." Megorian, in fact, did know. He met them at the chamber door that night with a small, slow nod that meant, in Centaur, "Well done." He did not say anything about the willow. He did not need to. Lyra, behind him, was holding a small bundle wrapped in oilcloth. "Tonight," Megorian said, "we will go to the chamber under the spring." "The chamber under the spring?" Hermione said. "You have not been there." "No. You will be." He turned. They followed. He took them, this time, on a route Harry had never walked, west and then south through a stand of beeches that Harry would have sworn did not exist, and then down a long, sloping cleft in the rock that ran behind a curtain of ivy, and then through a low arched opening in the stone that Harry would have walked past 20 times without seeing. The opening gave onto a passage. The passage gave, after a long quiet walk, onto a chamber. The chamber was not large. It was perhaps the size of the Gryffindor common room. Its walls were of a pale grey stone that Hermione, with her hand on it, identified after a moment as a kind of ancient granite that no Hogwarts geology textbook had ever mentioned, because no Hogwarts geology textbook had been written by anyone who had been allowed to come here. In the center of the chamber was a small round pool. The pool was perhaps 3 feet across and perhaps 3 feet deep and perfectly still, and the water in it was the color of the night sky between the stars. Above the pool, set into the ceiling in a pattern that Hermione's hand drifted up to without her permission, were perhaps 100 small silver inlays. They were arranged, Harry realized after a long moment of looking, in the shape of constellations. "It is the astral chamber," Megorian said quietly. "Firenze has spoken of it to you." "He has," Hermione said. He did not exaggerate. Firenze stepped out of a shadow Harry had not realized was a shadow. He had been standing in the chamber the whole time. His blue eyes were very calm. "You will both kneel," Firenze said. "On opposite sides of the pool. You will not touch the water. You will not speak. You will look down." They knelt. They did not touch the water. They did not speak. They looked down. For a long moment, the water showed only black. Then the black began to move. It was not a vision in the way Harry had been led to expect a vision. It was not a picture of a place or a face. It was a pattern, a slow, unfolding pattern of dark threads on a darker ground, threads that crossed and recrossed and bent around one another in shapes that the eye almost recognized and could not quite hold. Harry looked at the pattern. The pattern looked back. After a while, he could not have said how long, one of the threads in the pattern began, very faintly, to glow. It glowed silver, and at its end, very far down in the water, a small bright shape emerged. A face. A man's face. Pale, thin, with sunken eyes and lank black hair and a mouth that hung open in a soundless laugh. Around his throat, a silver chain. From the chain, a dangling length of broken iron. Harry knew the face. He had seen the face on the front page of every newspaper on the newsstand in Diagon Alley before the start of the term. He had seen the face on the wanted poster in the Three Broomsticks when McGonagall had taken the Gryffindors to Hogsmeade in October. Sirius Black. Hermione, opposite him, had gone perfectly still. "Firenze," she said softly. "Look," Firenze said. The thread next to the silver one was beginning to glow, too, faintly, sickly, a color that was not green and not black but something in between. At the end of that thread there was a different shape. Not a face, exactly. Something smaller. Something rat-shaped. Something with one missing finger. Harry felt the back of his neck go cold. The third thread began to glow. At the end of the third thread, and Harry's hand, against his will, half rose and then lowered, there was a face he knew much better than Sirius Black's. Pale. Snake-thin. With nostrils where a nose should have been. With eyes the color of old blood. The face was very small. The face was very far away. The face was, however, looking up. The face was looking up at Harry. "Down," Firenze said sharply. "Look down. Do not let it look at you." Harry forced his eyes down to the surface of the pool. The face went out of focus. The thread it had glowed along dimmed, and the face withdrew. After a moment, the pool was black again. Hermione let out a breath she had not seemed to be holding. Harry let out one too. "What was that?" he said. "3 threads," Firenze said. 3 persons. 3 pieces of one tapestry. The first is the man who comes. The second is the man who hides. The third is the man who waits to come back. They are knotted at the center. The tapestry will pull on all 3 when one is pulled. When you pull one, you pull all. Sirius Black is the one who comes, Hermione said. Yes. He's the man we saw the Watcher about. Yes. He's not, what we have been told he is. Firenze did not answer at once. He looked, instead, at Megorian, who had been standing silent against the far wall. "That is for the wood to discover," Megorian said. "And for you. The astral chamber does not lie. It does not, however, tell. The threads show what is. The work of finding out what is yours." "And the third thread," Harry said, slowly. "The third one. You know who it is," Megorian said. "Yes. You will know him better. The pool has shown him you. He will, in time, feel that he has been shown. He will look for the looker. You must be ready." Hermione waited until they were halfway home, in the trees, before she stopped walking. She stopped so suddenly that Harry, half a pace ahead, did not notice for a step and a half. "Harry." "What?" "Sirius Black is innocent." "I know. I mean, I knew he wasn't a normal escapee, but the pool, the rat, Harry, if the rat is who I think it is, then he is the one who, I know." "How can you be so calm?" "I'm not calm. I'm holding it. There's a difference. Lyra taught us to hold it, remember? In through the soles of your feet." Hermione, in spite of everything, gave a small laugh. "All right. All right. I'm holding it." "Good." "Harry." "Yeah. This changes everything. If he is the one who told them we're my parents, your parents, Harry, this changes everything we have ever been told." "It does. What do we do? Tonight? We go back to the castle. Tomorrow, we start watching. The wood is watching the man who comes. The man who comes is coming to find someone. We find out who. We find out where. And when he gets there, we are there first." She looked at him for a long moment. "You sound like Megorian." "Don't tell Megorian." "I will absolutely tell Megorian." Bane was not at the lessons for 2 weeks after the astral chamber. He had gone, Cassandra explained, to walk the perimeter, to look for, in Centaur, an answer shaped to the question Lyra had asked the wood after the astral chamber. Cassandra would not say what the question had been. Hermione did not press her. Harry did not press her either. They had begun to learn, the way the herd learned, to hold a question instead of asking it, to carry it, like a stone in a pocket, until something came along to which the question could finally be answered. While Bane was gone, Megorian himself took over the combat lessons. He was different from Bane. He was not gentler. He was, however, more elaborate. Where Bane had taught them to shoot fast and true and 3 times only, Megorian taught them to read a fight as if it were a sentence. "There is the verb of the fight," he said, on the first night. "There is the noun. There are the modifiers. The verb is what is happening. The noun is who is doing it. The modifiers are why. You will learn to read all 3 before you draw." He set them, that first night, against a thicket of straw dummies he had constructed in a clearing near the pool. The dummies were of different sizes and different shapes, some large, some small, some hung from branches, some braced upright. He moved among them at speed and asked, of each, verb, noun, modifier, and Harry and Hermione had to answer in 2 breaths or fewer or be sent to the back of the line to start over. It was infuriating. It was also, Harry realized after the 3rd lesson, exactly what made the difference between a hunter who lived and a hunter who died. By the 7th lesson, he was answering in 1 breath. By the 10th, he was answering before Megorian asked. It was at the 11th lesson that Bane came back. He arrived in the middle of the lesson, walking out of the trees on the south side of the clearing without ceremony. He was thinner than he had been when he left. His coat was streaked with mud. There were 2 long shallow cuts on his left flank that had been cleaned but not dressed. Megorian halted the lesson. "Bane. Megorian. Speak. He is a black." "Yes." "He is a wronged black." "Yes." "The rat is in the castle." A very long silence. In the castle, Megorian repeated. In the castle. He has been in the castle since September. He sleeps with a child. What child? Bane's eyes, for the first time since he had walked into the clearing, moved to Harry. They held, for one long half-second, with an expression Harry had never seen on Bane's face before, something that was almost an apology. The red-haired one, Bane said. Harry felt his stomach drop a long, smooth way. Ron, he said. He carries the rat, Bane said. He has carried it for years. Scabbers, Hermione whispered. The rat answers to many names. It has been a rat for 10 years and a man for 30 before that. It is not safe. The boy is not safe. The boy must not know. If the boy knows, the rat will run. What do we do? Harry said. Megorian and Bane exchanged a long look. It was the look, Harry had come to recognize, that meant they had already decided what they were about to say, and were now politely allowing the hatchlings the appearance of being consulted. We let the man come, Megorian said. We let the rat be drawn out by the man. We position ourselves where the meeting must occur. We take the rat. And the man? Hermione said. The man we hear out. And then? Then we decide. And the third thread? Megorian's pale eyes were very calm. The third thread is for next year, he said. And the year after. And the year after that. The third thread is the long work. We do not pull it in spring. We pull it when it is ready. 2 nights later, in the round clearing, Bane wrestled Harry. It was not, exactly, a wrestling match. It was a teaching. Megorian had announced, at the start of the lesson, that the two of them were to learn the next layer of intent, what the herd called holding, and that the only way to learn holding was to be tested by something larger than oneself. Bane had volunteered before Megorian had finished naming the something. You will not win, Bane said, taking off his quiver and laying it carefully aside. You will not be expected to win. You will be expected to last. The longer you last, the better the lesson. Do you understand? Yes, Harry said. He was 12. Bane was 400 years old, and weighed roughly as much as a small horse. Harry understood very clearly that he would not win. Begin. Bane came at him. Harry had time, before the great pale shape filled his vision, to think one thing, hold. He held. He did not push. He did not run. He did not draw a wand he did not have. He stood in his own breath, and at the moment Bane's hand closed on his shoulder, Harry breathed down through the soles of his feet and let the ground hold him instead of his shoulders, and Bane's enormous strength, instead of lifting him cleanly off the floor, slid past him. Bane stopped. Bane looked at him with one raised eyebrow. Again, Bane said. He came again. Harry held again. He did not last as long this time. Bane's other hand came in from below and caught him under the ribs and lifted him 3 feet off the ground before he could breathe again, but he did not, this time, panic. He let Bane lift him. He went limp in Bane's grip. He let his weight become an interesting problem to Bane's wrist, instead of a small mass to be moved. Bane, after holding him in the air for 2 seconds, lowered him with what, in Bane, passed for laughter. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. From you, that is, do not finish that sentence, hatchling. Sorry. The third time Bane came at him, Harry did something he had not planned. He stepped not back, but in. He stepped under the Centaur's reaching arm. He put one small palm flat against Bane's enormous breastbone, breathed down through the soles of his feet, and pushed, not with his arm, but with his breath, with the long thread that ran from his hand all the way to the western draw and back. Bane took 2 stumbling steps backwards. The clearing went quiet. Bane looked down at his own breastbone as if he had been bitten by a small but interesting snake. He looked at Harry. He looked at Megorian. Megorian was, Harry saw, smiling, slowly and without any particular surprise. Hatchling, Bane said, in a voice that was almost amused, do that again. Harry did it again. This time Bane was ready, and Harry's push only moved him half a step. But it moved him. And it moved him because Harry had pushed with the wood, not with his arm, and Bane, who could feel the wood the way Harry was only beginning to feel it, could feel exactly what had moved him, and could not, for the life of him, hide his approval. Hermione, Megorian said. You. Now. Hermione stepped forward. She did not last as long as Harry had against Bane's strength. She was smaller and she had not been doing the press-ups in the small hours of the cupboard mornings, but when she put her palm to Bane's breastbone and pushed, she did not push the way Harry had. She pushed the way she had stopped the willow's branch above Colin. She pushed with no sound at all, and with no movement of the hand, and with what looked like nothing more than a small inward concentration of the eyebrows. Bane went sideways. He did not fall. Centaurs do not fall. But he went sideways 3 full steps, and one of his hooves caught a stone, and he caught himself with a small undignified scramble, and the herd that had gathered to watch made, all together, a soft amused sound that even Bane did not have the energy to silence. Hermione Granger, he said. What was that? I'm not sure, Hermione said honestly. I think I asked the wood to push you, and the wood agreed. You did not ask. You instructed. All right. I instructed. The wood does not like being instructed. The wood seemed to like it tonight. The wood likes you, sister. Bane straightened up. The wood will not always like you. Remember, when it does not, that tonight it did. He bowed, actually bowed, a small, formal centaur bow that Harry had seen Bane make exactly twice before in all his lessons, and which both times had been for Megorian, and he did not stand back up immediately. He stayed bent for an extra second longer than was necessary. Then he stood. Then he turned, and walked off into the trees, and Harry understood, watching the great black flank disappear between the trunks, that he had just been honored by a person who did not honor lightly, and that he and Hermione would carry that honor for a very long time. They found Hermione's runes a week later, in the chamber under the spring. It was Hermione who noticed them. She had been kneeling at the edge of the pool, looking down, not into the water this time, but at the stone of the chamber floor, which she had decided, with her usual thoroughness, to also study. She made a small noise. Harry. Look. Harry came over. Around the rim of the pool, almost invisible because they were inscribed in the same gray as the granite itself, ran a continuous line of small, deeply cut symbols. Runes, Harry said. Runes, Hermione confirmed. But, Harry, look at this one. And this one. I've seen these. I've seen them in the book Professor Babbling lent me at the start of the year. They're not in the book proper, they're in the appendix, in the section on extinct alphabets. Extinct. Extinct. Last attested user, 6th century. Probably Pictish. Possibly older. Can you read them? Some of them. She crouched, traced one with a finger that did not quite touch the stone. She muttered to herself. She moved a foot to her left and traced another. She muttered again. Harry had seen Hermione do this in libraries and in classrooms and once, memorably, in front of a particularly stubborn potion that had refused to clarify, but he had never seen her do it while kneeling on the floor of a chamber underneath a forest with a pool of star water at her elbow, and he found the combination, somehow, deeply moving. This one, she said, finally, pointing to a rune near the south edge of the pool, means hold. 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 As in what you did to Bane. Hold. Stay. Be still. And this one? This one means see. And this one? This one means, I think, under. Or, possibly, deep. I can't quite, do they spell a word? Harry asked. They might. But it's not a word in any language I know. It's more like a sequence. A sequence of intentions. Like Megorian's shape sequences. Like the old tongue, but written down. She sat back on her heels. Her face had gone a particular shade of pink that Harry had come to associate with what, in Hermione, was approaching joy. "Harry," she said. I think this is a script for the old tongue. I think someone, at some point, found a way to write down what Megorian says cannot be written down. Megorian said the old tongue cannot be written. Megorian said it cannot be written in words. This isn't words. These are intentions made into shapes. Harry, it's an entire grammar. And nobody knows it. Nobody human has known it for 1400 years. The herd may know some of it. But Lyra has been teaching us as if there is no written form. Either she does not know, which I doubt, or she has not chosen to share. Either way, Harry, this is, yes, Harry said. He did not know exactly what she was about to call it. He knew what she meant. I want to copy them, she said. Copy them. Yes. All of them. All of them. Tonight. By candlelight. By memory if I have to. Then do it. I'll watch the door. She produced, from somewhere in her robes, a small bound notebook, a stub of pencil, and a small piece of charcoal. She set to work with the look of a person who had been waiting all her life for the chance. Harry stood at the door of the chamber. He did not draw the bow that was not there. He did, however, hold its shape in his hand. He breathed down through the soles of his feet. The wood, somewhere out beyond the chamber, watched. The wood was, if Harry was reading the wood right, very pleased. They did not show Lyra the copied runes. Not yet. Hermione, when Harry asked her why, looked at him with a small, careful expression that he had begun to see more often on her face that spring. Because if she didn't tell us, Hermione said, she had a reason. And if she had a reason, then the reason matters more than my showing off. I want to learn them on my own first. Then, if I have something useful, I'll tell her. Not before. That's very, what? That's very Megorian. Don't tell Megorian. I will absolutely tell Megorian. Spring deepened into something that smelled, every morning, like cut grass and warm stone. The whomping willow went to sleep again. The Dementors, who had been roaming the perimeter of the school grounds since January for reasons the staff had not adequately explained, had begun to retreat, a thing the staff attributed to better wards, and a thing Hermione attributed, privately and without saying so to anyone except Harry, to the increasing frequency with which she and Harry had been walking near the perimeter at night with the marks on their foreheads gently glowing. The dog star burned brighter than it had any business burning, every night. Harry began to dream, more and more often, of a long thin man with sunken eyes walking down a long thin road in the rain. Hermione began to dream, more and more often, of a small fat rat with one missing toe. Both of them began to dream, on the same night every week, of a face on the back of a head. They did not write to one another about the dreams. They did not need to. They had begun, by then, to know what the other had dreamed almost before the other had finished dreaming. Hermione went to work on the runes with the kind of focus she normally reserved for end-of-year examinations and disagreements about library policy. She did not bring her notebook into the chamber under the spring more than once a week. The trip was long, and the Herdswood was not a place to take pieces of paper that would otherwise be lying around unattended in a girl's dormitory, but she committed each session to memory and transcribed it later, in a small leather-bound book that she kept under her pillow and that had, she said, been given to her by her mother for Christmas the year before she had received her Hogwarts letter, and which she had been waiting, all that time, to fill with something that mattered. By the second week of April she had a working alphabet. By the third, she had names for 38 of the 61 shapes that ringed the pool. By the fourth, she had begun to find sequences, short clusters of 3 and 4 shapes that, when she traced them with a fingertip in the air, made her own breath go down through the soles of her feet whether she meant it to or not. "It's a teaching script," she told Harry, in the common room one Saturday morning when the rest of the house had gone down to a Quidditch match they were both missing for legitimate reasons. "It's not a writing script. You don't read it for meaning. You read it to learn the meaning. Each shape it's like a small instruction. Trace it, and you do the thing. Trace it 5 times, and you remember the thing. Trace it 500 times, and the thing becomes part of you." How many shapes are there in total? On the chamber rim? 61. And in the whole alphabet? In the whole alphabet I think there are several hundred. The chamber rim Harry, I think the chamber rim is a kind of children's primer. The basic vocabulary. Like the first chapter of a textbook. There are other rooms. There must be. In the wood? Somewhere. Then we'll find them. Yes. All of them. All of them. She closed her notebook. She looked at him for a long, long moment with an expression he did not yet have a word for, and then she stood up and went to the window and looked out at the spring rain falling on the lake, and after a while she said, very quietly, "Harry." "Yeah. I am very glad you came up to that windowsill last June. I'm glad you were already there. I would not have gone down to him alone. I know. I would not have gone down to anyone alone. I know. It's very strange," she said, to the rain, "to discover that a thing you would not have done by yourself is the thing you most want, when you have someone to do it with." Harry did not answer that. He was not sure there was an answer. He stood up, and went to the window, and put his hand briefly on the back of her wrist, where the leather of her wrist guard met the warm skin of her arm, and the rain on the lake made small expanding rings in patterns Hermione would, later that night, recognize as a sequence she had only that week begun to learn. Lyra found out about the runes on the Thursday after. She did not, as Hermione had feared, look angry. She did not look surprised either. She looked, mostly, like a woman who had been waiting a very long time for a particular thing to happen, and who was relieved that it had finally happened, and who was now ready to begin the next, larger task. "Show me," Lyra said. Hermione produced the leather notebook. Lyra leafed through it slowly, with a finger that was longer and more deliberate than any human finger Harry had ever seen turn a page. She did not stop to read, she absorbed. She closed the notebook. She handed it back. "Hermione Granger." "Yes." "You have copied 38. "Yes." "Copy the other 23. I will. And then I will take you to the second chamber." "There is a second chamber." "There are 3 chambers. The first is for hatchlings. The second is for hunters. The third is for those who teach. I have not taken anyone to the second chamber in 80 years. You and Harry will go with me when you have copied the first." "What is in the second chamber?" "The shapes that wound." "The shapes that wound?" "There are shapes in the alphabet, Hermione Granger, that make holes in things. They do not make holes in walls. They make holes in intentions. They unmake what they touch. They are not the same shape as the war shapes Megorian has been teaching you, although they are related. The war shapes throw force. The wounding shapes remove a thing from being. They are very dangerous. They are also very useful. Useful for what? For things that should not be. She did not say more than that. She went out of the chamber, and Harry and Hermione stood looking at one another for a long while. "Things that should not be," Harry said, at last. "Like a face on the back of a head," Hermione said. "Like a face on the back of a head. Lyra is preparing us. I know. Megorian is preparing us. I know. Bane is preparing us. I know. Harry. Yeah. What are we becoming?" Harry thought about it for a while. He thought about the small invisible bow in his hand, and about the way the willow had tapped Hermione's wrist guard, and about the way Bane had bowed in the round clearing. "What we have to be," he said. "All right," Hermione said. "All right." Snape almost caught them on a Wednesday. It was the only time the whole spring that they were actually almost caught, and it was Hermione's fault. She had gone to the chamber under the spring early, alone, to check a sequence she had got wrong on the previous lesson, and on the way back she had cut through a corridor she should not have cut through, and Snape had been at the end of it. He stopped. He looked at her. She stopped. She looked at him. The mark on her forehead had been gently glowing for the last hour. She had hidden it, badly, under her fringe, but Snape was Snape, and Snape was looking at her fringe. "Miss Granger." "Professor." "It is 1:30 in the morning." "Yes, sir." "You are not in your dormitory." "No, sir." "You appear to have a substance on your forehead." "Mud, sir." I tripped." "You tripped on your forehead." "Yes, sir." "It was a complicated trip." Snape looked at her for a very long time. "Miss Granger," he said, finally, "I do not know what you are doing. I am, however, quite certain that you are doing it. You will go to your dormitory. You will go now. You will not be caught in this corridor again." "No, sir. If you are caught in this corridor again, I will have you in detention with me until you have memorized the proper preparation of a Wiggenweld in 3 regional dialects. Is that clear?" "Crystal, sir." "Go." She went. She went all the way to the dormitory at a slow, careful, dignified pace, and only when she was inside the bed curtains and behind the silencing charm she had recently learned to cast wandlessly, Lyra's lessons paying off in unexpected ways, did she finally let herself laugh into her pillow until she cried. When she told Harry about it the next morning, he said, "Snape knows. Snape knows something. Snape knows something specific. Snape always knows something specific." "Hermione." "What?" "Be careful with Snape." "I am always careful with Snape." "Be more careful." She looked at him. She nodded. Cassandra taught them, that month, to shoot from horseback. Not on horses, of course, neither of them had ever ridden, and not, exactly, on her own back, although she did once carry Hermione for a slow 100 yards along a forest trail, with Hermione clinging to her shoulders and trying not to giggle, simply to demonstrate that it was technically possible. Instead, Cassandra taught them to shoot from a moving platform she had built in the round clearing, a low wooden sledge on rollers, pulled by 2 of the younger Centaurs at varying speeds while Harry and Hermione, kneeling on the sledge, attempted to hit a series of straw dummies arranged at varying distances around the perimeter. It was, as far as Harry could tell, completely impossible. By the end of the 7th night he was hitting all 7 dummies, and the last one twice, and Cassandra had broken into a grin so wide it transformed her stern face. "You ridiculous hatchling," she said. "You learn too fast." She did not, in any case, hold it against him. By the last week of April, Harry could hold a wandless flame in the palm of his hand for a full minute. By the 1st of May, he could hold 2 flames, one in each palm, for the same minute. By the 7th, he could hold a flame in the palm of his hand, and in the air a foot above his palm, and in the air a foot above Hermione's palm, all at once, and all 3 flames burned the same color and bent the same way when she breathed, because the breath that ran them was, by then, common to them both. It was Lyra who saw them do it. She did not say anything. She simply nodded once, slowly, and walked off into the trees, and Hermione later said she had heard, from somewhere very far in the forest, the long low note of what might have been a horn. The face on the back of the head began to come more often in Harry's dreams. It did not, yet, speak. It only watched. Sometimes it watched from a corridor that Harry was almost certain was a corridor in the Ministry of Magic, although he had never been to the Ministry of Magic. Sometimes it watched from a long cold beach where black water broke on black stones. Sometimes, alarmingly, it watched from the round clearing in the forest, with the stones around the altar and the altar itself in their right places, but with the centaurs gone, and the trees a color that was not quite the color they ought to have been. Harry did not tell Megorian about the third kind of dream. He told Hermione about it. Hermione told him about hers, about the rat that, in her dreams, was no longer entirely a rat, about a thin small hand with one missing finger, scrabbling at a window, about a wormtail shape standing at the head of Ron's bed, looking down. They held the dreams together. They did not let them grow. "He is looking for us, isn't he?" Hermione said one night. "He is looking for me." Same thing. It isn't. It is now, Hermione said, and Harry, after a moment, decided he could live with that. It was Bane who called the lesson, on the first warm evening in May. "Tomorrow night," he said, "in the chamber under the willow, is the night." "For what?" Hermione said, although she already knew. "For the man who comes." "Where?" "Where he was once at home." "The shrieking shack," Harry said, before he could stop himself. Bane's eyes glittered. The shrieking shack. He laid 2 new arrows on the floor of the chamber. Their fletching was a color Harry had not seen before, a deep, deep red, almost black. Their heads were not acromantula fawn. They were a softer material, paler, with a faint shimmer. "Unicorn bone?" Hermione whispered. "No. Something older. Do not ask. They will fly true. They will not kill. They will hold. They are for the rat. You will use them only on the rat. You will not use them on the man, no matter what the man does. Do you understand?" "Yes. Yes." "Then sleep tonight," Bane said, picking up the arrows again and handing one to each of them. "Tomorrow we hunt." He turned. He walked off into the dark. Harry and Hermione stood in the chamber for a long, long moment with their new arrows in their hands. "Ready?" Harry said, eventually. "No," Hermione said. "But I will be." "Me too." Outside the chamber, very faintly, the wood was singing. Lyra took them to the second chamber on the night before Bane was to lead them to the shrieking shack. She did it without warning. She came up out of the shadow at the chamber under the willow, said, "Tonight," and walked. They followed. The route to the second chamber was not the route to the first. They went north this time, along a ridge, then down through a long narrow cleft in which Harry had to turn sideways to fit, and then across a stream that ran black in the moonlight and had small bright fish in it that did not seem to mind being walked over. The opening to the second chamber was in the side of an oak that should have been too small to contain it. The opening, when they passed through, was much larger on the inside than the outside had any right to be. The chamber itself was perhaps twice the size of the first. There was no pool. There was, instead, a single great stone in the center, a flat, dark slab, perhaps 5 feet across, on which had been carved, in deep and confident lines, a single very large rune. "Look at it," Lyra said. "Do not trace it. Do not even think the shape. Only look." They looked. The shape was not, at first sight, a complicated one. A vertical line, with 3 small horizontal lines crossing it at varying angles, and a curve at the bottom that turned in on itself and ended in a small dot. After a moment of looking at it, Harry began to feel slightly sick. After 2 moments, he understood why. The shape did not look like anything in particular. The shape did, however, suggest a thing. It suggested, very strongly, that the thing it was suggesting should not exist. The shape was a small portable instruction to the world to remove a particular thing from itself. Harry did not need to know what the thing was in order to feel the shape's instruction. He could feel the instruction the way he could feel the bow drawing in his hand. He looked away. "Yes," Lyra said. "What is it?" Hermione whispered. "It is the unmaking shape. The UR shape. The first of the wounding shapes, and the parent of them all. We do not teach it. We only show it. We show it because once you have seen it, the smaller wounding shapes you will learn afterward make sense in a way they do not make sense if you have not seen this one first. You will teach us the smaller ones, Harry said. Yes. How many? 6. And they will let us, what? They will let you remove what should not be there. A Horcrux from a diary. A wraith from a forehead. A watcher from a tree. A poison from a vein. A man from his own face. She paused. A name from a stone. Hermione looked at her. A name from a stone. It is the 6th. We will not teach you the 6th for many years. Why? Because the 6th is the one that costs. Costs what? Whatever the user can pay. It varies. Lyra's eyes went distant for a moment. I have used the 6th twice in my life. Once it cost me 3 years. Once it cost me a sister. Hermione opened her mouth. She closed it again. She did not ask. Look once more, Lyra said. Then we go. Look. Remember the feel. You do not need to remember the shape. You need to remember the feel. They looked. The feel, Harry thought, was the feel of standing very close to a precipice in the dark and knowing, without being able to see it, exactly where the edge was. He took the feel with him, like a stone in a pocket, when they walked out. Outside, in the trees, Lyra paused. There is one more thing I will tell you tonight, she said. Yes, they said, together. The face on the back of the head. Both of them went still. You have both seen it. In the chamber under the spring. In your dreams. At the edge of your minds when you do not remember to push it away. I will tell you what it is. It is not a face. It is a piece. It is a small splintered piece of a man who broke himself into pieces in order to live forever. He did not, in the end, live forever. He did, however, live long enough to do a great deal of damage. The piece you have seen is one piece of 7. There are 6 other pieces. They are hidden. They will need to be found. They will need to be unmade. Not tonight. Not next year. But soon enough that you must, by then, be ready. Lyra, Hermione began. I will not tell you more. The herd has decided. You will be told the rest in the 7th year, by the 7 who must tell. For now, only this, the face you have seen is not a man. It is a part. The man who built the parts is not yet returned. He will return. When he returns, the parts will pull on one another, and the world will be in danger. You have been chosen, both of you, together, never one without the other, to be the ones who pull harder. Do you understand? Yes, Harry said. Yes, Hermione said. Then sleep tonight. Tomorrow we hunt the rat. The rat is not a Horcrux. The rat is an ordinary man with an ordinary, contemptible name. He is, however, the man who told the broken man where to find your parents, Harry Potter. We will take him. The man called Sirius Black will be cleared. The world will, briefly, go back to what it was. And then the long work will begin. She turned. She walked away. Harry and Hermione stood for a long while in the dark. I had a feeling, Hermione said quietly, that everything was bigger than us. It is bigger than us. But we are bigger than we were. Yes. All right then. All right. They walked back to the willow tunnel together, and the wood walked with them, and somewhere very high up the dog star burned a little brighter, and the small invisible bough in Harry's hand felt, for the first time, exactly the right weight for the work that was coming. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, Iron and Ivy. The rat did not come. They waited for him. Bane and Cassandra and Forenza were on the western side of the shrieking shack with their bows in the long damp grass, Megorian and Lyra were on the eastern side with the bone arrows ready, Harry and Hermione were in the shack itself, in the upper room, lying flat on their stomachs on the rotten boards with the dust of 50 years going up their noses every time either of them dared to breathe. The moon was full and the moon was patient. The rat did not come. He had been at the head of Ron's bed at midnight, Bane had said. He had been in the second-floor corridor at 1. He had been on the staircase to the third floor at 1:15. He had been on the charms corridor landing at 1:30. At 1:45, he had not been anywhere. He had vanished. Vanished entirely. Vanished from the wood sense of him, and from the marks that the herd had pressed, with great labor, around the perimeter of the school grounds, and from the dim small tug Hermione had begun to feel at the side of her own breath whenever the rat was within 100 yards of her. He felt the trap, Hermione whispered, in the dust. He couldn't have, Harry whispered back. We were exactly where Bane said. The wards are exactly where they should be. He couldn't have, he could have, Hermione said. He was Marauder. The Marauders made the map. What map? The map. The one Fred and George have. The Weasley twins have a map. Yes. How do you, long story. Later. Harry, the Marauders made the map. The map was made by him. Wormtail himself helped make it. He could have, in principle, made an unmap as well, a countercharm on himself that nullifies the kind of detection the herd uses. You think he had time to make a countercharm in 12 years as a rat? I think he had nothing but time. I think he has been preparing for the night the wood finally noticed him. I think he has had 12 years. There was a long silence in the dust. Below them, Bane's silhouette in the long grass shifted. He was looking up at the shack window. He had reached, Harry could see by the angle of his head, the same conclusion they had. The hunt had been preempted. Megorian, when they had come back to the round clearing in the very early hours of the morning, did not speak for a very long time. When he did speak, it was very quietly, and only to Bane. He has had warning, Megorian said. Yes, Bane said. From a person, or from a piece of paper? From a person. In the school. In the school. Who? That, Bane said, is the wood's next question. The next 2 weeks passed in a queer, suspended quiet. Hermione became, in that fortnight, the most professionally cheerful person Harry had ever seen. She answered questions in class with her usual brisk accuracy. She organized a study group for the upcoming end-of-year exams, she asked Madame Pants 3 carefully worded questions about the most obscure sections of the library, and she made, every night before bed, very small, very precise marks in her little leather notebook that Harry knew were not what she was writing in front of any other person who might be looking. He tracked, with her, the movement of the rat from across the grounds, a flicker in the kitchens, a glimmer in the Ollery, a shadow in the Quidditch shed. Wormtail was not running. Wormtail was waiting. And somewhere in the castle, somewhere they had not yet identified, a person was helping him wait. It was on the morning of the 11th of May that the first attack happened. Harry was at breakfast with Ron when the screaming started. It came from the entrance hall. It was a young voice, very high, and the words it was using were not words. Half the great hall was on its feet before Dumbledore had risen. By the time the staff had reached the entrance hall, Harry and Hermione and Ron and a half-dozen other students were already there, and what they found, on the floor at the foot of the marble staircase, was Justin Finch-Fletchley. He was not dead. He was, however, rigid. His skin had gone a curious shade of gray. His eyes were open, fixed, and frozen in an expression of pure surprise. Beside him on the floor, halfway up the wall in a long looping band of red, was a single line of writing. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. McGonagall, beside Harry, said something under her breath that Harry was almost certain was not the kind of thing she normally said. Hermione, beside Harry, did not say anything. But her hand had closed on Harry's wrist with the same cold quick pressure she had used on the windowsill at the end of first year, and when Harry looked down at her hand he saw, across the back of her fingers, a faint silver tracery he had not seen before. A rune. A fresh one. Not from the chamber rim. Not one he had seen in her notebook. It said, in shape, "There is a thing here that should not be." It was Lyra, that night, who told them what the chamber was. She did not pretend, as some of the staff would for the next month pretend, that the chamber was a story or a metaphor or a clever mistranslation of an old text. She told them, very plainly, what the herd knew. "There is a great snake under the school," she said. "There has been a great snake under the school for 1,000 years. It is the bonded familiar of the founder Salazar Slytherin, and it has been bound to wake when one of his bloodline calls it. It has been called once before, 50 years ago. It will be called again now. We do not know who has called it. We know what has been called. It is called a basilisk." "A basilisk," Hermione whispered. "A basilisk. The king of serpents. The eye is death. The fang is death. The breath, when it ages enough, is death. You will not look at it in the eye. You will not be in the same corridor as it without a mirror. You will not, if you can help it, be in the castle while it is moving." "We can help it," Hermione said. "We can leave the castle." "You can," Lyra said. "Other students cannot. The boy on the floor today was lucky. The next victim will be less so. The herd has discussed. The herd has decided. We will not enter the castle. The castle is bound by the founder's wards, and we cannot pass them without giving up what we are. You and Harry can. You will hunt the snake. You will use what we have taught you. You will use the runes you have copied. You will use the breath. You will use the bow. You will not, on any account, use Muggle words for what you are doing, in front of any wizard, ever. Do you understand?" "Yes," Hermione said. "Yes," Harry said. "Good. Then go. There is no time." Hermione organized in 12 hours what most people could not have organized in 12 days. She wrote out a list of 12 runes from the chamber rim that she believed, based on 3 weeks of cross-referencing them against an extremely obscure Welsh Pictish dictionary in the restricted section, would interfere, in different ways, with a creature of the basilisk's order. She wrote out, beside the runes, a second list of materials she would need: a small round mirror, 2 yards of copper wire, a bottle of ink that had been brewed under a waxing moon, and 1 yard of silk thread. She acquired the mirror by raiding the prefect's bathroom at midnight. She acquired the copper wire from Hagrid, who did not ask why. She acquired the moon-brewed ink by paying Fred and George with a very specific piece of advice that the twins would not, for the next 8 years, stop being grateful for. The silk thread she had brought to school in her trunk in September, although she could not remember why. By dawn the next morning, she had a mirror. The mirror was no longer just a mirror. Around its rim, etched into the silvered backing in tiny precise lines of moon ink, were the 12 runes she had selected, arranged in a sequence she had spent the night working out and was still, faintly, unsure of. The copper wire ran around the mirror's frame. The silk thread hung from a small loop in the back, so that it could be carried or hung from a peg or, if necessary, swung. "What does it do?" Harry asked. "In theory," Hermione said, "it lets me see the basilisk in the mirror without dying." "In theory." "In theory, anything reflected through this combination of runes loses its lethal property when it crosses the silvered surface. The eye becomes an image of an eye. The image of an eye is not the eye. The image cannot kill. And if you're wrong, I die." Hermione. "I'm not wrong, Harry. I've checked it 3 times. I'm not wrong. Then I'm carrying the mirror." "You're not." "I am." "You're not, because you have to carry the bow, and because the snake has to look at the mirror, not at you, and the carrier of the mirror has to be the one looking at it, because that's the way the runes work. I carry the mirror. You carry the bow. We do this together. He looked at her for a long moment. He thought of standing in front of her. He thought of the bow drawing. "Together," he said. "Together." The next attack came at lunch. It was Penelope Clearwater, the fifth-year prefect, on the staircase to the second floor. She had been carrying a small mirror of her own, a vanity mirror, ordinary glass, and the basilisk had, by some accident of angle, looked at her through it. She was not killed. She was petrified. She would, Madame Pomfrey said grimly, recover when the mandrakes had matured, which would be August. Harry and Hermione found a clue at the scene, which McGonagall and Snape both somehow missed, a small smear of pale fluid on the wall at floor level, exactly the height of an ankle. "Snake oil," Hermione whispered. "It's been there. It came up the wall." "Where to?" "Up. To something. I don't know what." They followed the wall. The smear faded to nothing about 10 feet from the corner. But just before it faded, in the dust of the floor, which Filch did not mop because the corner was forever blocked by a suit of armor, there was a small, wet, spider-shaped print. "Wormtail," Harry said. "Wormtail," Hermione agreed. "He's helping the basilisk. He is helping the heir, whoever the heir is, and the heir is the one with the basilisk. He has chosen sides. He has the same side he had before. Voldemort's. So we have, in this castle, right now, a basilisk, an heir of Slytherin, and Peter Pettigrew. Yes. Charming. Yes." Hermione's mark on her forehead burned, that night, brighter than it had ever burned. Harry's burned in time with hers. They lay in their beds in their respective dormitories with the marks pulsing against their skin, and they each, without speaking, reached out across the dark of the castle to the other and breathed down through the soles of their feet, and the marks held, and the wood held, and they did not sleep but they were not afraid. Bane, somewhere on the perimeter of the grounds, paced. The stars, somewhere over the trees, watched. The third attack, the one that would, in most years, have ended the school year, came 2 days later, and it was Hermione's fault. She had been in the library, with the mirror in her bag, looking for one last reference on Slytherin's bloodline. She had gone to the second-floor corridor because the second-floor corridor was, according to her cross-referencing, where Slytherin was rumored to have hidden the entrance. She had gone alone because Harry had had Quidditch practice that he could not skip without raising the kind of questions they did not need raised. She had not been alone. She had been 100 yards from the basilisk. She had drawn the mirror. She had seen, in the silvered surface, exactly what she had calculated she would see, a long thick green-gray shape with the front quarter raised and the eyes, yellow, slit-pupilled, enormous, glowing. The runes around the mirror's rim had glowed too. The image had not killed her. The image had only been an image. Behind her, however, a small shape had scuttled. She had heard it. She had turned. She had seen Wormtail in his rat form just long enough to see his single missing toe. She had drawn the bow and arrow Bane had given her. She had knocked it. She had drawn the bow. Something had hit her in the back of the head. She had collapsed. The mirror had fallen. The arrow had not been loosed. The rat had skittered away, but only after, and Harry would know this, later, by the marks left in the dust, pausing to nudge something out of Hermione's hand and skitter off with it. Not the bow. The bow was useless to a rat. Not the mirror. The mirror had cracked when it fell and was lying in pieces. The notebook. Hermione's small leather notebook. The one with 38 runes copied into it, in her own hand, in moon ink. He had taken the notebook. When Harry found her, Hagrid, who had come by chance up the second-floor corridor with a bucket and a broom for some entirely unrelated reason, had carried her to the hospital wing and then, with admirable presence of mind, sent for Harry with no explanation that any nearby teacher could overhear. Hermione had been put in a bed beside Justin Finch-Fletchley. She was not petrified. She was unconscious. The lump on the back of her head was the size of a duck egg. Madame Pomfrey said, with great relief, that she would wake in a few hours and would have, at worst, a headache. Harry sat beside the bed. Madame Pomfrey came once, twice, 3 times to ask whether he was all right. He answered, each time, that he was. He was lying. He was not all right. He was discovering, with a slow cold clarity, what it felt like to be very angry, a kind of anger that did not flare and was not the loud kind, but a kind of anger that sat low and patient in the stomach and waited for something to happen. When Hermione finally opened her eyes, the first thing she said was, "The notebook." He took it. "Oh, Harry. Don't. We'll get it back. He'll show it to whoever he is working for." "The runes, Harry, if the heir has the runes, and if the heir is who I think it is, and if the heir has access to a piece of the broken man, Hermione." "What?" "I know who the heir is." She looked at him. He told her. It had occurred to him while he sat beside her bed, watching her chest rise and fall, with his hand a careful inch from her own. The pieces had clicked while he was not paying attention, the way pieces sometimes did. The face that had been at the back of Quirrell's head a year ago. The face he had seen in the astral chamber. The face that watched him in his dreams. The face, Harry now understood, did not need to be physically present to be the heir of Slytherin. The face had a piece of itself in this castle. The face had had a piece of itself in this castle since before either Harry or Hermione had been born. And the piece, like all the broken pieces of the broken man, was looking for a body to use. "The diary," Hermione said, slowly, sitting up despite Madame Pomfrey's protest. "There has been a diary. Ginny, Harry, Ginny Weasley has had a diary since the start of the year. I saw her with it. I asked her about it once. She said it was a friend's. She wasn't lying. She didn't know. Wormtail planted it. Wormtail planted it. The diary is the heir. And Ginny is the body. And Ginny is the body." Bane, when they reached the Willow Tunnel in the small hours, did not ask why they had come at an unscheduled time. He took one look at Harry's face and turned and walked. "Round clearing," he said. They went. The herd was already there. Word had moved. Megorian listened to them. Lyra listened. Cassandra listened with one hand on her bow. Firenze listened with his eyes on the stars. When they had finished, Megorian said, "You will not have time to find the chamber, kill the snake, and destroy the diary. You will have to do them in another order." "What other order?" Harry said. "You will destroy the diary first. The diary is the engine. While the diary lives, the heir lives. While the heir lives, the snake obeys. Destroy the diary, and the snake will not, perhaps, die, but it will go back to sleep. Kill the snake without destroying the diary, and the heir will simply call another snake, and you will be hunting snakes for the rest of your lives." "Where is the diary?" "With the body." "With Ginny?" "Yes. And Ginny is being taken, where she has not yet gone. Tonight. Within the hour." "Where?" Harry said. Megorian looked at Lyra. "Lyra." Lyra's pale eyes moved to Hermione. "Hermione Granger has copied 38 runes," Lyra said quietly. "She has copied, among them, the rune for descent. The rune for descent is on the rim of the chamber pool exactly opposite the rune for sea. To find the chamber, she must trace, on the floor of any room in the castle, the descent rune in moon ink. The rune will then descend her. The rune will choose the path. The rune will know." "That's," Hermione began, and then stopped, because the herd did not have time for her to be impressed. "The mirror," Lyra said. "Cracked," Hermione said. "You will make another." "I don't have time," "You will make another. It will be smaller. It will not need to be perfect. It will need only to last for one look. Use the small shaving mirror in the prefect's bathroom. Use the moon ink in the third drawer of my pouch. I will give you my pouch. She handed Hermione a small leather pouch. Now go, Megorian said. We will be at the perimeter. We cannot enter the castle. We will be where the castle ends and the wood begins. If anything comes out alive that we do not want to come out alive, we will take it. Go. They went. The descent rune, traced in moon ink on the floor of the second-floor girls' bathroom, which Hermione, after a long moment of consideration, had identified as the most likely entry point, flared blue-white, and the floor rippled, and a wide round opening yawned in the tile beneath them. They did not need the mirror to descend, they needed the bow. Harry went first. Hermione, with the new shaving mirror at her belt, came after. The descent was long. The walls were of dark stone, and the air smelled of old water and old reptile. The tunnel, when it leveled out, gave onto a very long chamber whose floor was a foot deep in still cold water and whose walls were carved with snakes. At the far end of the chamber, on a low step, lay a small red-haired girl in a blue dressing gown. Her face was very pale and her hand was curled around a small black book. Standing over her, very tall and very thin and not yet quite solid, was the shape of a dark-haired boy of perhaps 16. The shape looked up. It saw them. It smiled. Harry Potter, it said. Its voice was almost amused. And the mud-blood. How convenient. I had not expected both of you in one night. The snake will eat well. Tom Riddle, Hermione said. Her voice was steady. Her hand was at the small mirror. I was going to ask, but I suppose we can skip the asking. You have heard of me. I have read about you. And the boy who is so quiet, you have read of me too, Harry Potter. Have you heard the whispers? Have you felt the shape of me in your dreams? Yes, Harry said. And do you know what I am? A piece, Harry said. A small splintered piece of a man who broke himself into pieces in order to live forever. You are not him. You are a part of him. You are about to be unmade. Tom Riddle's smile did not falter. But behind his eyes, behind the not yet solid red glow of his irises, something moved that had not been there a moment before. Charming, Riddle said. Whoever has been telling you stories, child, has been telling you above your station. Centaurs, Hermione said pleasantly. They speak as freely as they choose. They are above your station. Far above. The wood creatures. Riddle laughed, actually laughed, a high cold laugh that Harry had heard before in the corridors of his own dreams. How quaint. You have been listening to four-legged old fools who cannot enter the castle. They have taught you what, to shoot arrows at a basilisk. With one bow between you. With two bows, Harry said. With a mirror, Hermione said. With 6 unmaking shapes, they said together. Tom Riddle's smile, for the first time, faltered. Hermione had practiced the shapes for the diary on a piece of parchment all the way down the tunnel, in her head, with her eyes closed. She did not need to look at her notebook. She did not have her notebook. She had, however, the 6 unmaking shapes that Lyra had begun teaching them at the second chamber, and she had committed them to her hand the way she committed other people's homework to her memory. She drew the first shape in the air with her left hand. It was a small, neat shape. It hung in the air for half a second, silver, and then it flew, slowly and deliberately, across the chamber, and it came to rest on the cover of the small black book in Ginny's hand. The book twitched. Tom Riddle's eyes widened. What are you doing? Speaking to the diary, Hermione said. In a language it understands. She drew the second shape. The book shuddered. Tom Riddle, with a snarl, lifted his hand. Snake, he hissed in Parseltongue. Snake. Wake. Come. A great heavy stone door in the back of the chamber, a door Harry had not noticed, began to grind open. Harry, Hermione said evenly. I need 3 minutes. You have them. He stepped between her and the opening door. He did not draw his bow. He drew, instead, a single arrow, and he laid the arrow flat across his open palms, the way Cassandra had once shown him to lay a weapon when he was offering it to a thing he intended to negotiate with. Then he closed his eyes. He breathed down through the soles of his feet. The basilisk came out of the door. It was very, very large. It was very, very green-gray. Its head was the size of a small carriage. Its eyes were yellow and its pupils were vertical slits. Harry did not look at the eyes. He had not opened his. He breathed. He thought, I am not here. I am not here. I am not here. I am only the bough in the wood's hand. The wood has many bows. I am one. Look at the others. The basilisk hissed. The basilisk swayed. The basilisk turned its enormous head, slowly, as if searching for something it could not, suddenly, find. Behind Harry, Hermione drew the third shape, and the fourth, and the fifth. The diary in Ginny's hand began to scream. It was not a human scream. It was the sound a thing makes when its insides are being removed by an instruction it does not understand. Tom Riddle screamed with it, his face contorted. He lunged toward Hermione, but Hermione, without lifting her hand from the air in which she was drawing the sixth shape, said, calmly, Harry. Harry opened his eyes. He did not look at the basilisk. He looked at Riddle. He drew the bow. He thought, I want to stand in front of her. The arrow, the bone arrow, the unicorn bone something older arrow, flew. It did not, of course, hurt Riddle, who was not yet solid enough to be hurt by an arrow. It did, however, fly through Riddle, and pass through him, and embed itself in the cover of the diary at exactly the moment Hermione finished the sixth shape. The diary was not, by any stretch of any accepted theory, supposed to be destroyable by an arrow. The diary, in this case, was destroyable by an arrow at the moment a hunter who had been chosen by the wood and a runic scholar who had been chosen by the same wood worked, between them, the 6 unmaking shapes that Lyra had shown them and a 7th shape that Hermione did not know she had invented until she invented it. The diary tore. Black ink boiled out of it. The shape of Tom Riddle, behind Harry, made a long high hissing noise and began to dissolve. The basilisk, suddenly bereft of the air, swayed and faltered. Harry turned to it. He kept his eyes on the floor. Go, he said, in something that was not quite Parseltongue and not quite the old tongue but something that sat exactly between them. Sleep. The wood asks. Sleep. The basilisk hesitated. It looked at him. He looked at the floor. Then it turned, and it slid back through the great stone door, and the door, very slowly, ground shut. Harry breathed out for what felt like the first time in a very long while. Ginny was alive. She was crying when she woke, and she was crying more when she realized where she was, but she was alive, and she was, when Harry put the small black ruined diary into her hand for her to look at, very, very angry. She had not, Hermione would say later, ever looked quite so much like a Weasley as she did in that moment. Harry, she said. Harry, I didn't know, it's all right. I didn't know. It's all right, Ginny. I'm so, Ginny, Hermione said, kneeling beside her. Listen. The diary used you. It's gone now. It will not use you again. None of this is your fault. None of it. Do you hear me? Ginny nodded. Good. Now stand up. We're going home. The herd was at the perimeter. Bane carried Ginny up to the willow tunnel personally, which was a thing Harry had not, an hour earlier, been able to imagine. Cassandra carried Hermione, who was suddenly trembling now that the work was done. Lyra walked beside Harry. Megorian stood at the willow itself, his white beard catching the dawn. It is done, he said. It is done, Harry agreed. And your notebook? Wormtail still has it, Hermione said, from over Cassandra's shoulder. That, Megorian said, is for tomorrow. Tonight, you sleep. Tomorrow, we plan. They slept. They slept the long deep sleep of people who had done a thing that ought to have been impossible. Harry did not dream. Hermione did not dream. Ginny, in the bed they had carried her into in the hospital wing, did not dream either, and when Madame Pomfrey came to her in the morning the small redhead opened her eyes and said, with great clarity, "It wasn't me. It was the diary. I want my mum." The morning after the chamber, Dumbledore sent for them. It was the first time Harry had been in a headmaster's office since the end of his first year. The room had not changed, the silver instruments on the spindle-legged tables still hummed quietly to themselves, the portraits of past headmasters still pretended to be asleep, and Fawkes, on his perch, still observed Harry with the slow patient interest of a creature who knew more than he was letting on. Dumbledore was at his desk. The desk was bare except for a small black book whose cover had been pierced by an arrow and whose pages had been soaked, very thoroughly, in a kind of black-red ink that had not, Harry was almost certain, been ink at all. "Sit down," Dumbledore said. They sat. He looked at them for a long, long moment over the tops of his half-moon spectacles. He did not look angry. He did not, exactly, look pleased. He looked the way a master craftsman might look at a piece of his own apprentice's work, with the careful, weighing attention of a man who is trying to decide which parts he will praise and which parts he will quietly correct. "The two of you," he said, finally, "have had a busy spring." "Yes, sir," Hermione said. "Yes, sir," said Harry. "I would like to ask you a number of questions. You will answer the ones you can answer. You will tell me, plainly, when you cannot. I will not press where I am not invited. Is that acceptable?" "Yes, sir." "Good." He folded his hands on the desk. "Did you destroy this diary?" "Yes, sir," Hermione said. "How?" "With an ancient method, sir. One that is not, I think, recorded in any of the books in this library." "And you learned this method from?" A small pause. "Friends, sir," Harry said. "Friends in the wood?" "Yes, sir." "I see." Dumbledore did not seem surprised. He did not seem, in fact, to have learned anything new. "And the basilisk?" "Asleep, sir." "Asleep where?" "Behind the door at the back of the chamber, sir. I asked it to sleep. It agreed." "You asked it to sleep?" "Yes, sir." "In Parseltongue?" "In something that included Parseltongue, sir." "And other things?" Dumbledore considered this. He nodded, very slowly. "Mr. Potter." "Miss Granger." "I am going to say one thing, and you are going to listen, and then I am going to ask one thing, and you are going to consider it carefully before you answer. Is that clear?" "Yes, sir." "The thing I am going to say is this: I knew last June that the Centaurs of the Forbidden Forest had decided to do what they have done. I knew, when Firenze came to me and asked me to permit it, that I could not in good conscience refuse. I knew, also, that I could not in good conscience consent. I therefore did neither. I told Firenze that what occurred between him and the two of you was a matter for him and for the two of you, and that I would not intervene. I have not intervened. I will not intervene. I would like, however, to ask the question." He paused. "The question is this: would you like me to know, going forward, what the herd is teaching you?" A very long silence. Hermione opened her mouth. She closed it again. She looked at Harry. Harry looked at her. "Sir," Hermione said carefully, "what do you mean, exactly, by to know?" "I mean," Dumbledore said, "that you may tell me, or you may not tell me. Either choice will be respected. If you tell me, I will keep what you tell me to myself, and I will use what I learn only to help you and the school. If you do not tell me, I will assume you have a reason, and I will not ask twice. The choice is yours." Hermione looked at Harry again. Harry thought about it. He thought about the long invisible thread that ran from the round clearing in the wood to the headmaster's office, and about the work that the herd had done in secret for thousands of years, and about the runes around the chamber rim that no human had been allowed to copy until Hermione had copied them, and about the way Bane had bowed in the round clearing, and about the way Lyra had said that Dumbledore had not agreed with all that the herd had intended. "Sir," Harry said, "we'll tell you what we can. Some of it isn't ours to tell. The herd's secrets are the herd's. But what is ours, yes. We'll tell you." "That," said Dumbledore, "is a very fair answer. Thank you." He stood. He came around the desk. He picked up the ruined diary in both hands. He looked down at it. "Tom Marvolo Riddle," he said softly, almost to himself. "An old, old name. Older even than I had supposed. You have done a great service tonight, the two of you. Greater than you may yet understand. And greater, I suspect, than I am quite ready to explain to you. We will speak of this, I promise. Not today. But soon. Yes, sir. For now, go. Sleep. Eat. Be young, where you can. The herd has chosen wisely. I wish only," he paused, and for a moment Harry thought he would say something else. Then he simply smiled, very tiredly, very kindly, and put the diary down. "That they had let me share more of the burden. But you have not asked me to. So I shall not ask either." They left. Outside the office, on the spiral staircase, Hermione let out a long, slow breath. "He knows," she said. "He knows some. He knows we have a notebook stolen. He guessed. He didn't ask about the notebook. No. He let us not tell him. Yes. Harry. I think he is on our side. I think he is on his own side, and I think his side, for now, includes us. That is enough." "Yes," she said. "Yes, it is." Snape caught Harry in the corridor that afternoon. He did not stop walking. He simply fell in beside Harry, long black robes, a faint smell of old potion smoke, and an expression that Harry, after a year of being looked at by Bane, was no longer particularly afraid of, and he said, conversationally, "Potter. Sir. You have been entering and leaving the school grounds at hours during which you ought to have been in bed." "Yes, sir. You have been doing so, frequently, in the company of Miss Granger." "Yes, sir. You have, on a number of occasions, returned to the castle with mud on your forehead." "Yes, sir." "Mud," Snape said, "of an unusual color." "Yes, sir." "Mud," Snape said, more softly, "such as can be made only from the particular topsoil of the forbidden forest, mixed with a particular substance whose composition I shall not, here, describe." Harry was quiet for a long moment. "Sir." "Yes, Potter." "Do you intend to stop us?" "No, Potter." "May I ask why?" Snape stopped walking. He turned. His black eyes, for once, were not contemptuous, they were, Harry would have said, almost, although the word was so unlikely he had to pause and check it against the evidence, wistful. "There was a woman," Snape said, very quietly, "who once told me that the Centaurs were the wisest of the creatures in the wood, and that she would have, if the times had been different, gone to study under them herself. I did not believe her. I should have. She was, in this as in many other matters, correct." He turned and walked away. Harry stood in the corridor for a long, long time. He found Hermione in the library and told her. She did not say anything for a while. Then she said, "I didn't think Snape was capable of sending us toward the wood. He didn't send us. He just isn't going to send us back. That, from him, is sending us." "Yes," Harry agreed. "I suppose it is." The last night of term, after the feast, after the trunks had been packed and the dormitories had been emptied and the lake had darkened into its summer color, Harry and Hermione went down to the willow one last time. They did not need to. The herd was not expecting them. The willow itself, when they approached, lifted a branch in mild surprise and then, with a small obliging tap, opened the knot. They went down the tunnel. In the chamber under the willow, Bane was waiting alone, the way he had been the very first time. He looked, somehow, both older and younger than he had a year before. Hatchlings. Bane. You are leaving for the summer. Yes. You will be expected back. Yes. There is a matter, Bane said, that the herd wishes you to consider over the summer. We will ask you for your answer in September. What matter? Hermione said. In the fall, Bane said, there will be a man in this school whom we have not chosen. He will be a teacher of defense against the dark arts. He will not be of the wood. He will not be against the wood. He will be a wizard. A complicated wizard. He will know things. He will not know all the things he thinks he knows. He will, at some point, ask you to do something for him. We ask that you say yes to whatever he asks, with one condition. The condition is that you do nothing he asks until you have spoken to one of us about it first. Do you accept this condition? Who is he? Harry asked. It is for you to find out. We will not name him. The naming is yours. Bane, what will he ask? That, also, is for you to find out. We are not certain. The stars are uncertain. The stars are uncertain because what comes next will be decided by you, and the stars do not predict you very well anymore, and we are quite proud of you for that. Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at Harry. All right, Harry said. All right, Hermione said. Good, said Bane. Now go. Sleep. Eat. Be children. We will see you in the autumn. They went up the tunnel for the last time that year, and out under the moon, and across the dewy grass in their bare feet, they had again, somehow, forgotten shoes, and into the sleeping castle through the side door that should have been locked and was not, and at the foot of the marble staircase they stopped, and stood for a moment, and did not say anything. Harry, Hermione said, after a while. Yeah. We did it. We did. We saved her. We did. We did it together. We did. Harry. Yeah. I love you. He looked at her. She was looking at the floor. Her cheeks were very pink. Hermione. Don't make a thing of it. I just wanted to say. We could have died. Both of us. And I wanted you to know. I love you too, he said. He said it quietly, and he said it without thinking, and as he said it he understood that it had been true for some long time before he had had a word for it. She looked up. Right, she said briskly, with eyes that were entirely too bright. Right. Good. That's settled. Now, bed. Bed, Harry agreed. They climbed the marble staircase. They parted at the 7th floor landing. They did not, again, say good night. In their separate beds, behind their separate curtains, in the same warm dark of the same old castle, they each, before sleep took them, breathed down through the soles of their feet, and the marks on their foreheads, fading by then to the faintest of silver lines, gave one small simultaneous pulse, and the wood, very far away, smiled. The end-of-year feast that year was the loudest the great hall had been in a generation. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table between Hermione and Ron. The points awarded by Dumbledore, to Hermione, to Harry, to a stunned and entirely uncomprehending Ginny, were such that Slytherin's silver and green were entirely overpowered by Gryffindor's gold and red, and a great cheer went up that even Fred and George, for once, did not have to organize. Through it all, Harry watched the high table. Snape watched him back. Dumbledore, in a long, blue, knowing glance, watched both of them, and let the moment pass. Hermione, beside Harry, leaned in. Harry. He has the notebook. I know. He'll bring it to him. I know. And the broken man will know we know runes. He will. And he'll know we know the unmaking shapes. He will. And he'll be afraid. Harry looked at her. Yes, he said. He will. Hermione smiled. It was a small smile, and a careful one, and it was the smile of a girl who had, at the age of 13, just made the Dark Lord afraid. Outside the great hall, very high and very faint and very steady, the dog star was burning. It was, by then, the brightest star in the sky. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Black Tide. The Dementor came onto the train at Stoats Bridge, and it found Harry first. Harry had been in the compartment with Hermione and Ron and a sleeping man in shabby robes whose trunk had read R.J. Lupin in peeling paint above the rack. The lights had gone out 20 minutes earlier, the train had jerked and slowed and finally stopped in a slate-gray dusk with a thin cold rain falling sideways across the windows. They had been waiting for whatever was about to happen with the careful calm of people who had been trained, in the previous 14 months, to wait calmly for things that were about to happen. Harry felt the Dementor before he saw it. It was a feeling like a slow brown river moving up the inside of his chest, dragging silt and old leaves with it, and at the bottom of the river was his mother screaming. He had been ready for it. Lyra had warned them, in the small hours before they had left the wood for the summer, that the school's Dementors had begun to drift in unpredictable patterns, and that the train, at some point, was likely, but readiness was not the same as immunity, and Harry, for one shocking second, was 11 years old again and at the foot of the trapdoor, and there was a face on the back of a man's head looking at him. Then Hermione's hand was on the back of his neck. It was warm. It was warm the way the willow had been warm to her wrist guard last spring, and the way the altar fire had been warm to his palm, and the way her own hand had been warm on his after she had stopped the willow's branch from hitting Colin. The warmth went up into the back of his head, and down into the river in his chest, and the river, after a long stunned moment, pulled itself back out of him. Breath, Hermione said quietly. Down through the soles of your feet. Yes. Now. He breathed. The Dementor in the doorway, long, hooded, dripping, paused. It tilted its hooded head. It seemed, suddenly, to find the compartment less interesting than it had a moment ago. The man in the corner, R.J. Lupin, opened his eyes. He was thin. He was tired. He was, Harry was about to say, unlikely to be dangerous to anybody. He took out a wand. He stood up. Expecto Patronum, he said quietly. A great silver shape, a wolf, Harry would later realize, but in that first half-second only a bright moving thing, came out of his wand and filled the compartment with a long, clean, white flash. The Dementor recoiled. The Dementor went, with a low rasping hiss, back down the corridor. Lupin lowered his wand. He looked at Harry. Then, with a slow change of focus, at Hermione. Then, very thoughtfully, at the back of Hermione's hand, where the leather of her wrist guard had ridden up half an inch and where, just visible above the cuff, a faint silver tracery was glowing. He did not say anything about the tracery. He said, instead, I think I have a chocolate frog in my bag. Give it to him. Chocolate helps. He sat down. He closed his eyes. He pretended, with the practiced grace of a man who had spent a great deal of his life pretending, to be asleep again. Hermione found the chocolate frog. Harry ate half of it. Ron, who had been watching everything with his mouth slightly open, ate the other half without asking. Outside the window, the rain went sideways. The train, after a moment, jerked and started moving again. Hermione's hand was still on the back of Harry's neck. After a while she took it away. Harry, immediately, missed it. Was that, Ron began. That was a Dementor, Hermione said. Why was a? Because it's there for a reason. Sirius Black is supposed to have escaped from Azkaban, isn't he? They're supposed to be looking for him. Oh, said Ron. Right. Right. Of course. That's terrible. Yes, said Hermione, in a tone of voice that, to anyone who had not spent 14 months learning to read Hermione, would have sounded entirely sympathetic. Harry, who had spent 14 months learning to read Hermione, heard the tone of voice perfectly. Lupin was, of course, the man Bane had warned them about. He introduced himself at the start of term feast in a voice that was almost too quiet to carry to the back tables, and Hermione, beside Harry, watched him with an expression Harry had come to associate with the moment when she had cracked a particularly knotted piece of code. "He's a werewolf," she whispered, halfway through the pudding. "What? Look at his face. Look at his hair. His hair. The gray at the temples, Harry. Premature. He's only, what, mid-30s. It's an excellent indicator, in adult wizards, of recurring transformation stress. Look at his hands. The lines around the knuckles. He's a werewolf. I'd bet my charm's grade. That is, Hermione, that is in fact a lot to bet. I'd bet it anyway. All right. Werewolf. Why is he here? Dumbledore hired him. Why? 2 reasons. 1, Dumbledore is short of qualified defense teachers, which, given what happens to defense teachers, is hardly a surprise. 2, Dumbledore needs something specific from Lupin that he can't get from anyone else. The second reason is the one we have to find out. Bane said we'd say yes to whatever he asks. Yes. After we ask Bane first. Yes. Which means Bane already knows what he's going to ask. Megorian, more likely. But yes. Right. Harry took a long, considered drink of pumpkin juice. Then we'll find out. Their first defense against the dark arts lesson was that Friday, and it was, by some considerable margin, the best defense lesson either of them had had at Hogwarts. Lupin was a calm and deliberate teacher. He spoke with his hands. He did not lecture. He set up a very large old wardrobe in the staff room and made each of the third-year Gryffindors face a boggart, one at a time, and Harry, when his turn came, felt a small low warning go off in the back of his head. He looked at Lupin. Lupin caught his eye, and blinked once, slowly, and stepped between Harry and the wardrobe. "Mr. Potter," Lupin said pleasantly, "I think we'll save your turn for another day. Miss Granger, would you like to come up?" Hermione's boggart was a McGonagall whose face was a cardboard cutout of a McGonagall, and which kept saying, in a high mechanical voice, "You have failed your examinations, Miss Granger, you have failed your examinations, Miss Granger." It was, Harry would think later, a strangely revealing boggart, although the strangeness was not in any of the obvious places. After class, Lupin asked Harry to stay behind. Hermione, going out, paused at the door. Lupin, very kindly, said, "Please stay too, Miss Granger. This concerns you also." She stayed. Lupin closed the door. He sat down on the corner of his desk. He looked at them both for a long, long moment. "Mr. Potter. Miss Granger. I have been asked by a number of people, including Professor Dumbledore and several individuals of, let us say, non-standard provenance, to teach the two of you a particular charm, separately from the rest of the class. The charm is the Patronus. It is the only charm in the standard repertoire that will turn a Dementor. It is well above your year. I am told, however, that you will catch up to it quickly. Would you like to learn?" Harry and Hermione, exactly together, without consulting each other, said, "May we ask first?" Lupin's eyes flickered. He smiled. "Yes," he said. "Of course you may. I shall be in this office, every Thursday evening at 8, until you are ready." "Thank you, Professor." "Thank you, Professor. There is one other matter," Lupin added. "I will not press you about it. But I would very much like, at some point, to be told the answer." The little tracery on the back of Miss Granger's wrist, I do not, of course, ask what it is. I ask only this, is it a thing that I should help, or a thing I should stay out of? Help, Hermione said, after the briefest of hesitations. Then I shall be ready when you ask. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor. Off you go. They went down to the willow that night. Megorian listened. Lyra listened. Bane stood with his arms folded and his expression unreadable. Cassandra, who had grown another inch over the summer and was now, by Harry's estimate, nearly 7 feet at the head, stood at the back with the bow she had begun to call her wedding bow because, she had explained one night, it had been the bow her mother had carried at her own bonding rite. He has asked for the Patronus, Megorian said. Yes. And you have asked us first. Yes. Then I will tell you. The Patronus is a wizard spell. It is a fine spell. It is not a centaur spell. The wizards built it because they had nothing better, and they had nothing better because they had forgotten the older fire rite that we still keep. We will not deny him to you. You will learn it. It will be useful. There will be hours in which a wand is faster than a breath. There will, Hermione said, slowly, be hours in which the breath is faster than the wand. Yes, Megorian said. And those hours will be the hours that matter most. Lyra will teach you the fire rite. Lupin will teach you the Patronus. You will have both. Use what fits the moment. Why does Lupin want us to learn it? Harry said. A very long silence. He wants you, Bane said, at last, because of who he was. Who was he? He was a friend of your father's, Harry Potter. It was Lyra who, 3 weeks into the term, took them up to the spring chamber on a clear cold Wednesday and taught them the fire rite. The fire rite was the mirror image of the breath rite Lyra had taught them in their first lesson. Where the breath rite went down, the fire rite went up. Where the breath rite asked the wood to hold them, the fire rite asked the wood to give them a piece of itself to wield. The wood, Lyra said, would not give them fire to throw at things lightly. The wood would, however, give them fire to drive away the things that should not be there. A Patronus, Lyra said, throws a memory. A fire rite throws a fact. The fact is, this place is mine, and you are not welcome. The memory says, I have known happiness. The fact is harder to argue with. She had them practice on a ring of dead leaves. The first night, Hermione's fire was very small and Harry's was nothing at all. The second night, Harry's was nothing. The third night, Lyra made him sit very still and breathe down through the soles of his feet for an entire hour without trying to make any fire at all, and on the fourth night, Harry's fire ran up out of his palm in a clean white tongue that, when Lyra walked through it as a test, gave her a small surprised look and stepped back from her flank as if it had recognized her. Yes, Lyra said. Yes. Hermione's fire, by the fifth night, was exactly the same color, and bent the same way when their 2 breaths came together, and burned the same temperature when they put their hands close to it. By the 8th night, they could call the fire rite together as easily as they had once called the altar flame. By the 10th, they could call it apart. Lupin's lessons happened in parallel. He was kind and patient. He had Harry think of the moment, the year before, when he had pulled the snitch out of the air on his first match back. He had Hermione think of the moment, a year before that, when she had first seen the Hogwarts Express. The wisps came easily. The full forms did not, at first. Hermione's Patronus, when at last it solidified, was an otter, long, graceful, intelligent, joyful. Harry's Patronus was a stag. He looked at Lupin, when he saw the stag for the first time. Lupin was looking back at him. There was something in Lupin's face that Harry had not expected. It was not surprise. It was not, exactly, sadness either. It was the look of a man who had been waiting to see something for a very long time, and who had, finally, been given the gift of seeing it. Your father, Lupin said, very quietly. Yes, Harry said. He would be proud. Thank you, Professor. He is, you know. Wherever he is. Watching. I am quite sure of it. Sirius Black came over the wall on the 3rd night of October. The wood felt him first. Harry, who had been asleep in his bed with Crookshanks of all creatures sitting on his chest, the cat had developed, that autumn, a strong inexplicable preference for Harry's company, sat bolt upright at 3 in the morning with the mark on his forehead burning like a banked coal. Hermione, 2 floors away, sat up at the same moment. They met at the foot of the marble staircase 15 minutes later. Both of them had remembered shoes. Both of them had remembered cloaks. Both of them had their bows. He's at the willow, Hermione said. Bane is meeting him. Yes. They will not hurt him. They will not hurt him, but they will not let him go either. They went down through the side door that should have been locked and was not, and across the wet grass, and to the willow. Bane was there. He was alone. He was standing with his arms folded, and behind him, kneeling on the cold ground in a torn striped robe with his wrists bound in what looked like braided ivy, was a thin, half-mad-looking man with sunken eyes and lank black hair. Sirius Black looked up. He saw Harry. For a long, terrible moment, Harry was certain the man was about to scream. Or weep. Or laugh, which, given the kind of laugh Harry had heard out of Sirius Black's photograph in the papers all summer, would have been the worst of the 3. Sirius did not scream. He did not weep. He did not laugh. He looked at Harry with an expression that was very simply, very quietly, exhausted. You look just like him, he said. You have her eyes. I knew you would have her eyes. Sirius Black, Harry said. He was surprised at how steady his own voice was. Is what we have been told true? What have you been told? That you betrayed my parents. That you killed 12 Muggles and Peter Pettigrew. Sirius did not answer for a moment. No, he said. Peter killed the Muggles. Peter killed himself, in a manner of speaking, by becoming a rat. I did not betray your parents. I am going to repeat that, because I have wanted to say it out loud, to you, for 12 years. I did not betray your parents. I would have died for them. I would have died for you. I am going to die for you, if necessary, the moment this is over. Now. May I look at you? Harry stepped forward. Bane, behind Sirius, did not move. Harry knelt beside the man. Sirius looked at him for a long, long moment, with eyes that were not, after all, mad, only very tired. Then the man's hand, with its bound wrists, came up, and Sirius, with a small, careful gesture, pressed the back of his bound knuckles against Harry's cheek. James, he whispered. Lily. Oh, my godson. My godson. Harry did not cry. He did, however, lean forward so that Sirius could keep his knuckles against his cheek for a moment longer. Bane, he said, eventually. Yes. Is he telling the truth? Yes. How do you know? The wood does not lie about a man's heart. It lies about other things. It does not lie about hearts. His heart is intact. The other man's was not. The rat. The rat. Where is the rat? With his master. Harry's stomach went cold. Voldemort, he said. Bane said nothing. Hermione, beside Harry, drew a slow breath. He has gone to him, she said. Wormtail has gone to him. Bane, when? 3 nights ago, Bane said. We did not pursue. He went south. He went out of the wood. Where is Voldemort? Harry said. In Albania. In a wood that is not our wood. He is small. He is very weak. The rat is with him. The rat is his hand, and his hand is not enough to make him strong yet. He will need more. He will get more. We will have time. Not much time. Some time. Sirius, very quietly, was watching them. "You are not children," he said softly. "No," Harry said. "We're not." "Who has been? The herd has been," Bane said, before Harry could answer. "We are the herd. They are ours. They have been ours for 14 months. They will be ours for as long as it takes. We did not ask your permission, Sirius Black, because you were not, at that time, in a position to give it. We would, however, like your assistance now." Sirius blinked at him. "My assistance?" "Yes." "What kind of assistance?" "You know things. We will need you to know them out loud. You know the man called Pettigrew. We will need to find him before he reaches his master. You know the black name and what it carries. We will need that name, when the time comes. You know the way the Death Eaters speak, and the way they move, and the way they hide. We will need all of it." Sirius, very slowly, smiled. It was a worn smile, and a half-broken smile, and a smile that had been kept in a box at the bottom of a sea of black water for 12 years and had finally, now, been let out. "I see," he said. "I see. You did not catch me to lock me up. You caught me to recruit me." "We caught you," Bane said, "because we did not want you to spend the next year being shot at by Aurors who have been told the wrong story. We will help you tell the right story. In exchange, you will help us. You can clear my name. With assistance, yes. Not without it." Sirius looked at Harry. He looked at Hermione. He looked at the willow, swaying very gently in the moonlight, and then back at Bane. "All right," he said. "All right. I am in. I have been in for 12 years. I am only now sitting at the table." Bane untied his wrists. The hunt for Wormtail began that night. Sirius, who had been a rat hunter himself once for very different reasons, was a great deal more useful to the herd than the herd had let him imagine. He gave them the routes. He gave them the tunnels. He gave them the precise scuttling rhythm of the man's preferred means of moving. He was wrong about which of the 7 escape routes Wormtail had taken. The right one was the 3rd, not the 5th, but his suggestion of the 5th route led the herd to a small mistake of their own that they did not entirely regret, because at the end of the 5th route they found, in a hollow tree, a small leather notebook with 38 runes copied into it in Hermione's careful hand. He had hidden it. He had not had time to bring it with him. Hermione, when Cassandra brought the notebook to her, sat down on the floor of the chamber under the willow and held it against her chest for a full minute without speaking. Then she opened it. Then she closed it again. Then she said, very quietly, "Good." The Dementors came to the school in earnest after the All Hallows' Eve break-in. There was no break-in, of course, but the official story was that there had been one, and so for the next month the Dementors stood at every gate, and floated outside every window, and lurked, in pairs and threes, at the far edge of the Quidditch pitch during practice. It was on the 4th Quidditch practice that they came onto the pitch. A great pack of them, at least 20, drifted out of the trees and across the grass and toward the goal hoops where Harry, on his nimbus, was hovering 150 feet up. The stadium emptied. The Gryffindor team scrambled. Harry felt the river open inside him for one bad second, and then he closed his eyes and breathed down through the soles of his feet, and the river closed again, and he opened his eyes. "Hermione," he said, although she could not have heard him. She had heard him. She was on the pitch, 20 feet below, with her hands open at her sides. She did not lift her wand. She looked up at Harry, one quick, calm look, and then she breathed. The firelight came out of her hands all at once. It came out as a wide white half-sphere that opened around her in a smooth slow blossom, and it kept opening, and it climbed up the air in a cool clean wave that did not burn the grass under her feet but did, very emphatically, push the Dementors backward across the pitch and out of the stadium and into the trees, where they kept going. The trees, here and there, rustled in the way trees rustle when very large invisible hands have shooed something out of them. The pitch was, abruptly, quiet. Madame Hooch, at the far end of the field, was standing with her mouth slightly open. Harry came down on his broom. He landed beside Hermione. He did not say anything. He took her hand. She squeezed his, exactly once, and let go. Lupin was at the entrance to the stadium. He had been running. He stopped. He stood with one hand on the doorpost, breathing hard, and he looked at Hermione for a long moment. "That was not a Patronus," he said. "No, sir," Hermione said. "That was very interesting indeed." "Yes, sir." "Will you tell me, one day, what it was?" "One day, sir." "All right," Lupin said. "All right." He turned, and walked back into the school, and after a long moment Madame Hooch came across the pitch to ask whether anyone was hurt, and was told, in a small chorus from the assembled students who had been watching from the lower stands, that nobody was hurt at all. They caught Wormtail 2 weeks before Christmas. He had come back into the country. The herd had lost him, briefly, in a Welsh wood. They had caught him again at a kennel in the West Midlands where, for reasons that would never quite be explained, he had paused to eat a fat tabby cat. They had tracked him north up the spine of the country. They had cornered him, finally, in an abandoned barn in the Lake District. The barn was not a centaur's place. Centaurs do not, ordinarily, enter buildings. The herd had brought, instead, Sirius. Sirius had been waiting at the gates of a very specific barn for 2 days. He had tracked Wormtail's scent the whole way. He had not slept. He had not eaten. He had not, by the time Harry and Hermione caught up, looked human in any meaningful way for approximately 30 hours. The 4 of them, Harry, Hermione, Sirius, Cassandra, who had broken with custom to enter a barn, went in. Wormtail was hiding in the rafters, in his rat form. He had 3 days' worth of food in a small pile beside him. He had Hermione's notebook clutched in his small pink claws. "Drop it," Sirius said quietly. The rat froze. "Drop the notebook, Peter. We have you. We have had you since you went over the wall last week. Drop it, change, and come down. We will not kill you. I would like to. I will not. The wood will not let me. Drop it." The rat, very slowly, dropped the notebook. Hermione caught it on the way down. The rat changed. Wormtail came down from the rafters as a small, fat, balding, watery-eyed man with a missing finger and a face that had been in 20 newspapers as a hero's face for 12 years and was now exactly the face of a man who knew he had been caught. "Sirius," he whispered. "Sirius, I didn't." "Stop," Sirius said. "Stop. Don't speak. If you speak I will hurt you, and the wood will dislike it." Wormtail stopped. Cassandra came forward. She wrapped a length of rope around Wormtail's wrists. The rope was not, Harry noticed, ordinary rope. It was a loose braided ivy cord, and it did not glow. It was night dark, but it pulsed, faintly, with the warmth he had come to associate with the wood's wakefulness. "He will not change," Cassandra said. "He will not change for as long as the cord is on him. He will tell the truth, also, for as long as it is on him. The cord will not let him lie. This is the gift of the 3rd chamber." "There's a 3rd chamber?" Hermione said. "There is. Cassandra, later, sister. Tonight, we have a rat to walk out." They walked Wormtail down to the ministry the next morning under guard of the herd, of Sirius, of Lupin, who Sirius had, very privately, brought into the loop the night before, and of Dumbledore, who had been told, at last, that the wood had a man for him to deliver. The Minister for Magic that morning saw, at the head of his courtyard, for Centaurs, 2 human teachers, the recently presumed dead Sirius Black, 2 13-year-old students, and the man whom the Order of Merlin had been awarded for 12 years to commemorate. The minister, who was a man of limited imagination, fainted. Sirius's name was cleared by lunchtime. The full inquiry took 3 more days. Wormtail talked under the cord, at length, at extraordinary length, about everything from the location of certain fish-shaped Horcrux artifacts the Ministry had buried in their archives without realizing it to the names of the 17 Death Eaters who had passed safely through the cracks of the previous war and were now living very quietly in middle-class lives in the home counties. The names were quietly placed on watch. The Horcrux artifacts were locked in the Ministry vaults under a confidentiality Dumbledore would later tell Harry he did not entirely trust, but that Dumbledore had arranged for the moment because there was nothing better that could be done. Sirius came home to Grimmauld Place. He hated it. He stayed. He sent Harry, at Christmas, an owl. The owl carried two things, a letter, and a small black key. The letter, after a long preamble of apology and gratitude and one very dry joke about how much better Hermione's handwriting was than his own, said simply, "This is the key to the house. It is yours, also. You may come whenever you like, although I would prefer you came with Hermione, because she is the better company by an enormous margin." Hermione, when Harry showed her the letter, laughed aloud. "He is not wrong," she said. "He is not wrong," Harry agreed. Lupin resigned at the end of the year. Harry expected it, the herd had told him to expect it, the moment Lupin's nature had become, through the inevitable chain of small inadvertent rumors that always rose in any school after enough months, common knowledge. But the resignation was not, as Harry had feared, bitter. Lupin came down to the Willow himself on the last night of term, alone, in plain Muggle clothes. He did not enter the chamber. He stood on the lawn at the foot of the tree, with the Willow's branches very politely at rest, and he waited until Harry and Hermione came out. "Mr. Potter." "Miss Granger." "Professor." "Not Professor anymore. Just, Remus, if you can stomach it." "Remus. I came to say goodbye. And to thank you. For trusting me. For learning the Patronus. For everything I cannot say in the open. The herd has done a finer thing than I think any of us have yet been able to measure. I am grateful. To them. To you. What will you do?" Hermione asked. Lupin looked at the dark trees. He smiled, very quietly. "What I always do," he said. "Disappear for a while. Read. Walk. Wait. There will be more work, soon. I will be ready when it comes." "Will you come back?" Harry asked. "When the work comes?" "Yes." "Promise?" "Yes, Harry. I promise." Sirius came north, in March, on his own private terms. He had been cleared. He had a vault. He had a house in London he had been raised to hate and was learning, slowly, to merely dislike. He had also, after the Ministry inquiry, been given back his wand, the one Wormtail had been wearing on a chain under his shirt for 12 years, which was a detail that had given Madame Bones the dignity of a nosebleed when she had first heard it described in evidence, and the wand had remembered him with what Sirius described, in his letter to Harry, as embarrassing enthusiasm. He came up to Hogsmeade on the 3rd Saturday of March and met Harry and Hermione at the Three Broomsticks. He looked, in his proper black robes and his trimmed black hair, more like the photographs in the old wedding album than he had any right to look. He still had the eyes of a man who had spent 12 years in a cold place. He smiled across them anyway. "Children of the wood," he said, by way of greeting. "Sirius," Harry said. "Walk with me. Both of you. I have a thing to give you, and I would prefer not to give it in here." They walked. He led them up the lane behind the Hog's Head, where the snow had nearly gone, and along a path that ran beside a small black stream and then into a copse of oaks that Harry, after 14 months of training, recognized on sight as one of the herd's own outer markers. Sirius stopped at the foot of the oldest oak and put his hand on the bark. "They come here too," he said. "Megorian let me know." "You've been talking to Megorian?" Hermione said. "I have. I have a great deal of catching up to do, with a great deal of people. The herd has been generous with their time. I am paying it back. Or trying to. He reached inside his coat. He took out a small wooden box. He opened it. Inside the box, on a bed of red velvet, lay 2 thin silver chains. From each chain hung a small flat pendant, a dark stone, perhaps an inch across, polished smooth, with a faint silver thread running through it in a pattern that, after a moment, Hermione recognized. Pictish, she breathed. Pictish, Sirius said. Or older. The Black family acquired them, let us say acquired, and not be too curious about the methods, sometime in the 17th century. They have been in a vault for 200 years. They are called heartstones. I had Megorian look at them. He says they are real. What do they do? Harry asked. They tell each one whether the other is alive. As long as the stones are warm to the touch, the person who owns the matching stone is alive and well. If the stone goes cold, the matching person is hurt. If it goes black, Sirius's voice did not change, but his eyes did, then the matching person is gone. Hermione picked up one of the stones. It was, indeed, faintly warm. Sirius, she said softly. Take them. 1 each. I have, frankly, been worried about both of you for the better part of a year. If next year is what Bane thinks it will be, I will be considerably worse. The stones are the least I can do. They are also a fairly complicated piece of magic, and I will be deeply gratified to see them used by people who can appreciate them. Thank you, Harry said. Thank you, Hermione said. They put the chains around their necks. The stones, against Harry's chest under his shirt, were a faint, steady warmth, and after a moment a second small warmth registered next to it, the matching stone, around Hermione's neck, exactly half a second behind his own pulse and half a second ahead of his next breath. There, Sirius said. Now. Sit down, both of you. We have an hour. I have some stories about your fathers, yours, Harry, and yours, Hermione, in a manner of speaking, and you are at the age where you ought to start hearing them. The third chamber, when Lyra finally took them to it on the night of the spring equinox, was not, as Harry had imagined, larger than the second. It was smaller. It was, in fact, a single small round room hewn out of the heartwood of the very oldest tree in the forest, a tree, Lyra said, that had been a sapling when the Romans had first walked through Britain, and which had never been visited by more than 3 centaurs at a time. The chamber's walls were carved with no runes. It contained no altar, no pool, no slab. It contained only, in the very center of the floor, a single small, round, perfectly flat polished stone the size of a tea saucer. What is it? Hermione whispered. It is the listening stone. What does it listen to? Whoever stands on it. And then? And then it tells the wood. If the wood agrees, the wood will listen back. If the wood disagrees, the wood will laugh. What does the laugh sound like? Like a tree falling some distance away that you cannot quite see. Hermione looked at Harry. Harry first, she said. Why me first? Because you are the one with the harder thing to ask. He stepped onto the stone. He stood for a long, long moment with the small polished stone under the soles of his feet, and the great living wood pressing in on every side, and the round chamber holding its breath. He thought of Voldemort. He thought of his parents. He thought of the dog star burning over the round clearing, and of the long invisible thread that ran from his hand through the wood and back to him. I would like, he said quietly, to be ready by next summer. I would like the wood to teach me, in the year to come, whatever it would take to put a stop to him. I am not asking to be made special. I am asking to be made enough. He stepped off the stone. The wood, somewhere very far above them, made a small sound like a long slow exhalation through 100,000 leaves at once. Lyra, beside him, was smiling. It was the first time he had ever seen Lyra smile. Hermione, she said. Hermione stepped onto the stone. She did not speak as long as Harry had. She stood for a count of 6, with her eyes closed. I would like, she said, to be allowed to know what I need to know. All of it. Even the parts that are hard. I will carry what comes. She stepped off. The wood, again, exhaled. Lyra nodded once. Then she handed each of them, from a small leather pouch at her belt, a small smooth flat stone, the size of a coin, identical to the one in the floor. Carry them. The wood has heard you. The wood will listen now, when you ask. Not always. Often. Thank you, Lyra, Hermione said. Thank you, Lyra, Harry said. Thank me when it has been useful, Lyra said. I am only a teacher. The teaching is what is to be thanked. The end of third year was, by the standards of the previous 2 ends of year, almost dull. The exams happened. They both passed them, although Hermione had to bite her tongue when McGonagall came to her at the end of the term and told her, with great dignity, that her score in ancient runes had set a record. Quidditch finished. Gryffindor won the cup, narrowly, and Harry, for the first time in his life, sang the school psalm with some genuine warmth. The Dementors retreated from the gates and were, on the second-to-last day of term, formally withdrawn from the grounds by an order of the Wisengamot which Sirius had personally, by some method Harry did not entirely understand but very much approved of, helped to engineer. The night before the train, Hermione found Harry in the common room. The fire was low. Crookshanks was on the hearth rug. Ron, who had been getting steadily better at not asking questions whose answers he was not prepared to be told, had gone up to bed an hour ago. Harry. He's gathering. I know. Wormtail won't help him this time. We have Wormtail. He'll find new hands. He will. But we have a year. We have the wood. We have the stones. We have Sirius. We have Lupin, when we need him. We have each other. Yes. That, more than anything. Yes. She sat down on the rug beside Crookshanks, who graciously allowed her one ear scratch. She looked into the fire. The fire bent toward her, very slightly, the way it always did now when she sat in front of it for more than a minute, and she did not seem to notice it doing so. She had stopped noticing it some weeks ago. The fire had become, by then, simply another thing in the room that knew her and was glad of her. Harry. Yeah. Promise me something. Anything. Don't be a hero in the year coming. Don't be the boy who runs into the fire because he thinks no one else will. We have the herd now. We have the stones. We have a great many people who are willing to run into the fire with us. Promise me you will let them. He looked at her for a long, long moment. Hermione. Promise. I promise. Thank you. Promise me one too. What? That when the time comes, you'll let me stand in front of you. Just sometimes. Not always. Sometimes. She looked at the fire. All right, she said. Sometimes. All right. The fire, in front of them, made one small contented pop, and the long invisible thread that ran between them, out through the willow tunnel and across the wood and along the line of boughs and into the round clearing and back, pulsed, gently, with the warmth that had become, over the last 14 months, the most familiar thing in either of their lives. That night, Bane walked them up to the willow as he had taken to doing. He stopped, as he always stopped now, at the knot in the trunk. He did not say anything for a long while. Bane. Harry said. Hatchling. You are unusually quiet. I am thinking. What about? About the next year. Bane's eyes were on the moon. It will be a hard year. The hardest yet. The broken man is gathering. The rat is in the cord, but the cord is not the man. Other hands are coming. There will be a thing in the school that we have not seen since the founders' days. It will be loud. It will be glittering. It will be a snare. What is it? Hermione said. A tournament. Free schools. A cup. We have read it in the stars. The herd does not approve. It is, however, coming. And Harry will be in it. Yes. How? That, too, the stars will not say. Only that he will. Hatchlings, listen to me. Next year, you will be tested in ways we have not been able to prepare you for. We will do what we can. The broken man will do what he can also. You will have the wood. The wood will have you. Beyond that, we will trust the work we have done together, and the stars, and one another. Yes, Harry said. Yes, Hermione said. Bane reached down. He laid one large dark hand on each of their heads. You have grown up, he said gruffly. I do not think I told you. I am telling you now. You are a credit to the herd. Bane, Hermione began. Do not, Bane said. Do not make me say more. I am at the limit of what I am capable of. He turned. He walked away into the trees. The willow tapped Hermione's wrist guard once, in farewell, and let them both pass. Above them, very high and very steady and very, very bright, the dog star burned, and to its right, for the first time, Hermione would later say, that she had ever noticed, Mars had begun, almost imperceptibly, to lean toward it. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, Goblet and Glass. The cup did not, in fact, choose Harry. The cup was nudged, on a Saturday night in late October, by a hand that had been dipped, less than an hour earlier, into a small pewter bowl that the herd would later identify as a confounded mortar of an unusual 18th-century Bavarian pattern. The hand belonged, by accident of clothing, to a man who looked exactly like Alastor Moody. The man inside the clothing was someone else entirely. The bowl had been provided by an elf who had been asked, with some pressure, by a wizard who had recently been a rat. The herd knew this, in advance, by approximately 12 hours. The herd had, by then, been preparing. Harry, on the morning the goblet was due to be lit, had been called down to the willow at 4 in the morning. He had gone with Hermione, in their cloaks, with their bows on their backs, with the heartstones warm against their chests under their shirts. Bane had been waiting at the door of the chamber. So had Megorian. So had Lyra. So, more remarkably, had Sirius, who had, at some hour of the night, been let into the chamber by a route Harry would not until later understand. Hatchlings, Megorian said. Sit down. We have decided. Decided what? Harry said. We have decided what we will do, when your name comes out of the cup tonight. It hasn't come out yet. It will. How do you know? The stars show it. Wormtail showed it from the cord. The man in the school disguised as the Aura Moody is expecting it. We have been listening for 2 months. We know. Harry was quiet for a moment. He sat down. What have you decided? He said. We have decided, Megorian said, to let it happen. Let it happen. Yes. Why? Because the man who will use this tournament to bring back his master cannot be stopped at the cup. He must be stopped at the graveyard. He has chosen a graveyard. He has chosen a portkey. He has chosen, as the portkey, the cup itself. He has chosen this so that you will be brought to him alone, after dark, far from help, with a wand that is the only thing he believes you can use, and with a body that he believes is the only body he can use to remake himself. He has, in short, decided every part of the night for himself. He thinks he is choosing the field of battle. We are going to choose it for him. How? By coming with you. The plan was elaborate. It also, when Hermione had heard it through to the end, made her sit down very slowly and put her face in her hands. You're insane, she said, to Megorian, with great affection. Yes, Megorian said. This will work. Yes. You're insane. Yes. Right, she said. Right. Show me the runes I will need. Lyra showed her the runes. They worked through them for an hour. Harry, in the meantime, sat with Sirius and went through, point by point, the timing of every moment of the night Megorian had laid out. Sirius, at the end of it, looked at him with eyes that were, Harry realized, frightened in a way Sirius did not very often allow himself to be. "Pup," Sirius said, after the briefing was done. If anything in this plan goes wrong, you will pull on the Heartstone 3 times. Hard. 3 sharp pulls. We have agreed, Megorian and I, that 3 sharp pulls will mean, come, immediately. The wood will hear it. I will hear it. We will be there. Not in the next hour. In the next minute. Do you understand? I understand. 3 pulls. 3 pulls. Promise me. I promise, Sirius. Sirius nodded once, and he did not say anything for a long while, and at last he reached out and put his hand on the back of Harry's neck the way a father might, and he held it there for a long count, and then he took it away. Harry's name came out of the cup that night. He stood, when it was called. He walked up between the long tables under the eyes of the entire school. He did not run. He did not look surprised. He kept his face the careful blank his second-year self had learned to keep in McGonagall's classroom and the careful steady his third-year self had learned to keep in Lyra's chamber, and he walked, and he kept walking, and he passed Cedric Diggory, who looked at him with a stunned and almost apologetic expression, and he smiled briefly at Cedric and he kept walking, and he went into the side chamber where the other champions were waiting, and he did not let his face break until the door was closed behind him. Then he let it break. He let it break for exactly 3 seconds. Then he pulled it back together. Then he turned to Cedric and Fleur and Crumb and the very startled adults who had begun to converge on him. "Hello," he said pleasantly. "I think there has been a misunderstanding. I would like, however, to compete." The adults began arguing. He let them. He had been told, by Megorian, exactly what to say in the next 45 minutes, he said it. He had been told exactly what tone to use, he used it. He had been told, finally, that he was not, under any circumstance, to mention the Heartstones, or the herd, or the runes, or the breath, or the bow, or anything else that the broken man and the broken man's hand might be listening for. He did not. He played the part of the slightly bewildered, polite, modest, unfortunate 14-year-old that the broken man would expect Harry Potter to be. When at last he got out of the chamber, 2 hours later, with Crouch and Bagman and McGonagall and Snape all having said the same thing at increasing volumes, he found Hermione waiting for him outside the door. She did not say anything. She put her hand on the back of his neck, briefly. She let go. She nodded once. "To the dorm," she said. "To bed. Tomorrow we begin." The first task was a dragon. The dragon was a Hungarian horntail. The horntail had been, until 2 days before the task, the most dangerous fully grown dragon in captivity in the British Isles. On the morning of the task, after spending one quiet pre-dawn hour alone in the dragon paddock with Hagrid, who had been told the previous night that 2 students he liked very much were going to need a small private favor of his, and who had not asked any questions, the horntail had become, in a way that Charlie Weasley would later find inexplicable, though Charlie Weasley's descriptions of the morning would, over the next decades, grow steadily more elaborate, much, much calmer. She was still a dragon. She still spat fire. She still flexed her great green bronze tail. She was, however, no longer angry. When Harry walked into the arena for his task, she lifted her great horned head, and looked at him, and breathed once, and, entirely independently of any prior arrangement that any human eye had been able to detect, settled herself, very deliberately, on top of the false eggs in a posture that left exactly enough space between her left wing and her right hindquarter for a small wiry boy to slip through. "Oh," said Bagman, from the commentator's box. Oh, that's interesting." Harry did not run. He walked. He walked across the rocks of the arena with the measured pace Cassandra had been teaching him to walk in mud and in mist and in the grip of his own fear. He approached the dragon. He stopped at her left foreleg. He held out his hand, palm up. The dragon, very politely, lowered her great head. He breathed once. She breathed back. The two breaths met in the air between them in a small visible cloud, and the horntail, for a second so brief that nobody in the stands would later be able to describe it without disagreeing with their neighbor, closed all four of her eyes simultaneously in something that was, in dragon, approximately a wink. He walked under her wing. He picked up the golden egg. He walked back out. The crowd, after a delayed moment, exploded. The horntail did not. How, Bagman said, 3 hours later, in the staff room, to McGonagall, in the name of every founder, did Potter, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said calmly, has been making a great many people ask that question for several years, Mr. Bagman. You will forgive me if, by now, I have stopped trying to answer it. Snape, from the corner, said nothing. Snape was, however, watching Hermione across the room, where Hermione was helping Madame Pomfrey clean a very small superficial burn on Harry's left wrist with the same steady hand she would have used to weigh a galleon. Snape, after a long moment, very quietly nodded once. Hermione went into the lake for the second task. She had gone in for it, at Megorian's suggestion, because Megorian had pointed out, not without amusement, that the centaur water-breathing rite was significantly stronger and significantly older than the gillyweed Hagrid had been quietly slipping into Harry's path through Crouch Moody's laboriously laid hints. The rite was, however, a rite of the wood, not of the wand. It could not be performed by anyone who was not, themselves, a thing the wood would breathe with. Harry, the herd had decided after some discussion, was the wood's bow. The bow did not go into water. The wood's water breather, the herd had decided after some less discussion, was Hermione. She went in at the start of the task. She wore a short black training tunic the herd had given her and the heartstone at her throat. She did not take a wand. She took her bow, with one bow and arrow, on a strap across her back. She came out, 54 minutes later, with Ron under one arm and Gabrielle Delacour under the other. She had also, on the way back up, stopped to deal with an inconvenient Grindylow whose entire lower body she had pinned to the lake bed with the bow and arrow. The arrow was returned to the herd in due course. Ron, when he had been carried up onto the shore and dried off and given a chocolate, looked at Hermione for a very long moment. "That was you, wasn't it?" he said. "It was." "Have you and Harry been?" Ron stopped. He looked at her face. He looked, briefly, at the hunter's mark just visible above Harry's left eyebrow, where Harry, for the first time that afternoon, had not bothered to hide it. "Right," Ron said. "Right. Tell me later. Don't tell me now. I want to enjoy not knowing for 10 more minutes." "Take 20, Hermione said kindly. Crumb came up to her on the dock when the rest of the crowd had gone. "Hermione. Mr. Crumb. You ve're supposed to be the hostage." "I was." "You ve're not." "I was not." "Why?" "Because I asked them," she said simply. "I didn't want to be in the lake as cargo. I wanted to be in the lake as a swimmer. They let me decide." Crumb considered her for a long moment. "You are a very strange girl, Hermione." "Yes. I like you very much." "I know. You are going to disappoint me." "Yes. I forgive you in advance." "Thank you, Victor." She smiled at him. It was a kind smile, and it was a true smile, and it was a smile that, Crumb would later say, had made him understand more about a person in 5 seconds than he had previously understood about any person in his life. Then she walked back up the bank toward the place where Harry was waiting, with his arms folded and his face entirely impassive, and she did not look back. Crumb, after some minutes, also smiled. Then he went, alone, down the dock. Crouch Moody, in the guise of Mad Eye, tried to pull Harry aside 3 times in November, twice in December, and 4 times in January. Each time, Harry was, by some elaborate accident of timing the herd had arranged in advance, already in conversation with another professor, or had just been called away by Sirius's personal owl, or, on one memorable occasion, had been pulled abruptly into a corridor by an unusually insistent Hermione who had needed to consult him about a charms essay that did not, in fact, exist. Crouch Moody, being a creature of careful schedules, became, by the end of January, increasingly frustrated. "He thinks you're avoiding him," Hermione said, one evening in the library. "I am avoiding him. He thinks you don't know it. He thinks the avoidance is accidental. So long as he thinks that, the plan holds. Then I will keep accidentally avoiding him. Yes." She turned a page. The candle next to her, on the table, bent toward her by half an inch. She did not notice it. She had stopped, by then, noticing. The Yule Ball was the first time the herd let Hermione wear something other than training clothes outside the chamber, and it was, in Cassandra's stern opinion, long overdue. Cassandra came up out of the willow tunnel on the afternoon of the ball with an enormous flat parcel on her flank and a stubborn expression on her face. She found Hermione in the dormitory, had simply walked, by some method nobody else could quite reconstruct, up to the door of the 7th-floor girls' tower without being seen by a single other student, and laid the parcel across the bed. "Open it, sister." Hermione opened it. The dress inside was the color of moonlight on dark water, a very pale blue-gray that was, when the light shifted, almost silver. It was simple. It was beautifully cut. Around the neckline, in a band so fine that it could only be seen if one already knew it was there, ran a row of 7 runes that Hermione recognized as a sequence she had been practicing all autumn. "Lyra made it," Cassandra said. Lyra made me a dress. Lyra has been making clothes for hatchlings for 400 years. She made me my first riding skirt. She makes a dress when the dress is what is needed. Tonight is what is needed." Hermione, who did not cry easily, sat down on the bed and very nearly cried. "Don't," Cassandra said, sternly. "Don't. The runes will run if they get wet." Right. "Put it on." "Show me." She put it on. Cassandra looked at her for a long, long moment. "Yes," Cassandra said. "Yes. He will not survive seeing you." "Cassandra, he will. He is durable. Walk." Hermione walked. The dress moved with her in a way no garment had ever, in her short experience of garments, moved with her before. The runes at the neckline glinted, faintly, in the dorm's candlelight. "Sister," Cassandra said, "you are the prettiest hatchling the wood has ever sent up to a ball. There has been more than one. 3 in 800 years. You are the 3rd. The others are dead. Live, please. I'll do my best." Harry did not, in fact, survive seeing her. He stood at the foot of the marble staircase with his hands in his pockets and his collar slightly crooked and his hair in the state of permanent friendly disorder it had been in since he was 8, and when Hermione came down the staircase in the moonlight-colored dress he forgot, for what he would later estimate had been at least 4 full seconds, how to breathe. He remembered. He breathed down through the soles of his feet. He held out his arm. "Hermione. Harry. You look, don't make a thing of it." "I'm going to make a thing of it for the rest of my life." "Don't say that out loud, Harry." "Why?" "Because I will hold you to it." "Hold me to it, then." She put her hand on his arm. They went into the great hall. The teachers, at the high table, saw them at the same moment. Snape's face went, for the briefest fraction of a second, into an expression that was almost a smile, and McGonagall, beside him, very deliberately did not look at Snape because she did not, evidently, wish to make him stop. Dumbledore raised his glass. They danced. They were, both of them, indifferent dancers. Hermione had read 3 books on the subject and Harry had spent an hour with Cassandra in the round clearing the night before, an hour in which Cassandra had made him hold her hand and step on her hooves a great many times and laughed at him a great many more, but they were both, by then, very good at moving in time with one another, and that had always been more than half of dancing. Crumb cut in at the third song. Harry let him. He went back to the table where Ron sat in maroon dress robes and a deeply suspicious expression. "Mate," Ron said. "Yeah. Are you and Hermione, eventually?" "Right." Harry watched her dance with Crumb for a minute. Crumb was, to his credit, an excellent dancer. Hermione, with him, looked exactly as graceful as the dress was promising. Then Hermione turned her head toward Harry, just briefly, and the heartstone at his chest gave one small warm pulse, and his answered, and he understood, without any words, that whatever she did with whichever Bulgarian, the long invisible thread was, all the while, exactly where it had always been. He did not need to cut back in. She came back of her own accord, after the next dance, and did not leave his side again for the rest of the night. In the new year, Crouch Moody changed tactics. He stopped trying to corner Harry. He started trying to corner Hermione. This was a mistake. Hermione let him corner her in the library on a Tuesday afternoon. She was sitting at one of the long tables by the window with 3 open books, a piece of parchment, and a quill, and she was apparently entirely engrossed in the pursuit of an essay on the third law of Gamp's elemental transfiguration. Crouch Moody sat down opposite her. "Granger." "Professor Moody. I'd like a word." "Of course, Professor." "Potter." "Yes. I'm worried about him." "Are you?" "I. Boy's not himself this year. He's withdrawing. From friends. From the game. From old advisors. He has a lot on his mind, Professor." "I. But there are people in this castle who know how to help him. I'm one of them. I'd like the chance." Hermione looked at him for a long moment. "Professor," she said, in her most pleasant voice, "I am sure Harry will come to you when he wants help. He has always been very good at knowing when to ask." Was there anything else? Crouch Moody, who was used to first years stuttering at him, blinked. "Granger, I have an essay, Professor. I am sure you understand." She smiled at him. It was the same smile she had once given to Crumb on the dock, a kind, warm, completely impervious smile, and Crouch Moody, who was a clever man behind whomever he was wearing, recognized it for what it was. He stood. He left. That night, in the chamber under the willow, she described the encounter to Megorian and Sirius. Sirius laughed. Megorian, more soberly, said, "He will know now. He will know that you know. The plan accelerates." "Then so do we," Hermione said. "Yes." They trained. They trained for the entire spring term in a way that left them, at every breakfast, slightly underslept and, at every dinner, slightly out of step with the rest of the school's chatter. They trained with Lyra on the unmaking shapes, 6 of them now committed to muscle memory, the 5th and 6th shaping themselves in their hands at half a thought. They trained with Cassandra on movement under fire, 1 was the runner, 1 was the shooter, switching every 20 seconds, hitting moving targets while moving themselves. They trained with Bane on close quarters, Bane himself coming in with his enormous bulk, and Harry stepping in low, and Hermione holding the wood's breath behind him. They trained with Megorian on plans, 3- and 4-step contingencies, branches at every node, each branch with its own counterbranch. They trained with Sirius, who proved unexpectedly to be an excellent teacher of the small dirty tricks of dueling that Lyra would not, on principle, teach them. He showed them how to hex a man's bootlace into his other bootlace. He showed them how to set a pillar on fire from 20 feet away with one quick motion. He showed them, on a Sunday afternoon in late April when the herd had given them the day off, how to drink a butterbeer. By the night of the 3rd task, both of them, Sirius later said, looked 5 years older than the school records claimed they were. The school records were not, by then, a particularly useful guide. The night of the 3rd task, before Harry went out to the maze, Hermione caught his elbow in the side passage. Harry. 3 pulls. 3 pulls. If anything goes wrong. If anything goes wrong. Even if you think you can handle it. Even then. Even if it's just a small thing. Hermione. I know. I know. I'm being a fuss budget. Let me be a fuss budget. Be a fuss budget. 3 pulls, Harry. 3 pulls. She kissed him on the cheek. She had not done that before. She did it now, briskly, and then she stepped back and her face did the careful blank thing she had learned to do in front of Crouch Moody, and he did his careful blank back, and they went out into the night. The third task came in late June. The maze had been planted on the Quidditch pitch. The hedges were 10 feet tall and thick with thorns. The cup gleamed in the center, exactly where Crouch, that is, the man wearing Moody's face and Moody's eye, had arranged for it to gleam. The plan, as Megorian had laid it out in October, had not changed. The plan, as Hermione had refined it with Lyra in March, had been augmented in 7 small ways. The plan, as Sirius had finalized it in the chamber under the willow on the very night of the third task, was the same plan with one additional element which Harry had agreed to and which Hermione had, after a long careful look at his face, also agreed to, and which Megorian, when told of it, had bowed to, in the small formal centaur bow that meant something serious had been agreed. Harry went into the maze first. He did what he had been told to do. He walked confidently. He let Crouch's man see him, in the narrow gaps between the hedges, succeeding in the way Crouch's man would expect him to succeed. He fought a boggart that was a wraith on the back of a head, and he fought it not with the Patronus but with a small wandless bend of breath that had taken him 8 months to learn to call from a standing position. The boggart was so confused by the wandless attack that it dispersed without protest. He fought a sphinx by simply, politely, answering its riddle. He fought a blast-ended script by stepping aside. He reached the cup at the same moment Cedric Diggory reached it. They paused. They looked at each other. Together. Cedric said. In a minute, Harry said. Cedric, I have to tell you something first. Will you listen? Cedric, who had been at school with Harry for 3 years and who had, in that time, learned that Harry Potter rarely asked to tell a person something without good reason, listened. Harry told him. He told him quickly, because there was very little time. He told him about the cup, and what it was, and what would happen when they touched it. He told him that Hermione and Sirius and the herd were waiting. He told him that he, Harry, was prepared, and that Cedric would be prepared in the same instant if he was willing to be told one short specific shape that Hermione had taught him to teach to other people in case of need, and which would let Cedric breathe down through the soles of his feet at a moment when, otherwise, he would be very afraid. Cedric, when Harry had finished, did not say anything for a long count. Right, he said, finally. All right. Show me the shape. Harry showed him the shape. Cedric, who had quick hands and a quick mind, picked it up in 3 tries. Good, Harry said. Now. Together. They put their hands on the cup at the same instant. The world hooked behind Harry's navel and yanked. The graveyard was exactly what he had been told to expect. The headstone was the right headstone. The cauldron was the right cauldron. The small, limp, hairless thing in the bundle on the ground was the right small, limp, hairless thing. The man holding the bundle was Wormtail. Wormtail, who was supposed to be in the cells of the ministry under the ivy cord. Wormtail, who had, by the obvious fact of his presence here, escaped at some point in the last 12 hours. Harry's stomach went cold for half a second. Then he remembered the plan. He drew on the warmth of the heartstone at his chest. He pulled 3 short hard pulls. Cedric, he said quietly, behind me. Cedric, who had spent the last 60 seconds breathing down through the soles of his feet, stepped behind him. Wormtail looked up. His watery eyes widened. He had seen them. He had not, until that moment, realized there were two of them. He looked, with increasing panic, at the cauldron, at the bundle, at the empty graveyard. "Two of you," Wormtail whispered. "He didn't say two, he didn't know," Harry said. "Master," Wormtail, Harry said. "Drop the bundle. Drop it now. The herd has freed you once, on the cord. They will not free you a second time." Wormtail did not drop the bundle. Wormtail drew a wand. He never finished drawing it. The arrow took him in the shoulder, very precisely, and pinned the wand arm to his own ribs. He howled. He dropped the wand. He did not, however, drop the bundle. The arrow had come, Harry would say later, from over his right shoulder. He turned. Hermione was standing among the gravestones perhaps 10 yards behind him, her bow drawn, her face very calm. Behind her, half emerged from the long shadow of a yew tree, was Bane. Behind Bane, very faintly visible in the dark, were 3 more centaurs Harry did not have time to identify. Between Bane and Hermione, like a black knot in a long pale rope, stood Sirius. The herd, in defiance of every law of centaur custom, had come out of the wood. They had, on the night, agreed that they would. Wormtail, with the arrow in his shoulder, looked at all of them. He looked at the bundle in his arms. He looked, with a kind of terrible loyalty, at the cauldron. Then he tried to drop the bundle into the cauldron. He almost succeeded. The bundle made it as far as the lip of the cauldron before Hermione's second arrow took it through the bundle's chest, which was, technically, not the chest of a person but only the chest of a small wraith-like rebuilt embryo of a man who had broken himself into 7 pieces and was now trying to put one of those pieces into a body. The arrow went through the wraithling. Then the arrow went through the bottom of the cauldron, which had been carefully pre-cracked by Lyra 2 hours earlier in a way that no Death Eater who had merely glanced at the cauldron would have noticed. The cauldron split. The contents, bone of the father, flesh of the servant, blood of the enemy, sloshed onto the ground and were absorbed into the dirt of the graveyard before they could do anything they had been brewed to do. The wraithling thing screamed. It screamed with the same high cold voice that had screamed out of the back of Quirrell's head 3 years ago. It screamed, however, briefly. Hermione's third arrow went through what passed for its forehead, and the screaming stopped. The body, if the small, hairless, mostly limp thing could be called that, lay on the dirt of the graveyard, twitching once, and then twice, and then not at all. It was not dead. It could not be killed by an arrow alone. But the body it had been about to become was not now going to become. The vessel was broken. The night was Voldemort's, by his careful planning, until the cup had been taken back. The night was no longer his. The night had been taken from him. Sirius, behind Hermione, let out a long sigh that was almost a sob. "Bane," Hermione said, without turning her head. "Yes," Bane said. "Take the body. Take the rat. Take the wand. We will sort which is for the ministry, and which is for the wood, when we are home." "Yes." Cedric. Cedric, who had done absolutely nothing during the previous 90 seconds except stand exactly behind Harry breathing down through the soles of his feet, said, faintly, "Yes, Hermione. You're going to remember this. Word for word. You're going to tell exactly what you saw, to exactly the people we tell you to tell, in exactly the way we ask. Can you do that?" "Yes." "Good. And one more thing." "Yes." "When you go back. When you stand on the pitch. Whatever you do, and I cannot stress this enough, do not try to take the credit. All right. Promise me." "I promise." She turned to Harry. She looked at him for one long moment. Her hand came up. She tucked a piece of his hair behind his ear, very briefly. "You're alive," she said. "Yes." "Good." They came back through the cup. The crowd in the stadium, when the 4 of them appeared, Harry, Cedric, the bound rat, and the small hairless body, went, after a stunned half-second, into a noise that Harry would remember for the rest of his life. It was not a cheer. It was not a scream. It was a long, complicated, collective intake of breath that broke, after a count of 3, into a confused and terrible roar. Dumbledore was on the dais in 2 strides. Sirius was at Harry's side in 1. The man with Moody's face was, in the same instant, leaving the stands by a side door and would, before he had reached the gates of the stadium, be picked up by Cassandra and Firenze, who had been at the gates for exactly this moment. The bound rat, at McGonagall's feet, looked up. He saw the herd centaurs ringing the dais. He saw Sirius standing free and unbound. He saw Dumbledore looking at him with a face of cold ancient pity. He fainted. The official statement, 3 days later, was that the third task had been the site of an attempted Death Eater incursion which had been thwarted by quick action on the part of all 4 champions, with particular contributions from Mr. Diggory, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, who had not, technically, been entered in the tournament but who had, the Ministry decided, conducted herself in a way that more than justified her presence in the post-task report, and an unnamed third party. The unnamed third party was, in fact, several centaurs and 1 godfather. The Ministry, after a long internal debate, decided that the public was not, as yet, ready to know that the centaurs of the Forbidden Forest had broken cover, and the herd, after an even longer debate of their own, decided that they were not, as yet, ready to be known. The body of the wraith was given to Dumbledore. Dumbledore took it to a small private room and was alone with it for an hour. When he came out he was holding a small blackened lump of something that had once, perhaps, been a soul, and his eyes were very bright. 2, he said, when Harry asked. 2 of the 7, Harry. The diary. And this. There are 5 more. Yes. We will find them. Yes, Dumbledore said. We will. Cedric came down to the Willow with them, on the last night of term, by his own request. The herd permitted it. He was the first non-Potter, non-Granger student of Hogwarts to set foot in the chamber under the Willow in 1,000 years. Megorian shook his hand, formally. Bane shook his hand, gruffly. Cassandra grinned at him and said, Diggory, sister by association. Welcome. Cedric, who had known Cassandra for 10 minutes, blushed. Lyra simply looked at him for a long moment and then nodded once, in what was, from her, an equivalent of a bow. You did well, Cedric Diggory, Megorian said. Sir, Cedric said, I owe you my life. You owe us nothing. The hatchlings owed you your life. They paid you in advance. You owe them, perhaps. Not us. Thank you, sir. Off you go. The hatchlings will see you home. Cedric went. They walked him back to the castle, slowly. He did not say very much. At the doors, he stopped. He looked at Harry. Harry. That night. In the graveyard. I was very afraid. I know. And then I wasn't. The breath you taught me, the shape, it was the strangest thing. I have been holding it ever since. I can't stop holding it. I don't think I want to. Don't stop, Harry said. It's yours now. All right. All right. Cedric went up to his dormitory. He would, in years to come, become the youngest Auror in the department's records, and the most quietly effective of his cohort, and he would never, in his entire life, tell anyone except his eventual wife exactly what had happened on the night of the third task. The story would die with him and his wife, as it had been agreed, and the herd would, in this small thing as in many others, be respected. That night, in the chamber under the Willow, Megorian called every centaur in the herd. The chamber was fuller than Harry had ever seen it. 40 centaurs at least, in a great solemn ring, with their heads bowed. Megorian put a hand on Harry's shoulder, and a hand on Hermione's, and he turned them both to face the herd. Hatchlings. Yes. You have done what we hoped you would do. The broken man has been delayed. The night was ours. The herd has, for the first time in 1,000 years, walked beyond the wood. We did so for you. We did so with you. We have not regretted it. He paused. What comes next will be larger. The broken man will not, after tonight, hide. He will rise. He will rise quickly. We will rise with you. We have decided. The herd has voted. The wood has heard. We will, when you call, walk again. He turned to the herd. Do you accept? The herd, in one voice, said, We accept. Bane, at the front, said it loudest. Sirius walked them up to the willow. The willow lifted a branch in greeting and tapped Hermione's wrist guard, as it always did now. They climbed up the slope to the doors of the castle. In their bare feet, they had, again, somehow forgotten their shoes, and at the foot of the marble staircase Sirius stopped and put a hand on each of their shoulders. Pup. Cub. Sirius. You are alive. Yes. I am very proud. Thank you, Sirius. He let go. He looked at them for a long moment. Then he turned and walked back across the wet grass and was, after a few moments, gone among the trees. Above them, very high and very steady and very, very bright, the dog star burned. Mars, beside it, leaned closer than ever. The two stars looked down on the castle as patiently as they had ever looked, but tonight, for the first time, they almost seemed to be smiling. Harry took Hermione's hand. She let him. They went up the stairs together. In the days after the third task, the school did not quite know what to do with Harry and Hermione did not quite know what to do with the school. The official statement had been issued, the unofficial whispers had run their course, the corridors were full of students who looked at the two of them with the careful sideways respect that students reserve for classmates who have, against the run of probability, lived through something they themselves would not have lived through. Ron, who had been told the truth that afternoon by Hermione in the dorm before the rest of the boys came in, had simply, with great economy, said, Right. Right then. What do you need me for next year? Hermione had laughed and hugged him and thanked him, and Ron had gone, in his usual way, slightly pink at the ears and pretended it had been nothing. Fred and George had cornered Harry by the lake one afternoon and asked, with great seriousness, whether the Centaurs needed any kind of distractions arranged on the human side of any future fight. Harry had said yes, in fact, they probably would. The twins had nodded once, in unison, and walked off looking, Harry would later say, the most cheerful he had ever seen them. Ginny had come up to Harry in the common room 2 days before the end of term and put a small parcel on the table in front of him. For the wood, she had said. Ginny, it is a small thing I have been working on. Tell them the girl with the diary is not the girl she was. Inside the parcel was a small wooden charm, carved into the shape of a wren. The wren had, on its breast, in the tiniest possible handwriting, the same descent rune Hermione had carved on the floor of the second-floor bathroom. Hermione had taken it, very carefully, in both hands. Ginny, Hermione had said. I copied it from your book, last spring. I hope that's all right. It is more than all right. It is exactly right. Thank you. Ginny had nodded, briskly, as Cassandra would have nodded. She had the look on her face of a girl who had decided, while no one was watching, what she would be when she grew up. Harry brought the wren down to the willow on the second-to-last night of term. Lyra took it from him in both hands. She turned it. She looked at it for a long moment. This is well done, Lyra said. It was Ginny. I know. The wood remembers her hand from the diary. The wood recognizes a hand that has been freed. We will keep it. Tell her it has been kept. I will. Lyra, after a small considering pause, looked up at Harry. Hatchling. Yes. You will have a year, perhaps 2, before the broken man is ready to return in earnest. He will not give up. He has been delayed. Delay is not defeat. Use the year. Use the two. Bring more hands to the wood, where the wood will accept them. The wren is the first. There will be others. There will be others. Good. Now go. Sleep. Eat. Be young. Some part of you, please, must still be young. The wood asks it. The Hogwarts Express on the last morning of term was the loudest Harry had ever ridden it. Ron, in the compartment, told a long enthusiastic story about Bill's new job in Egypt that was, Harry was almost certain, half-fabricated to give Harry and Hermione something to laugh at. Fred and George stuck their heads in the door twice with rude and useful questions. Ginny sat curled in the corner of the seat with her shoes off and her hair in a quiet bright halo around her face, and she watched Harry and Hermione with the small quiet pride of a girl who had, for the first time in her life, given two people she liked a useful gift. The train rolled south. The countryside opened. The world, outside the window, looked the same as it always did at the end of June. Inside the window, Harry knew, the world had moved. He looked at Hermione. She was, characteristically, reading. She was reading a book she had already read 3 times, Hogwarts, a history, because she had begun to find, in the last 6 months, that the things she had read in it as a first year had begun to mean different things now. She looked up. She caught his eye. She smiled. He smiled back. The heartstones at their throats pulsed gently, in time, the way they had begun to pulse in time, and outside the window, somewhere far above the long flat green of the southbound countryside, the dog star, although nobody but the two of them and an old centaur and a younger godfather would have noticed in broad daylight, was burning. It was, in fact, the brightest star anywhere in the sky. It would burn brighter still, before the year was out. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, When the Forest Walks. The Ministry refused to believe. It refused with the patient, calcified determination of an institution that had spent 12 years pretending the worst thing that had ever happened to it had not happened, and which was, accordingly, very practiced at pretending. The body of the Wraithling was filed under the wrong cabinet. The deposition of Wormtail was placed under seal, pending further review. The official statement on the third task did not, in any of the 3 published drafts, contain the word Voldemort, the word Horcrux, or the word Centaur. The Daily Prophet, which had spent the spring printing increasingly elaborate stories about Harry Potter's mental health and Hermione Granger's romantic indiscretions, simply moved on to its next series, a 6-week investigation, ostensibly impartial, of Albus Dumbledore's fitness for the headmastership, and refused to print any letter from any person who had attended the third task and disagreed with the official account. The herd, when this became clear, did not panic. The herd had been refused before by the ministry of one or another wizard government for 1,000 years. The herd had a long memory for refusals. The herd had also, for the first time in several centuries, decided that the next refusal would be the last. Harry's 5th year began with Dolores Umbridge in the defense chair. She was not, the herd had told him in advance, the most dangerous person in the school. She was, however, the most useful test of patience that the school had ever attempted to inflict on him, and she was, by a considerable margin, the most accomplished student of cruelty in a senior position the ministry had ever appointed. The herd recommended that he learn from her. They did not specify what. He learned, very quickly, that he could endure her. He learned, slightly more slowly, that he should not let her see him learn. By the 2nd week of term, Harry had perfected, in front of Umbridge, a mask of mild, perpetual, slightly worried confusion that gave her exactly the satisfaction her own kind of person needed in order to leave him approximately alone. Hermione, in parallel, perfected a mask of breathless eager industriousness that Umbridge mistook for ambition. The two of them, in their cumulative 2 hours of class with her per week, did absolutely no learning at all from Umbridge, but did, in their evenings, organize what would become, by Halloween, a body of 48 Hogwarts students who met in the room of requirement 3 nights a week and learned, from Harry and Hermione, every defense spell that would actually work in the world. They called the group Dumbledore's Army. Hermione, who had named it, had wanted to call it the forest's hand, but had been overruled, gently, by Bane on the grounds that the broken man would, if he heard the name, look up. Dumbledore's army it is, Hermione had said. He'll like it. He did. Dumbledore, when he heard, did not say so out loud. But he twinkled. The broken man came back into a body in the autumn. He did it the long way, since the cup ritual had failed. He did it through 3 brewings and 4 murders and a long dreary winter of feeding on lesser creatures in a damp Albanian wood. He did it, at last, on a moonless night in early February, in a cellar under a country house in Wiltshire, with the help of 3 Death Eaters who had not, as it turned out, been on the ministry's watch list, and who had, accordingly, been free to brew and feed and recite without interruption. The herd knew within an hour. Bane himself came up to Harry's bed at 3 in the morning and put a hand on his shoulder. Hatchling. Bane. He has a body. How big? As big as the body the diary tried to wear in the cauldron. Larger, perhaps. The same general dimensions. Snake-faced. Pale-eyed. Tall. Ugly. Where? Wiltshire. Within the hour, no longer. He will, by morning, be somewhere else. What do we do? We make him afraid, hatchling. How? By being known. Tomorrow we will tell the school. Tomorrow we will tell the Daily Prophet. Tomorrow we will tell every wizard in Britain. We have decided, in the last hour. We will not hide any longer. We will be where the broken man can see us. He will then, for the first time in his long unpleasant career, have to plan around something that does not move when he expects it to move. And the ministry? The ministry, Bane said, with a small flat amusement, will catch up. The herd's announcement was made the next morning, on the Hogwarts grounds, in front of every student who had been awake at 6 and many who had not. Megorian, in his white-bearded gravity, walked at the head of 40 centaurs across the lawn from the forbidden forest to the great oak doors of the castle. He came with his bow on his back and his hooves making no sound at all. Behind him, Bane and Lyra and Cassandra and Firenze and Ronan and the others walked in a loose-moving wedge. Dumbledore met them at the doors. The students, behind Dumbledore, gathered. Word had moved. McGonagall was at his right elbow. Snape was at his left. Umbridge, clutching the front of her pink cardigan, was at the bottom of the steps, where she had stopped abruptly when she had seen what was coming. Megorian, Dumbledore said. Headmaster. You are welcome at this school. I thank you. I would speak. Speak. Megorian turned to face the gathered students. He raised his great pale hand, palm out. He was not loud. He did not need to be. Children of this school, he said. Hear me. The herd of the Forbidden Forest has, for 1,000 years, kept to the wood. We have done so out of habit. We have done so out of caution. We have done so, lately, out of distrust. We will, from this morning forward, no longer do so. We will be of the wood when the wood needs us, and we will be of the school when the school needs us. We come this morning to say to you, plainly, what your government will not yet say. The dark wizard who called himself Lord Voldemort has returned to a body. He is alive. He is gathering. He will, before the end of this year, attempt to take this castle. He will fail. The herd has decided. The school will, when the time comes, have us at its side. That is all. A long silence. It was a third-year Hufflepuff girl, of all the people in the audience, who began the cheer. It rose. It spread. It became, within a minute, the loudest noise the lawn had heard since the founders had built the castle. Umbridge, at the bottom of the steps, looked as though she might be sick. McGonagall, at the top of the steps, looked as though she might cry, although she would never afterward admit it. Dumbledore did not say anything. He nodded, very slightly, to Megorian. Megorian nodded back. Then the herd turned, and walked, and re-entered the trees. The Daily Prophet ran the story the next day under the headline Forbidden Forest Invades. The article was, in equal measure, hostile and breathless. The ministry issued a denial. The herd issued no response. The herd did not need to. The students of Hogwarts, who had been on the lawn that morning, were already at home or about to be at home for the spring break, and they were, very cheerfully and very loudly, telling everyone they could find what they had seen with their own eyes, and the story spread, and the prophet's denial began, gradually, to look ridiculous. By the end of March, the herd was a known thing. By April, the ministry had been forced to retract. By May, the broken man, by every report the herd was able to gather from the long quiet network of people Sirius had spent the year carefully assembling, was furious. The herd did not mind that he was furious. The herd had wanted him furious. Furious people, Megorian had told Harry one night in the round clearing, do not plan well. He came in June, in the dark of a new moon, with everything he had. It was not, Harry would say later, the attack the herd had been expecting. It was larger. It was angrier. It was, in places, more inventive. He had, at his back, perhaps 200 Death Eaters, and he had, through some method that Hermione would later spend 2 years trying to work out, persuaded a small group of Dementors to follow him up from Azkaban, and he had, most surprising and most unwelcome of all, bound to his cause a great wing of giant spiders which were not, the herd was relieved to discover, the acromantulas of their own western swamp, but were, instead, something larger and slower and far more patient that had been quietly cultivated in a Welsh valley the herd had not, until that month, known to watch. He came through the gates at midnight. He found the gates open. The gates had been opened by Hermione half an hour earlier on Megorian's instruction, because the gates would have been broken in any case, and the breaking would have cost lives. Open gates, Megorian had said, were a small offered courtesy. They also gave the herd a controlled corridor to defend. Harry was on the lawn. Hermione was on the lawn. Sirius was on the lawn. Lupin, who had come up from London the night before, was on the lawn. 40 members of the Order, that loose informal alliance Dumbledore had been quietly assembling for 2 years, were on the lawn. 40 Centaurs were on the lawn. 300 students who would not under any circumstance be sent home, Dumbledore's army at the front, the older students of every house behind them, were on the lawn. Dumbledore himself stood at the very top of the great steps, with his back to the doors of the school, and his wand at his side, and his eyes on the gates. Behind him, on a small folding chair he had insisted on being given, sat Cornelius Fudge, who had finally that morning consented to come north and witness, in person, what his ministry had been refusing to acknowledge. Fudge looked, in his green bowler hat, very small. The first wave was the spiders. They came up the long drive in a slow, terrible carpet. The herd's first volley took perhaps 30 of them at the heart eye in the first 10 seconds. The Order's spells took perhaps another 10. The students' spells took perhaps another 5. The spiders kept coming. Hold, Megorian said. The line held. The spiders, when they were within 10 yards of the line, met something they had not been expecting. The lawn, where the herd had been standing for the last 2 hours, had been laid with 38 runes, the same 38 Hermione had copied from the chamber pool nearly 4 years earlier, in moon ink under the grass, by Hermione personally, over the previous 3 nights. The runes had not glowed. The runes had been waiting. The first spider crossed the first rune, and the rune did exactly what Hermione had calibrated it to do, which was unmake the spider's intent of crossing it. The spider stopped. It stood on the rune and shuddered. The next spider crossed the next rune. It also stopped. By the end of 40 seconds, the entire spider army was standing on the lawn shuddering, no longer advancing, no longer obeying anything but a small confused instruction not to advance. The Death Eaters behind them, who had been counting on the spiders to clear a path, swore. They began to fire spells over the spiders' backs. Now, Lyra, Megorian said. Lyra, who had been waiting with her hand on the great central rune at the top of the lawn, a 39th rune, drawn that morning, that Hermione had invented on the basis of the chamber pool primer and that Lyra, after long consideration, had pronounced herself willing to execute, pressed her hand down onto the stone. The rune glowed. The lawn, in a wide rippling wave, lit briefly with the same silver-white glow Hermione had drawn on the cover of the diary. Then the glow faded. The spiders, all of them, lay down. They did not die. They lay down. They went, in the wood's old idiom, to sleep. The Death Eaters behind them now had, instead of a moving wall of allies, an immense unmoving inconvenience to climb over. The herd's second volley took out 40 of the climbers. The Order's spells took perhaps 20. The students, behind them, took out perhaps 30 more. The Death Eaters' line bent. Bellatrix Lestrange led the next wave personally. She had not, until that night, been seen on a battlefield in 14 years, the herd had not, prior to that night, ever encountered her. The herd, on encountering her, decided very quickly that she was a problem requiring particular attention. She came up the right wing with a circle of perhaps 30 Death Eaters around her, all of them moving fast, all of them firing in coordinated patterns that the herd recognized as having been drilled. "Bane," Megorian said. "Yes," Bane said. He went. The fight that followed in the right wing of the lawn was, by Sirius's later accounting, the most beautiful and most terrible piece of close combat he had ever witnessed. Bane took the first 3 of Bellatrix's shielding Death Eaters with 3 arrows in 5 seconds. He took the next 4 with his hooves, in 2 long sweeping kicks that drove them backward off their feet. He took the 8th with his hands, very simply, around the man's throat. He turned, on the 9th, to face Bellatrix herself. Bellatrix smiled. She raised her wand. Avada, she did not finish. The arrow that took her in the wand arm came over Bane's shoulder. It came from a long way off, perhaps 80 yards, and it took her in exactly the tendon Hermione had been training for 2 years to hit, and the wand went out of her hand and skittered across the grass and was, an instant later, on fire. Hermione, 80 yards away, lowered her bow. She did not, Harry would later note, look surprised. Bellatrix screamed. She turned. She tried to flee. Bane, with a small, very focused effort, brought her down with a single arrow in the calf, and she went down on her face in the grass, and she was, in a moment, in the cord. The Dementors came up the left wing. There were perhaps 30 of them. They came in a long ragged tide of black robes and reaching hands. Harry, on the left wing with Sirius and Lupin and 20 members of Dumbledore's army and Cassandra, raised his hands. He did not call the Patronus. He called the Fire Rite. He called it with Hermione, across the 80 yards of lawn between them, in a single shared breath that he did not have to think about because he had been breathing in time with her every night for 4 years. The fire came up out of his hands, and out of hers, and it met in the middle of the lawn in a great clean white wall, and it walked, slowly and deliberately, across the grass toward the Dementors. The Dementors, when the wall reached them, did not retreat. They unmade. They came apart in long thin streamers of black smoke, and the streamers, in the white light, were, Lupin would say later, the most beautiful unmade thing he had ever seen. When the fire rite settled, the lawn was clear of Dementors. The Death Eaters who had come behind them now had, instead of a screen of Dementors, an open line of sight to Harry Potter, 14 years old, smiling. Several of them turned and ran. Voldemort came last. He came in his own time, which was after the spiders had failed, and after the Dementors had failed, and after Bellatrix had failed, and after the Death Eaters' line had bent and broken and reformed 3 times. He came in his own way, which was on the air, in a long black streamer of smoke and intent, with 2 of his last loyal lieutenants following him in similar streams. He landed on the lawn opposite Harry. He looked, in his thin white body and his red eyes, exactly the way the diary's 13-year-old shape had looked all those years ago, only older, and angrier, and with much less of his patience left. "Harry Potter," he said. His voice was the same high cold voice. It had not changed. You have been a great deal of trouble. Yes, Harry said. You will be very small trouble, in another minute. No, Tom. It was Hermione who had spoken. She had crossed the lawn while everyone else was busy with the smaller pieces of the night. She was now at Harry's right elbow, with her bow lowered and the heartstone around her neck pulsing in time with his. Lyra was at his left. Megorian was 3 paces behind. Bane was on his other side. Sirius was a little further out, with his wand raised. Lupin was beside Sirius. The Order, what was left of it standing, was drawing in. The students of Dumbledore's army were forming a long arc behind. Dumbledore was, at last, descending the steps. Voldemort looked at all of them. He did not, for one full count of 3, do anything. Then he did the only thing he could think of to do, which was to lift his wand and aim it at Hermione's heart. He never finished. Hermione drew in the air with both hands at once. The shapes she drew were the 6 unmaking shapes Lyra had taught them in the 2nd chamber, and the 7th shape Hermione had invented in the Chamber of Secrets when she had needed it, and an 8th shape Hermione had invented that morning, in her bed, in the very early hours, when she had finally understood what the shape ought to be. The 8th shape was the binding shape. It was the shape that did not unmake but instead held. It was the shape that locked a thing in place inside its own intentions. The shape, when she drew it, hung in the air for a half-second, glowing. Then it flew, clean and smooth, across the 4 yards between Hermione and Voldemort, and it settled on his shoulders and his arms and his wand hand and his throat, and it locked. Voldemort could not move. He could blink. He could breathe. He could, with great effort, speak. He could not raise the wand. Hermione, he said, in a voice that was almost calm. I have been told about you. By whom? Several. The notebook your rat brought me made interesting reading. It was, I am told, only 38 shapes of an alphabet of several hundred. I was not, however, told of the 8th. His red eyes moved to her. What is the 8th? The one for you. Ah. Lyra, Hermione said, without turning her head. Lyra came forward. She knelt, slowly, deliberately, with all the gravity of a woman who had spent 800 years preparing to do exactly this, and she looked Voldemort in the face from a distance of perhaps 3 feet. Tom Marvolo Riddle, she said. The wood has heard you. I am not Tom, the wood has heard you. Be silent. He was silent. The 8th shape, around his throat, did not let him not be silent. You broke yourself into 7 pieces, Lyra said. You were a fool. The 7th is in your own body. The 7th is not the largest, but it is the one we can reach without going looking. We will, this evening, remove it. You will not. We will. You cannot. The 7th is the heart of the broken man. To remove the 7th is to undo the breaking. Without the breaking, I am, mortal, Tom Marvolo Riddle. The word is mortal. You will not. We will. And then, after the 7th, we will go and find the other 6. The herd has decided. The hatchlings have decided. Dumbledore has decided. Sirius Black has decided. The wood has heard us. We have time. You do not. Voldemort, in the binding shape, said nothing. There was nothing left, by then, that he could say. They did not kill him on the lawn. It would have been, Megorian later said, vulgar. Vulgar and, more importantly, premature. The 7th Horcrux was in his body, without first removing it, killing the body would simply have decanted the 7th piece into the air, and the broken man would have escaped as a wraith again, the way he had escaped from Quirrell's head 5 years before, and the night would have gone in entirely the wrong direction. What they did, instead, was carry him into the wood. The herd did not care for indoor work. The ministry, when they finally arrived in force half an hour after the battle had ended, was politely informed by Dumbledore that the prisoner had been taken into the herd's custody for reasons Dumbledore would, in his own time, explain, and that the Ministry would not, on this matter, be insisting. Fudge, who had spent the last 40 minutes sitting on his folding chair with his green bowler hat in his hands, did not insist. He had seen the binding shape go around Voldemort's throat. He had seen Hermione draw it. He had seen Bane drop Bellatrix Lestrange with one arrow. He was, at that moment, rather more in awe of Hermione Granger than he had ever been of anyone in his life. He simply nodded. "As you wish, Albus." "Thank you, Cornelius." Lyra performed the seventh's removal in the round clearing, on the altar. It took most of the night. It cost her, Hermione would later realize, a great deal more of her strength than she allowed any of them to see at the time. The shape she used was the sixth, the cost shape, and she paid the cost herself, because the herd would not have let any of the hatchlings pay it, and because she had, at the start of the night, told Megorian that she would. The cost was 3 years of her life. She accepted them. She handed them over. She did not speak of them again. The seventh, when it was out of Voldemort, was a small black knot of nothing at all on the surface of the altar. Lyra burned it with one breath. The smoke went up. The smoke did not come back down. Voldemort, on the altar, was simply Tom Marvolo Riddle. He was old. He was thin. He was, in the absence of the seventh, even more deeply afraid than he had been on the lawn. He looked at Harry. "It was me," he said, quietly. "I am the one who killed your parents." "Yes," Harry said. "I was wrong." It was not, Harry would say later, the kind of confession a person hears very often. It was not, exactly, an apology. It was a man, after 60 years of breaking himself, having one very small, very honest thought. "Yes," Harry said, again. "Will you kill me?" Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at Harry. "No," Harry said. "We won't. The wood will keep you. The Ministry will have you, when the wood has finished what it is doing. You will go into a cell. You will live in it. You will live, Tom. That is, I think, the worst thing we can do to you, and so, I think, that is what we will do." Cassandra died at dawn. She had been shot, by which Death Eater, no one would ever be able to say, in the long fight on the right wing, and she had not, in the heat of the fight, allowed anyone to look at the wound. By the time the wood was quiet and the prisoner was on the altar and the herd was finally able to take stock of its own losses, the wound had bled too long, and Lyra's knowledge of healing runes, which on any other night might have been enough, was, that night, depleted by the cost shape, and was not. She died in the round clearing with her head in Hermione's lap. She was 31 years old, in human years. She was not yet, by Centaur custom, an adult. "Sister," she said. "Cassandra. Don't be sad for too long. The wood keeps us. The wood will keep me. I will. Tell Bane to stop pretending he is gruff. He has never fooled anyone." Bane, kneeling beside them, said something low and broken in the old tongue. Cassandra, in answer, smiled. She closed her eyes. The wood, all around them, made a long low sound that was, Hermione would later realize, the sound the wood had made the night Harry had loosed his first arrow into the beech tree at the round clearing, 4 years earlier, but reversed. It was the sound of the wood saying goodbye. The dawn was, in spite of everything, beautiful. It came up green and silver over the eastern trees. The casualties, there were a great many, were laid out on the lawn for the families. The students, those who had stood on the lawn the night before, slept in the great hall on cots brought down from the attics. The Ministry had, by then, gone home. Sirius, with Harry under one arm and Hermione under the other, sat on the steps of the castle in the cold morning air and did not say anything for a long, long time. "Pop. Cub. You did it. Yes. You did it. Yes. Cassandra, we know, Hermione said. We will, Sirius said, very softly, remember her for a long time. Yes, Hermione said. Forever, Harry said. Bane came up the steps. He looked, in the dawn, very old and very weary and very gentle. Hatchlings. Bane. There is, a thing the herd would like to ask you. Yes. Will you both, be of the herd? Formally. We have decided. We have voted. The wood has agreed. We would like, with your consent, to bring you in. You will be, by herd custom, our adopted hatchlings. You will be, by herd custom, of our blood. You will be permitted to walk in any of our chambers, on any of our roads, in any of our voices. You will be, in time, perhaps, of our council. We have not asked this of any human in 800 years. We ask now. Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at Harry. Yes, Harry said. Yes, said Hermione. Bane, very slowly, knelt. The herd, on the lawn behind him, all knelt. Megorian, alone, came forward. He laid his hand on Harry's head. He laid his other hand on Hermione's. He spoke a very long shape in the old tongue that neither of them had ever heard before, and which both of them, somehow, understood as he said it. The shape was the welcoming shape. The shape was the formal adoption shape. The shape was the shape the herd had used, in the centuries before the wizards had come, to bring a young centaur into the herd for the first time. When he was done, the marks on their foreheads, which had faded long ago, but which had pulsed, faintly, all night, flared once, brilliantly, and then settled into a shape that was no longer a hunter's mark. It was a herd mark. It was the mark of a person who was, formally, of the wood. Hermione, on her knees, finally cried. Harry, beside her, did too. Bane, when they had both finished, said gruffly, now stop. The wood does not care for crying for too long. Stand. Eat. Sleep. Tomorrow we have 6 pieces to find. The Daily Prophet, the next morning, ran 4 headlines on the front page at the same size. The first read The Dark Lord has been taken. The second read Centaurs of Forbidden Forest honored. The third read Ministry announces new war office. The fourth, with a small photograph of a 14-year-old girl with a bow over her shoulder and a small dark stone around her neck, read Granger, Potter named CO leaders of new defense council. The fifth headline, in smaller type, on the second page, read, A Night of Great Costs, an obituary for Cassandra of the Forest. The article, which Sirius had personally contributed 3 of the longest paragraphs to, ran for 2 full columns. That evening, Harry and Hermione walked down to the willow. The willow tapped Hermione's wrist guard. The trunk opened. They went down. They came out, on the other side, into a wood that was, in spite of Cassandra's absence, exactly the wood it had been the night before. The wood did not, after all, lose a daughter the way humans lost a sister. The wood absorbed, in a way the centaurs would slowly explain to them over the next year, and what was lost was not exactly lost. In the round clearing, the herd was waiting. Megorian stood at the head. Bane stood beside him. Lyra stood, very tired, slightly behind. The empty place where Cassandra would have stood had been left empty, by formal agreement, for a year. Hatchlings of the herd, Megorian said. Megorian. There are 6 pieces still. We have a year. Perhaps 2. We will, in that year, find them. We will remove them. We will, when the 7 are gone, finish what was begun on the lawn. Are you with us? Yes. Yes. Good. Then sleep tonight. Sleep 1 full night. Tomorrow we begin. They slept that night in the chamber under the willow, on a bed Lyra had made for them out of the long soft moss of the spring chamber and a folded blanket Cassandra had been weaving when she had died, and which the herd had, by formal consent, finished overnight in her honor. They slept, for the first time in 4 years, without dreaming. When they woke, it was nearly noon. The sun was through the lattice of roots above them in long bars of green gold, and the wood, around them, was singing. Harry sat up. Hermione sat up. She turned to him. She looked at him for a very long, very quiet moment, and he looked at her the same way back. Harry. Hermione. We did it. We did. And there's 6 more. There's 6 more. And we will find them. And we will find them. She smiled. He smiled back. She put her hand against the back of his neck, the way she had on the train in 3rd year, and the warmth went down into him, and his went into her, and the heartstones at their throats pulsed in time, and the marks on their foreheads, the new marks, the herd marks, pulsed in time, and the long invisible thread that ran from one of them to the other, through the wood and out across the world and back, pulled itself a fraction tighter, and held. The wood, all around them, was singing. It would, for a long time to come, continue to sing. Snape died on the lawn an hour before Cassandra. Nobody saw him take the curse. He had been on the left wing when the Dementors came, on no one's instruction but his own. A small curse, then a follow-up, while he stood in front of a wandering 3rd year. He went down on one knee, then, very slowly, onto his back. It was Lupin who reached him first. Severus. Lupin. Hold on. No. Severus, there is a thing, that I have wanted, to tell, for a long time. Tell me. Snape's black eyes moved past Lupin. They found Harry, who had come running across the lawn the moment the heartstone at his chest had given a single small cold pulse, the kind it had not given before that night. Potter. Sir. Look at me. Harry knelt. He looked at him. Your mother. Yes. She would, be, proud. She would, have wanted, me to tell you. The wood. She would have, gone with you. Into the wood. If she, had been, alive. I know, sir. She would have, liked Granger. I know. You will, keep her, well. I will, sir. Snape closed his eyes. He did not open them again. Lupin sat with him for a long, long moment, and then very gently closed Snape's hand around the small heartstone Sirius had been pressing into his palm, the spare one, the one Sirius had been carrying for months for exactly this kind of contingency, and the stone, after a count of 3, went black. Lupin stood. He looked at Harry. His own eyes were very bright. Pup, Sirius said, behind them, quietly, not having heard. Sirius. What happened? Snape went, Lupin said. He went well, Sirius. He went very well. Sirius did not say anything for a long time. When he did speak, it was only to whisper, half to himself, Lily would be glad. The night went on. Harry returned to the line held. The Death Eaters, by 2s and 3s, broke and ran. The herd did not pursue, they had every name. The runners would be in cells within the week. When Voldemort came, a half-hour later, the line was, perhaps for the first time in its history, the calm one. It was after Lyra performed the 7th's removal and after Cassandra had died and after the dawn had come up green and silver, that Harry went into the cellar at the foot of the round clearing where the herd had laid Voldemort. He went alone. Hermione, after a brief argument, allowed it. She stayed at the chamber's mouth with her bow drawn and the 8th shape ready in her hand. The cellar was small and round and smelled of old roots. Voldemort was on the floor, with the binding shape still tight around him. Tom. Harry Potter. You are still alive. I am. You will be alive for a very long time, in a very small room, and you will not, ever again, leave it. That is, a great deal of mercy. It isn't mercy. I know. I don't owe you mercy. I know. I don't owe you anything. I know. Harry looked at him for a long moment. The thing on the floor was, he realized, very small. The thing on the floor had spent 60 years convincing itself that it was very large, and the spending had used up almost everything that had been in it to begin with, and the remainder was, simply, a small old thin-faced man on the floor of a cellar. Tom. Harry. My mother was a Muggle-born, you understand. Yes. Hermione is too. Yes. You spent your entire life trying to remove people like them from the world. Yes. You will live the rest of your life in a small stone room, eating what we feed you, sleeping when we tell you, and reading nothing but the books we permit. You will live a very long time. The herd will see to it. The cell will be one of theirs, deep in the wood, where no ministry official will ever find you. You will not be killed. You will not be tortured. You will be simply, and absolutely, kept. Do you understand? Yes. Good. He turned. He went up the cellar steps. He did not look back. Hermione, at the top, took his hand without speaking, and they walked back into the dawn. They buried Cassandra in the round clearing on the third day. The herd did not bury, ordinarily, the wood took back its own. But Cassandra had asked Hermione, in the moments before she died, for a small grave with a small carved stone, and Bane himself had carved the stone. The stone was a single round piece of pale yellow wood from the yew grove that had given the herd's bows for as long as the herd had had bows, and the carving on it was a single bow drawn, with a single arrow on the string, and below the bow a single word in the old tongue's written shape. The word was sister. The herd, all 40 of them, stood in a great solemn ring while Bane laid the stone. Megorian spoke the long shape that meant we will not forget, and the herd, in one voice, answered. Lyra, who had paid 3 years for the seventh's removal and who looked, in the dawn, very nearly as old as Megorian himself, laid one hand on the stone for a long count, and then nodded. Sirius, in his own fashion, placed a small black ribbon at the base of the stone. Lupin, in his own fashion, placed a small white feather. Harry placed an arrow he had been carrying for 2 years and had never, in the end, found a use for. Hermione placed the smaller of her 2 leather notebooks, the one that contained, on the inside cover in her careful hand, the first 6 runes Cassandra had ever taught her to draw. The wood, all around them, made a soft long sound that was, Hermione would later say, the wood's word for thank you. They went back to school. The school went back to school with them. Umbridge, who had spent the night of the battle in a hidden alcove with her hands over her ears, was quietly removed from her post within the week and was never, in the end, charged with anything in particular. She simply went back to the ministry and to a small, dwindling office in the Department of Magical Sports, where she would, over the next decade, become a footnote of a footnote. McGonagall took over defense against the dark arts for the remaining month of term and was, by general agreement, the best teacher of the subject in living memory. Dumbledore, in the staff room, on the evening of the second day after the battle, lifted his glass to Harry and Hermione and said quietly, "You are, the 2 of you, the best thing that has happened to this school in my lifetime." He did not say more than that. He did not need to. Sirius bought a small house in Godric's Hollow, just down the street from the cottage where Lily and James had died. He moved in over the summer. He invited Harry to stay every weekend. Harry stayed every weekend that the herd would let him, which was most of them. Hermione stayed too, in the small upstairs room Sirius had painted blue for her without asking. The blue was the color of her dress. He did not, when she asked, explain how he had known the color. He simply smiled, in the slightly exasperated way he had begun to smile when he had been outflanked by a 14-year-old, and said, "Cub, I am, for the first time in 17 years, paying attention. It is very interesting. You should try it sometime." The 6 pieces took 2.5 years to find. Hermione and Bill retrieved the riddle ring, the locket came out of a Cornish cave with Lyra and the breathright, the cup was negotiated, gravely, out of Gringotts, the diadem in the room of requirement was found by Ginny in 20 minutes one Saturday morning, the snake Nagini, having grown soft on a year of mice and a warm fire, came to the door when called and was unmade by Lyra at the cost of one further year. When the sixth piece was gone, Voldemort, in his cell deep in the wood, looked up from his book and understood, in one quiet moment, that he was now mortal. He did not, in any obvious way, react. He read, after that, a great deal. He lived another 43 years, and never harmed another person, because the herd never let him. On the night the sixth piece was unmade, Harry and Hermione walked down to the willow. They were 16. They had been of the herd for 2 years. They had been, through that time, what they had agreed to be, co-leaders of the Ministry's new Defense Council, of which a great many things would be written in the years to come, and which Sirius personally enjoyed referring to in conversation as, the Children's Office, until, 4 years later, the Ministry put the Children's Office in formal charge of every Auror operation in the country. They went down through the willow tunnel hand in hand. They came out, in the chamber, to find the herd waiting. Megorian was at the head. Bane was beside him. Lyra, who had paid 4 years now, between the 6th and the 7th, and who looked, in the lantern light, far more than 4 years older than she had been, stood a little behind. Behind them, in the lattice of roots, hung 2 small new lanterns Hermione had not seen before. The lanterns were of woven reed, and they were the Centaurs' wedding lanterns, and they were lit. Hermione, when she saw them, took a sharp small breath. "Hatchlings," Megorian said, gently. "Megorian. You have, in the last 2.5 years, finished the work the herd asked of you. The pieces are gone. The man is kept. The world, what little of the world will ever be told of any of this, has been, by you, made safer. The herd has, in light of all this, decided to ask you a final question." He paused. "Will you, at the next full moon, formally bond, by the herd's right, before the herd?" A very long silence. As a wedding?" Hermione said. "As a wedding, hatchling." Hermione looked at Harry. Harry looked at Hermione. "Yes," Harry said. "Yes," said Hermione, almost in the same breath. "The herd, in one voice, said the long shape that meant, it is a good day." They were married in the round clearing on a clear cold night in October. Lyra performed the rite. Sirius walked Hermione to the altar, Lupin walked Harry. Bane carried the wedding bow Cassandra had made before she died. Cassandra's empty place in the herd was, by formal consent, filled for that one night with a small wooden marker carved to her height, and on the marker, in the old tongue, the word sister. The herd sang. The wood sang. The dog star sang. The chapter of their lives that began on the windowsill of the 7th floor ended, formally, that night. A new chapter began. It would last 80 more years. They would have 3 hatchlings of the wood. They would lead, in turn, the Defense Council and the Wisengamot, and Hermione would, in middle age, finally publish the long-awaited grammar of the old tongue. They would visit Cassandra's grave every year, and Snape's smaller stone the same evening. They would, until the day they died, sleep under the same roof, breathe in the same rhythm, and pulse the same heartstones in time. The wood would, for all that long time, continue to sing. It is, in fact, still singing. If you ever stand on a hill above a wide dark wood at night, and you listen, and you hold very still, and you breathe down through the soles of your feet, you can, with a little patience, hear it. Chapter 7 End.